You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. It's the final day of the Aqueduct Spring Meet as we will wrap up what's traditionally the spring meet here at the Big A. And next week we'll kick off the Belmont at the Big A meet, what would historically be the Belmont Spring Meet. Of course, with Belmont Park under construction, we'll stay here at Aqueduct and continue the Belmont at the Big A meet. So mandatory payouts today, wrapping up the meet. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. There's plenty of exciting action coming up on today's card here in New York, including the Memories of Silver, the feature for 3-year-old fillies on the turf. We had the boys in the spotlight yesterday. The girls have their chance today. Here's a look at the field. One scratch in the body of the race, and 9-5 on Sweet Rebecca, who broke her maiden impressively down in Gulfstream Park. As I welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Andy, I know you are excited about wrapping up the spring meet and getting into the Belmont at the Big A meet.
I am excited. I won't be here next week to start it off, but I am looking forward to it. A lot of great racing coming up. I mean, once you start getting on the turf here, and you can even look with the cards, they're getting better. The racing's getting better, bigger fields for some of these turf races. And we've got a very interesting horse coming back in the Memories of Silver and a good running of the race. Sweet Rebecca was a maiden winner. If you haven't heard about her, you weren't paying attention to Gulfstream Park, because I got more than a few texts about this horse in her debut, Acacia.
She definitely got a lot of buzz. Now, she broke slowly, kind of gets hip checked there. She steadies back to last. Then she gets very headstrong, hard to handle. Tyler Gaffleone aboard that day, and she's flying late to end up winning, which is not an easy thing to do down on the turf course at Gulfstream Park when you're really taken out of it early on like that. Day she was purchased privately out of that. She'll make her first start for Chad Brown today, and Tyler in town to ride.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, you know, she caught the horse that was the speed, that was 9-5, so it's not like the race fell apart. This is a very, very good effort. And, you know, there are visually impressive efforts that come back slow races, and so there's sort of optical illusions. This was not. It's a fast race, and a horse that ran extremely well. And the problems at the start were only mildly her fault. Yeah. The other horse inside of her came out after she broke a little slow, and that kind of set her off. So it's not clear she would have had that kind of trouble if she had just broken a little bit slowly and not been bothered after that. She's good, but she's also meeting a pretty good field.
She will have to face some other horses who have some more experience, some more foundation than she does as well, including Living Magic, who's a stakes winner as a 2-year-old. She won the Chelsea Flower back in October, and then we saw her come back as a 3-year-old. Last time out, just an absolute nightmare of a trip at Keeneland in the Appalachian, but this is a filly that has some ability.
And the horse she beat inside of her for Christophe Clement came down to Florida and actually did fairly well in there and really legitimized this effort. And Phil Schoenthal has a nice horse, and he had even thought of trying the very competitive Edgewood on Kentucky Derby weekend down at Churchill. He opts for this spot. Now, with Sweet Rebecca in there, I'm not sure it's going to end up being an easier spot, but she was, as you mentioned, just completely and totally blocked in her last race at Keeneland and deserves another chance.
Curlin's Girl down to the inside for Tony Dutrow will get back to the turf. She's only had 2 starts on the grass, and she does have plenty of pedigree for it. The race came off the turf last time at Gulfstream. This is her race 2 back, where she finished second to Hello Hollywood.
Yeah, and I thought she ran well in here. Hello Hollywood came back and ran a little bit faster in her subsequent start, and trying to catch her when that one had a full head of steam and she was trying to close inside of her. Not an easy thing to do. She's never won on the turf, but she's run well enough on it, and she's another member of this field that can win. Yeah. I had talked to you the other day about the Christophe Clement horse on the outside, who I think is a lot better than her 1 second on the turf suggests, and her synthetic efforts as well. It's a fun running of the race. But Sweet Rebecca, I didn't pick her because I just feel as though she's the kind of horse that's going to take an enormous amount of money, and maybe she should be even money, and maybe she'll win like an even money shot. But I tend to want to see it again from her. This is not an easy field, and she's going to take a lot of money.
We'll see what she does in just her second start in the Memories of Silver. And Andy alluding to You Know Nothing for you Game of Thrones fans, out of a mare named Egret. So
What's the Game of Thrones?
In the show Game of Thrones, there's a character named Egret, and she says, "You know nothing, Jon Snow." That's her line always in the show.
I'm one of 7 people that didn't watch Game of Thrones.
I literally have just watched it this year. I read the books, actually, though.
You didn't? So, really?
Yeah.
You did not?
That's some heavy lifting,
a continuous upset.
That is some heavy lifting, those books. Taking a look at what else is coming up on tap today. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. The Memories of Silver, the feature here at at Aqueduct. There's the start of the cross-country pick 5 in the 7th. We're fast and firm with the 9-race card. 9 races over at Oakland. Sloppy main track conditions there and a nice allowance feature in the 8th in Hot Springs, Arkansas. You can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. The fields were drawn last night. We're less than a week away. Join now and get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit bonus just in time for the Derby. Use promo code DERBY25 and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at nairabets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Speaking of the Kentucky Derby, with those fields drawn last night, now we know where all of the 20 runners of the Kentucky Derby will be starting. And Andy, you might have heard that post number 17 is winless in the Kentucky Derby, and that's where morning line favorite Fierceness does draw. It should be note that the auxiliary gate is no longer in use with the 20-horse field, so that does change some things as well.
If you weren't betting Fierceness simply because he drew post 17, which you incorrectly think has never won the Kentucky Derby, I don't know what to tell you. It's just so dumb. First of all, you better look at the horses that were in it.
Exactly.
Yeah, they ran. I also believe the American Pharaoh was the 18, and he scratched into post 17. So we actually do have a horse that won out of post 17. And as you said, until a few years ago, they used 2 gates, and now they have a different gate.
Yeah.
That is the most. There are many idiotic things said about the Derby, but the idea that you wouldn't bet Fierceness because he drew post 17, it's the perfect draw for him. He's outside the other speeds. So if you're Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, and John Velasquez, that's what you want. You want to be outside their speeds. If you think these posts matter a great deal, especially those kind of horses, they've got over a quarter mile from the start until the finish. So relax. It's a good draw for him. The reasons to be against Fierceness are he's never won when he hasn't had things go completely his own way. And you wonder if he's going to be able to deal with should be a pretty strong pace in this race. And he's not the speed of the speed. So those are the problems with this horse. The problems for him are not his talent. He is the most talented horse in this race, Acacia, and I don't think there's any argument against that. But is he the best horse if things don't go absolutely his way? That's the problem with him. And a lot of good horses have lost the Derby because the pace was too fast for them.
Todd Pletcher saying he was pleased with the draw. Track Phantom in post number 12. Door Knock in the rail post. Danny Gargan saying they have to come out running, and we'll see how it does play out. Fierceness, a horse who he has a world of talent. We welcome in our third member of our team, champion jockey Richard Magliori. Richie, we've talked about Fierceness trying to overcome adversity, and I know you've watched the recent workout where he was positioned in behind his stablemate Agate Road. It seems that they're trying to train him to be able to overcome a little bit of trouble.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're trying to present situations to him that he may have to face in an actual race, and it's completely different in a race. So you're not working with the horses around you; they're working against you. In the morning, you're both going out there to try to achieve the same goal. Now, that being said, he's always a good workhorse, so you expect him to be impressive. But he just settled so beautifully under Johnny Velasquez's hands. He didn't get keen whatsoever, and I like the fact that he cruised up as well as he did. And the biggest thing to me was, and Todd Pletcher as a trainer likes to keep his horses head and head in company. The fact that Johnny allows Fierceness to assert his dominance. I think at some point horses have to be allowed to impose their will on other horses in the morning so that they know that in the afternoon that it's race time. They don't train them to run with horses, train them to run past horses. I don't think Fierceness needs to lead. I think he was aided by his post position, but I do think he needs to be in the clear. And with that long stretch at Churchill Downs, that long run to the first turn out of the gate, Johnny can just let him run down the middle of the track, let the 2 or 3 other speed horses take shape, see what they're going to do without taking anything away that comes easy to his horse, and then slide over and follow. I'm thinking of Big Brown from post 20. He was just so much the best. And I think if Fierceness just gets in a good rhythm, again, I think he could be laying second, third, fourth and be okay as long as he's clear and not encumbered with traffic.
We'll see how it plays out. Richie, thank you. We saw that recent workout at Churchill Downs. As Richie said, he's always been a good workhorse. We know that he has talent. Richie bringing up a perfect example of a horse winning from an outer post as well. And, you know, we'll see how things play out. We'll know pretty early, I think, if Fierceness is getting his way and is comfortable.
Yeah, I don't think you can compare this horse to Big Brown. Big Brown didn't need the lead to win. He already demonstrated that he didn't need to have everything go his own way. He didn't have the quirks. He was running against a very, very weak field. So I understand, and I don't disagree with Richie. I don't worry about him getting positioned to be okay with him. I worry about somebody next to him knowing that Fierceness doesn't like to get any problems out of the gate, giving a little bump coming out of the gate. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not sure I wouldn't be thinking of doing that if I was involved. You've got to take the edges you can get. And knowing who he is, he's not a horse that likes to be bumped around. And the other thing that worries me with him that wasn't an issue with Big Brown is this horse may have to deal with a very fast pace. And that could be problematic for any horse that's forward.
See how the pace does play out. A horse that would appreciate a very fast pace is one that is a pretty deep closer in Sierra Leone that we've seen throughout his career, having some quirks at the gate as well. Very bad loading in last time before the Bluegrass. They took a while to get him into the gate. He comes from pretty far off of it, but another one, Andy, with a world of talent.
He is very, very good. I'm not denying it, and he should get a pace to run at. But you're also dealing with a horse that's not going to be much bigger price than Fierceness, that needs to come from all the way in the back. And those kind of horses can encounter some trouble. So if you're betting a deeper closer, I always feel like you want to get at least a little bit better price. You want to get paid if you win. I'm not knocking him. I think Just a Touch, though, ran a better race than he did that day. I think he survived a very quick pace. I have issues with Just a Touch rushing in the Derby in his 4th career start. He's a forwardly placed horse in a fast-paced race. So I don't know if this Kentucky Derby is a right race for him. I think he's very, very good. And I think Sierra Leone could win. I just don't want to bet him anywhere near his 3-to-1 morning line.
Will be a similar price to Fierceness, a complete opposite running style, which should make things interesting as well as far as the big two, looking at the points and the morning line going into this Kentucky Derby. But a fascinating race as far as how the tactics might play out, as is usually the case with the Derby.
Yeah, I think my recommendation for people betting the Derby is don't get obsessed by the favorites. Don't just say, oh, look at Sierra Leone, he's so great. Look at Fierceness, how impressive he was at Gulfstream. We've seen a lot of good performances from that barn at Gulfstream that don't necessarily get duplicated in subsequent starts. Find some interesting horses at prices in this race. A big field like that, a lot of crazy stuff can happen.
It'll be fun coming up less than a week, just 6 days away from the Kentucky Derby 150. A lot of excitement coming up, and that does include today's card at Aqueduct. We'll talk a little bit more about it in a moment. We'll take a quick time out, and when we come back, we'll kick off the live racing action from the Big A. There is the heavy favorite in the paddock for race number 1. We'll talk a little bit more about it after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our program, as always, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. We're getting ready for the first race of the day at Aqueduct Fast Main Track. This is a maiden claiming for $30,000. Graduation day is going to be for somebody in this field. Andy and Mama's Dream on the drop-in class. The betting public believes will be the day for him at 3 to 5. Here's the rest of the field, though, starting things off with Onofrio.
I mean, this horse has run twice, once in a fast track, once in a dry track, and has never run a step.
Maybe he's due. First-time
to run a step.
starter. Here's the 2, Stanley Ruff.
Well, you have to respect a first-time starter, especially for these connections. Rick Dutcher, the trainer, in a field like this, this horse has to be considered dangerous.
See if he's ready to roll on debut. Here's Kurokwi.
Yeah, this horse has had 5 chances, and there's one race, the second race, that makes him a player. I just don't know what excuses he's had not to run back to it, and it's looking like an aberration.
Alpha Sunny should be forwardly placed, if anything.
Yeah, I think he's going to be inside the horse to beat. I don't know if that'll do him any favors. His race 2 back is fast enough to be competitive.
Second-time starter, Montauk Surf.
Yeah, I just saw nothing first time out and took no money to suggest this horse is going to improve enough to win here.
And the heavy favorite, drop in class for Mama's Dream.
The race 2 back would absolutely bury this field, and last time out was in against much, much tougher way the horse to beat, as evidenced by the odds.
3 to 5 right now, as we want to remind everybody that you can follow along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. Taking a look at the number 6, Mama's Dream, your heavy favorite. This one is the full brother to Greatest Stakes place, Afraid of Mama. And I think that they are just being logical with this horse, who 2 starts back, showed speed, finished second. At a bit of a price that day, but just a much faster race than anybody in here has ever run.
Right, it's not that she hasn't run for a tag before. She's running $30,000, $40,000 maiden claiming races. Now it's 30. They're running her where they can win. She can win. He's not good enough to win last time against Quiet Wisdom. And now this race, I kind of want to see this figure again to believe it. It's a figure that doesn't really make a lot of sense, and I don't think it's reasonable to expect him to run a 69 buyer, but even if he runs a 58 buyer, he's going to be very tough to beat here. I'm not trying to beat this horse. If you are, and you're right, you'll get paid.
Yes, you will. He's a short price right now. For more on the rest of this field, let's check in trackside again with Richie.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement. I'm not going to try to beat the 6 Mama's Dream either. Just too many things in his favor, including that outside post going 7 furlongs gives Manny Franco a lot of options. And, Mama Teresa's been a prolific producer. Buck Butler's basically his foundation mare, and him and his wife, Laura, are just 2 of the nicest people you're ever going to meet. The 2 horse, Stanley Ruff, the first-time starter, made a real nice physical impression. Looks very fit. 7 furlongs is a very tough debut distance, but this horse is out of a mare that's had 10 foals. All 10 of them are winners, and 2 of them are debut winners. So she is a producer, and he, being a first-time starter, we don't know the depth of him yet. So he would be the most likely alternative in my mind, especially as good as he looks from a physical perspective. The 3, Kurokwi, if I'm saying that correctly, this horse always looks good. He looked good last time. He looked good again this time. I'm with Andy. I don't know what the excuses were. There's a race in there that would make him competitive, but you wouldn't know it from looking at him because he looked just as good last time as he did this time. I actually picked him last time, and he fooled me. So if he can find that race, though, he can be heard from.
All right, Richie, thank you. We'll see if he can. That was the second career start for Kurokwi, as disappointed at a comparable level in his last couple of races, and that's the big question here. Number 2, Stanley Ruff, is the only other one that's really taking much money in here. Andy, a first-time starter, certainly could be live. It's an older mare, but she's been a very good producer so far.
And we did see last week a race with a very, very heavy favorite, and there was a Rick Dutcher first-time starter that really didn't take much money into the face of that horse, and that horse easily ran down the heavy favorite. So I'm not going to be surprised when this horse wins. It's not going to take a Herculean effort. So Stanley Ruff, even though, there's actually, I agree, there's enough to say that this horse, from a pedigree standpoint, could be competitive here. So I wouldn't discount this horse, but right now he's just not taking any money at all
Yeah.
because you could be a short price in here if they thought the horse could run.
Have to. Stakes winner, Wait, Don't Tell Me. Graded stakes placed. Horse named Southern Blessing, who was second in the Sanford. So there's some precocity. We'll see what this gelded son of Solomini can do on debut. A little chilly at 7-2 in the teeth of a 2-5 favorite. Mama's Dream coming up in a little bit. Moving towards the starting gate for race number 1 at Aqueduct. And as mentioned at the top of the show, with Belmont Park under construction, and we're very excited about the future of Belmont Park and investing in New York racing, and we'll be here at Aqueduct for a little while, but it's all for good reason.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you know, it's not, you can't get something like that without a little pain, and it's going to be, you know, a tough 2 years being here. There's a lot more, you know, with the turf race and different courses, different distances. Obviously, we love Belmont Park, but you know what? This will be a nice goodbye to Aqueduct, a place that's near and dear to the hearts of so many of us, and it'll be sad when we close it, but to open a new chapter with a new Belmont's going to be terrific, and we'll be running the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga this year and next year, and just 5 weeks really away.
Yeah.
I guess 6 weeks from this weekend.
Right.
But we'll be up in Saratoga, and that's going to be an incredible weekend of racing, something I don't think we've ever seen in Saratoga before.
So excited about that. I've heard from so many people who can't wait to be there to celebrate. Don't forget, you can watch the Belmont Stakes on Fox as well, and covering a historic weekend of racing the first week of June 6th through 9th will be that Belmont Stakes. Obviously, a lot of attention on the Kentucky Derby. Now, we're looking ahead, of course. Loading in for race 1 at Aqueduct, graduation day for one of these maidens. 2-5 now on Mama's Dream to the outside, who's dropping back down in class. Mike Maker, Manny Franco, by the way, who has already clinched the riding title for the spring meet at Aqueduct, 8 ahead of jockey Dylan Davis in second. Manny having another terrific meet. Loading in for the opener, the voice of the Big A, Chris Griffin, is standing by with the call.
Thank you very much. Alpha Sunny goes in. Here's Montauk Surf and Mama's Dream. Last to load to the outside. Mama's Dream moves forward. Goes in. Backs away. Heavy favorite, Mama's Dream. Manny Franco is in. All set for the opener. And they're up. Mama's Dream, the big favorite, breaks very well from the outside. There's Alpha Sunny in the early mix, and at the rail, Onofrio is about to join them. And here's the big favorite, Mama's Dream, at 1-4 as Onofrio, the big long shot, is now back to a shared second and third. As Alpha Sunny is progressing to the outside, is now taken second, is going to stalk the favorite. It's another 4.5 lengths back to Montauk Surf, who's towards the back end of the field with Kurokwi at the rail. The trailer, Stanley Ruff. They're chasing Mama's Dream. Mama's Dream has got the lead, is doing it easily. 23.41 for the opening quarter mile. Mama's Dream and Manny Franco fully in command. It's Alpha Sunny who's in pursuit, is within 1.5 lengths of the leader. They are 5 lengths clear from an all-in. Montauk Surf is trying to make up the ground, is bringing Kurokwi with that rival. They're third and fourth from the back. Stanley Ruff starts to get going, but still 6.5 off the lead. At the back, it's now Onofrio, 47.49, the half-mile time, and they've got to pick it up to catch Mama's Dream. A quick look over the right shoulder, and now Mama's Dream kicks away. Lugs in just a touch, maybe a little green, but Mama's Dream is way, way in front, inside the final furlong. It's a procession here. Mama's Dream, right near the rail, and is going to cruise to victory as a very short price favorite to kick off the early pick 5. Leading rider, Manny Franco and Mama's Dream. Alpha Sunny second, then came Stanley Ruff and Montauk Surf in 1 minute 24 and 1.
Mama's Dream got the lead and pulling away from the rest of the field. He just found the right spot to break his maiden, Andy.
And I can see the gallop out people are going to be very excited by Stanley Ruff next time he runs, as he is finally deciding to run once the race was over. Sometimes they do actually win like a 1-to-5 shot should, and in fact, Mama's Dream did. And a capper on a very good short meet here for Manny Franco. You can't win any more easily than this horse, and overlaid them on paper and overlaid them on the racetrack.
Number 4, Alpha Sunny, tried to be forwardly placed, just not enough horse to catch the 1-to-4 favorite. First-time starter Stanley Ruff, who was very far back early, did close a bit on the outside to finish third. 6, 4, 2, and 5 in the first race at Aqueduct. Mama's Dream, though, the heavy favorite, getting the job done, and Manny Franco just extending that lead even more with the riding title. And he's had a couple of really terrific multi-win days, particularly with big horses for Chad Brown, and just once again continuing to ride so well and riding the turf very well too.
No, I agree. Manny's just a terrific rider. He hasn't had a huge winter. I mean, Dylan kind of overshadowed him this winter, but Manny's a very good rider, and I think you're going to see him continue to have a terrific year. And he's just a solid rider who shows up, and he doesn't get in the way of his horses either.
Mama's Dream with the win. Manny putting him in the right spot and using that speed to his advantage as he stood out against this field. Prices and more when we come back. And we've talked a bit about the Kentucky Derby. What about the Kentucky Oaks? Who will take the Lilies? Talk a little bit about some of the contenders, including Brad Cox's Tarifa and Todd Pletcher's Leslie's Rose. More on those fillies and some of the other contenders after this on America's Day at the Races.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
Here's the finish, Ancient Roll. War Bomber's won the King Edward.
SEAL Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, and Manny Franco is back into the winner's circle. Mama's Dream breaks his maiden in start number 6 as the Buck Butler homebred finds the right field to get the job done.
It's not how good you are, it's how good you are relative to your competition. In this particular case, not surprisingly, Mama's Dream was considerably better than his competition. I keep wanting to say her with the mamas in there. It's got me thrown.
As Manny Franco took a little look back, there was nobody even close, pulling away from the rest of the competition to get the job done as the heavy favorite in race number 1. So no surprises there. $2.70 winner, 9-to-1 shot Alpha Sunny chased throughout. We'll have to settle for second as we'll turn our attention now over to Oakland Park. Race 1 coming up in Hot Springs, Arkansas. This one a maiden special weight. Going a mile for the fillies, and a couple of horses at 5-2 at the moment. The one Queen Clancy, as well as the outside runner Xena, second-time starter for Steve Asmussen. Again, sloppy conditions there. Andy will meet the field, starting things off with the one Queen Clancy.
Yeah, they've actually been fortunate with the rain for a while, and Queen Clancy actually has some speed and seems not impossible here.
Here's Vino Bello, second-time starter for Norm Cassie.
Yeah, a switch from Riley Mott, first time out, and we'll see if this horse can improve stretching out.
Money is Time, the other Steve Asmussen.
Not much to like on this horse, who has no speed at all.
No speed either for Ava Moonpie.
Yeah, her first race, though, was good enough to give her a chance, and that was on a muddy seal track, and then tried tougher at Keeneland.
Here's Baby Avery.
Yeah, this one stretched out and probably is going to be the speed on the stretch out. Just don't know how I feel about the stretch out from this barn.
Long layoff for Lupit.
Yeah, this one's the same price as the 4, and I think that the other one, the Ava Moonpie, is a better bet given her race. She ran well enough, but that was a long time ago.
5-2 favorite, Xena to the outside.
I don't like Xena in here. I think there's other speed. I think they're going to get a little bit heated up front. She didn't finish last time, and with both the 1 and 5 in here, I don't see her getting the easiest trips. I think the overlay in here is the 4. I'm curious to think what Paulie thinks of Ava Moonpie.
Well, Paul LaDuca has been giving us great insight all winter long at Oakland Park. Hey, Paulie, what are you thinking about these maidens here in the opener?
Well, I'm thinking about there's a lot of rain that's been coming down here in Hot Springs, Arkansas, at least the last 4 or 5 hours. It's been insane. And then we're supposed to get another band coming through about around 2:30. So hopefully that kind of misses us because we got a soupy racetrack. I'm wondering if they ever would go to soupy instead of sloppy when it comes to denotation to a racetrack condition. But you know, when it comes to this race, Andy and I have this race completely, at least pegged as in our opinion-wise. When I look at this race, I look at a horse like the 1. I think that he's the horse to beat in here, Queen Clancy, or she is the horse to beat, excuse me. I mean, just because of her last couple of races, and I think she's the horse that gets to the front end in this race. Besides Baby Avery, you know, the other horse stretching out, I get it. But when you look at the 1's races, her races are just pretty good, and both the times she's went around 2 turns, she's been all right. 2 second-place finishes. Not only she did lose to Lemon Muffin, that proved to be an okay form there. So I can understand why the 1 is a favorite. Now the 7 on the outside, I don't get. Xena. And most of the times when you do debut a horse going along, you don't really think the horse has speed. Well, the horse did show some speed, but you know, at 11-1, got beat by Under the Palms. Okay, now it comes back. You're gonna take this horse at 5-2, where Ava Moonpie was right behind Under the Palms, by about maybe a length, if that, on her debut over a muddy surface. So 5-1 to 5-2 against common opponents. That's just simple math to me. I mean, I'm with Andy. I like the 4 in this race. And if I was going to make a play, it would be the 4. I do think this race is wide open, and you can't ignore the money that the filly Norm Cassie's horse has taken. Vino Bella for the Lee Bongs here, filly by Vino Rosso. Supposed to be working really well in the morning with the blinkers on. You don't know how that's going to translate going a mile or not, but she's taking significant money. But Andy, you and I are on the same horse. I like the 4 here, Ava Moonpie.
Paulie, thank you. Ava Moonpie, the number 4, 5-1 right now. And hey, you got a common interest there.
Well, I mean, let's take a look at this horse, right? She runs first time on a wet track. She's got no real speed, but she's not that slow. And she runs a 66 buyer, which makes her very competitive here on a muddy sealed track, which is basically what she's got today at Oakland. So Canyon Creek ships her to Keeneland. Well, she has an outside post. She gets bumped around, and she gets caught wide in the first turn. And the race is sort of over for her at that point. So I can forgive her last race, and I feel like if she comes, I'll put it this way, if she didn't have her last race in there, I think she'd be a lot shorter price. And I also think there's going to be enough pace in this race. I don't think it'll be flying, but I think there's legitimate speed. I don't know what the story is with all the money the 2 is taking. Vino Bello, source didn't get bet first time out for Riley Mott, didn't really do a lot of running. I guess they like the fact the horse picked up some horses and is stretching out, and is a Vino Rosso. And I mean, you see the switch to Norm Cassie. Well, Riley Mott's having a terrific year. They're both good trainers. I mean, no knock on Norm, but I don't think it's some sort of big trainer change in this situation. This horse got to get a lot faster, and maybe will by stretching out, but they're kind of betting that horse off the come at 7-2, where we know the 4 can handle a wet track. And if you forgive the last race where the horse had trouble early in the race, this horse makes a lot of sense, and at 5-1 seems bettable to me.
Talk a little bit more about the opener at Oakland in a moment. These fillies looking to break their maidens. Some other fillies who have already been a little bit more accomplished will go into the starting gate for the Kentucky Oaks, going 1 1/8 on Friday. The run for the Lilies, Kentucky Oaks, 150 as well. Field of 14 here, and taking a look at Tarifa in post position number 8 for Brad Cox, a filly who has not done hardly anything wrong throughout her career, Andy, and she has progressed with each start as well, winning the Rachel Alexandra and then backing that up with a victory in the Fairgrounds Oaks.
I'll be surprised if she's favored in this race. I just think there are too many other horses like Torpedo Anna and Ways and Means that are going to take more money than
Just
she
FYI.
is. And yeah, just FYI as well. And I know she didn't draw as well, and Tarifa drew well in here. I'm not going to knock her, as you say. She ran fine in these races, and they were relatively fast races, so she makes a lot of sense. But she's also had absolutely perfect trips and a very small field last time. The horse she's beating is the first AE in here. Take a look at her PPs and tell me how much you want to bet her in this race, especially at a short price. So for my money, Tarifa's a horse that's not impossible. I always respect Brad Cox, but she's had such an easy way towards this Oak where I just think there's horses coming in off better efforts.
We'll see what she can do. And yeah, that's our Pretty Woman, the first also eligible, who's only raced a couple of times. But we'll take a look at the two horses, top 2 finishers coming out of the Ashland, and both of them drawing to the far outside. Leslie's Rose winning this race. Maybe it's a conversation of last time was the time. You got her at 9-1 in this Ashland. She's in post 14. And off the layoff that day, just FYI, the juvenile filly champion finishing second that day, she's in post 13.
Yeah, I do feel like she's a last time with the time horse, and she could certainly win this race. The post position didn't do her any favors, but 2 of her main rivals got post 11 and 13, so she's not overly compromised by that. But you got a great price, you got a great trip, and Justify didn't have a bad trip, but she didn't have quite as good a trip, and she's second off a layoff, so she figures to move forward in there. I think both of them are contenders. I'd prefer Just FYI, but I just feel like Leslie's Rose, if you missed her at 9-1 last time, do you need her from post 14 at half the price in this race? I don't.
Going to be a little bit tough to take then, especially if you did not get a chance to cash last time in the Ashland. Loading in for race 1 at Oakland Park. These young fillies looking to break their maidens here. Sloppy main track in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We'll see which one gets the job done. Queen Clancy, now the favorite to the inside. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
And Xena to the outside post. Here's Xena. 2-1 for number 1, Queen Clancy at the moment. That could change, but she is your current favorite. This race starts and ends at the 16th pole, going a mile here. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oakland Park. Vino Bello gets the first call of the afternoon as a noselead on Baby Avery, who puts into it early. Queen Clancy down on the inside going into the turn. And Xena is fourth with Ava Moon Pie as they charge into the turn. Lupit is second to last. Money is time. The long shot drops to the back as they round the clubhouse turn. Vino Bello, Ricardo Santana Jr. carving out the fractions. A length in front of Baby Avery, who's pressing now, getting closer. A little bit keen coming out of those 2 sprint races. She's now a half length off Vino Bello as they make their way up the backstretch. Queen Clancy in the 3rd position with Ava Moon Pie and Xena, who's 3 deep. That trio's pretty much together. Lupit in the 2nd last spot, 5 lengths off the lead and 4 back to Money is Time as they head down the backstretch. Vino Bello carving out the fractions, a half length in front. Baby Avery still pressing, but more settled down. Queen Clancy getting off the rail now as they approach the 4-turn run. Ava Moon Pie had to steady between horses when in tight, had been passed by Xena, who's a joint 3rd with Queen Clancy into the turn. Lupit has passed 1 runner. Ava Moon Pie, who weakens. Lupit, her stablemate, is 5th now on the rail within 4 or 5 of the lead. Money is Time has been outrun as they round the 4th turn and approach the top of the lane. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Vino Bello's opening up the lead, and she's going to take some catching here. Vino Bello cuts the corner, has increased the leading margin to 3, maybe even 4 as she soars down the lane. Baby Avery trying to hold on 2nd. Lupit 3rd. third. Zena flattens out. Vino Bello all alone. It was her day today in the slop, and Vino Bello went gate to wire to break the maiden. Baby Avery was second, Lupe hit third, and Zena was fourth in the opener.
Vino Bello with the win. Pedigree says she would prefer more distance, and Ricardo Santana put her on the front end, and that was it.
Boy, they didn't bet her first time. They bet her today, and she was a totally different horse, obviously stretching out to have more speed, but there were other horses stretching out in here, and she was the fastest of them, able to control in the front end, and you could see this race was over long before Matt Ditterman told us it would end at the first finish line. This race was over on the turn.
Yes, it was, pulling away from the rest of the competition. Vino Bello, much the best to break her maiden in start number 2 with the addition of blinkers and some more distance. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll recap the rest of the Saturday Stakes action that took place yesterday. There was a lot going on in the Woodhaven at Aqueduct, and we'll talk a little bit more about it, recap the winners and all that took place. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. Vino Bello breaking her maiden in start number 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Ricardo Santana put this 3-year-old filly by Vino Rosso on the front end, and she just ran away from the rest of her competition, much improved with blinkers and getting some more distance. $8.40 winner in the opener at Oakland Park. As there was a lot going on this weekend as far as stakes action was concerned, Andy. Here in New York, we had the Woodhaven yesterday, and talk about a lot going on. There was a lot happening within the running of that race.
There really was.
A very fast pace. The favorite, Carson's Run, bolting on the turn, and a horse that had only run once sprinting in Saratoga last summer, getting the win.
Yeah, a lot of things happened here. You're right. It was a wicked fast pace, and frankly works for me. The horse who set the pace, that horse is going to be a stakes winner sprinting on the turf, in my opinion, as time goes on.
Works for me.
One thing that went on was the winner got an absolute dream trip and perfect ride from Flavien Prat, and maybe it's easier for Flavien to sort of wait in there in a way, and Eric Cancel might have lost the race moving a little soon on the second place finisher. And I'm not knocking Eric. I don't think he rode badly. I think in result, he probably wished he waited longer. It's a little easier for Flavien Prat to wait than Eric, who gets trapped in there, and he's going to take a lot more abuse than Flavien. And the other thing is, they knew this horse was going to win. Now, they were fortunate, whoever they are, because he got a better trip and probably was second best. But this horse was bet off the board in multi-race bets. He was bet off the board in exactas. He was coming off a layoff. He broke his maiden over the summer in a 5.5 furlong race. And he must have been working like a killer. Word was obviously out, and he delivered. But he got a very good setup to do it. And, you know, when you think what happened to Carson Run, Wally World's his own worst enemy, turning his head in the stretch, lugging in. He's got his own issues. This horse may be okay, but he was a little lucky to win this race. And I'm not knocking him, but he was fortunate.
Good Lord. Laurie gets the Woodhaven in just his second start. He's 2 for 2. Had overcome a lot yesterday. The layoff and stretching out in distance. And with that good ride from Flavien Prat, was able to overcome all of that in the Woodhaven yesterday. It will be interesting to see what happens with the rest of those horses moving forward, because it's that time of year. You see a lot of horses coming back, making their first starts of the year, waiting for turf season to come back.
No, I agree, and I'm looking forward to it. We've got such a great program for turf horses here, whether going the mile distance, but obviously with the Belmont Derby, the Saratoga Derby as well. We're going to see a lot of good turf racing here for the 3-year-olds and the older horses as well. And I think, you know, a lot of the season really kicks off with the American, what is it?
American Turf.
Yeah, at Churchill, but also their Turf Classic, you know, matching up some of those good horses we saw last year with I'm Very Busy. It was so impressive down at Fairgrounds. So turf racing and things really kick off this weekend, Derby weekend, and then a lot of the action is going to shift to New York.
Horses in the paddock for race 2 coming up today at Aqueduct. 2-1 favorite on that horse right there, Morning Cup. This is non-winners of 3 in life, and I get it. This horse is a reclaim for Linda Rice, but she claimed him back in October, Andy.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. You know, horses like this just confuse the heck out of me because
me too.
What was she doing? I mean, her numbers off of layoffs and, you know, 4 to 8 month layoffs and dirt sprints are solid, but the ROI is $1.50-ish. Off the claim, she's 4 for 18, but the ROI is a little over $1.50, and it's a 2-to-1 shot. Not the kind of horse I'm inclined to take, but also not the kind of horse I'm going to be surprised when it wins.
Yep, and there he is, Morning Cup. We saw Mudville 9 go by already. Got his second career win last time out. There's Morning Cup. Irad Ortiz going to be in the saddle for this one. Here's the 3 moving pictures.
He's just had so many chances. And while he's not impossible, I think he's a cut below these.
Finished second at this level last time out. There is the number 4, Big Save.
He's coming off a claim, and it's not a claim you expect him to move forward from, and he would probably need to.
Number 5, Bad Larry, dropping a bit off a claim.
Is he the speed of the speed, or is Morning Cup going to prevent him from being the speed of the speed? Could these two get engaged? I don't know. I think he's dangerous off the drop, off the claim.
Interesting move with the blinkers coming off with that speed, too. Here is South Street, last out winner.
Yeah, I just don't think he's good enough. I think he comes out of a very weak field where he got an absolutely perfect trip.
Big price on Fight Fiercely.
Yeah, I don't know where his races are recently that make him a contender.
And intriguing runner to the outside, cutting back, Flash Kiss.
I picked him. He was bad last time. He was a little against the track last time, but he was still bad in his last race. I thought his race 2 back gave him a shot here, and he'd be a bit of a price dropping down. I took a little bit of a shot with him because I just didn't want to pick the 2 and 5 on top, even though they are the horses to beat. They just didn't do enough for me at 2-to-1.
You can get the inside track on handicapping with Naira Bet's Track Stats. Want to know the best races to bet in order to beat the favorites at Aqueduct? Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on Aqueduct and tracks across the country, visit NairaBets.com. Great information over at Naira Bets. Plenty of fun promos as well. Be sure to keep tabs on everything going on over there. 2 horses at 2-to-1 right now on the board for this upcoming second race. And there is Morning Cup, who again was a horse that Linda Rice had last spring and summer, was claimed away from her. She claimed him back. That's always something I take note of. And then we didn't see him run all winter. Always a bit of a question as well. Does come back at a comparable level, though, to kind of where she claimed it.
And it's not like he's a horse that had some heavy workload, you know?
Right.
She claims his horse at Churchill, gets a race into him in July. Has to wait 2 more months to run him back. Gets claimed. Comes back a month and a half later. So sometimes they're always laid up. They just need some time. You're wondering, this horse has got a lot of gaps between starts, claims, drops. I'm not going to be shocked if he wins, but there's a lot of questions about this horse that make me not want to take him at a short price. Listen, T and the 5 are the worst to beat. They're forward. They may be able to dominate. They may run 1-2 around the racetrack. But to me, there's too many negatives at a short price to take this horse.
I know you had a little interest in this horse, the number 8, Flash Kiss, who does take a bit of a drop in class, a cut back in distance as well, some changes, and he is a generous price at 12-1 right now.
Yeah, maybe I'm just barking up the wrong tree here, and he was bad last time. I'm not going to defend him. But I thought his race 2 back was good enough to put him in hailing distance to win this at a price. And I was just searching around for somebody, honestly, because I think there are flaws in the 2 and 5. I kind of prefer the number 5 Bad Larry to the 2 a little bit, but both of them are going to be short prices, and they are short prices, and he's got this race fast enough. I always like the Terra Novas, but I'm a little afraid the dynamics may be against him, but his price is good enough to take a little shot with him in a race that it's not that compelling.
12-1 on the board right now for Flash Kiss, who does cut back in distance. Jose Gomez going to be in the saddle. Horses warming up on track. For more, let's check in trackside with Richie Migliori.
Yeah, 3 horses really stood out from a physical perspective, starting with the 1 Mudville 9. And, that's something that, I feel I say quite a bit. Rob Atcher's trainees just make a great physical impression, and this was no exception. Mudville 9 coming off of a victory. Obviously, that was a 2 in a life. Now he's got to go to 3 in a life, so it gets tougher, but I couldn't get past how good he looked. The 6 South Street in the paddock didn't really catch my eye. Tack got on him, started to puff up on the racetrack. Warming up, he really started to elevate in my mind. And then the 8 Flash Kiss, will be my top selection. I guess I'm barking up the same tree as Andy. I love the outside post for this horse. This is a horse that first step is usually not his best step. He either bobbles or just doesn't break as sharp. He doesn't get himself left, but kind of lends himself to horses flowing into that space when he's in between horses. Being outside, even if he doesn't get off to that perfect start, he's not going to get buffeted about or lose position. And I just think sometimes horses need that to kind of get in the right rhythm. He's a big, long striding kind of horse, and I think the outside post is really going to help him. At 13-1, I think that's too big a price for him. I'm with you, Andy, circling under that tree.
I wonder where this tree is that Richie and Andy are so interested in. Flash Kiss cutting back in distance and getting that drop in class, still a generous price. Should be noted, too, that while the number 2 Morning Cup makes a lot of sense with the Linda Rice reclaim, Irad Ortiz is also climbing aboard. And we saw this immediately when he returned yesterday, Andy, the way his mounts just attract attention on the betting board.
It really is amazing. And I mean, as I've said before, I've had this conversation with Irad, that he'll say, the horse I'm riding is way too short a price, essentially. And he'll say to me, why is this horse so overbet? And I said, because of you. And he's not going to make a horse go considerably faster than it can go. Yeah, he's probably going to give the horse as good a ride as it can get, but the reality is the jockey can only do so much. Jockey's job is not to blow it when they're on the best horse. Yeah. As far as getting inferior horses to the winner's circle, that may usually happen because somebody else blows it, not because they did anything brilliant. And now listen, you could look at that race we showed in the Woodhaven. Yes, Flavien Prat's ride made the difference in that race. It's not what's going to happen that often, and it's probably going to happen more in turf racing than dirt racing as well.
You can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby just 6 days away with Naira Bets. Join now and get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit bonus just in time for the Kentucky Derby. Use promo code DERBY25 and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up now at NairaBets.com for your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match. Irad Ortiz aboard the favorite here. Irad Ortiz has a date with Domestic Product in the Kentucky Derby next week, and he's climbing aboard for the first time. It's interesting. It's a Chad Brown horse he's never ridden before, and one that comes up from winning the Tampa Bay Derby, a race that was more run like a turf race typically would be.
Yeah, I think he's extremely interested in this Derby. My Derby videos, actually, my handicapping videos for the Oaks Derby are on YouTube. And I've posted links on Twitter as well. But he is probably the only unexposed horse in this race. Now, he may just be too slow, but you can't get big figures when you're coming out of races, as you said, the way he is, that will run like turf races. The paces are too slow for those figures to come as fast as they could. And it's not like he's get that much faster to be competitive. And he has been working extremely well with Sierra Leone, who's going to be a much, much shorter price.
Very intriguing as to how that horse will fare. There is Manny Franco, though. He already won the first race today and has wrapped it up as far as the riding title is concerned for this spring meet. Again, final day of the spring meet here today, so mandatory payouts on pick 5, pick 6 coming up a little bit later on. He's put a lot of distance between himself and Dylan Davis on the jockey standings.
Yeah, I think he came out with a vengeance after not winning the winter meet, and he's just really been. I mean, it seems like almost every day he's had a multiple win day. He's won a lot of races in a very short period of time.
He'll be aboard Mudville 9, who he's ridden before. This one's second off the claim for Rob Atras. 5-1 right now. Got some high marks in the preliminaries from Richie as he'll step up to the next level of competition. Loading in for race number 2, Richie and Andy with interest in the outside horse, number 8, Flash Kiss. Still a big price at 8-1. Race 2 coming up from the Big A. Here's Chris Griffin with the rest of the load and call.
Moving Pictures goes in next. Here's Fight Fiercely. South Street is in. Flash Kiss, Jose Gomez. Big Save. Moving forward. Big Save. Now in. Flash Kiss. All set. And they're off. Off slowly there was Big Save, the early trailer. Morning Cup's got speed, so does Mudville 9 is on the early kick, and they're within a half length of one another. Moving Pictures is content to sit third. To the outside of that one comes Bad Larry, and here comes Bad Larry, who's moving towards the outside. 4 wide, is ready to challenge. It's now Morning Cup with a neck in front. Plenty of pursuers, though. Bad Larry still there. Moving Pictures, tight spot here at the rail. Mudville 9. Fight Fiercely is going to be 4 wide, is joining them 5th. In behind horses, Big Save. Nowhere to go right now. Is now in hand, looking for her way through. South Street starts to rally, and Flash Kiss is the trailer. Only 3.5 lengths would cover them all. Still tightly bunched, and the leader is up top. Morning Cup has got the lead. It's Morning Cup still patiently ridden here, reaches the top of the stretch, and Morning Cup's got plenty so far. Bad Larry is in pursuit towards the outside. Mudville 9 is called upon for the effort. Big Save just had to check, is trying to make up some ground, is looking to split rivals, but the leader is just edging clear now. Morning Cup is opening up by 2.5 lengths inside the final 16th. Morning Cup won this a lot easier than it looks. Morning Cup wins it. Morning Cup wins it over Mudville 9. Then came a photo. Bad Larry. Moving Pictures, also right there with South Street.
Morning Cup with the win, gets the job done off that layoff. Irad Ortiz aboard and came back ready to roll.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is at all surprising. I mean, source made a lot of sense, was a short price near, and came back and ran. The 2 and 5 able to control in the front end in a relatively moderate pace, and they just sort of had this field at their mercy. My 8 can't do any running whatsoever. That's 2 bad races in a row. I won't be ever playing him going forward. But these horses, you know, this horse just had the right trip. He was the best horse, and he came back. I still think he's a bit unreliable, and I wouldn't bet him at 9-5, but it's hardly surprising that he got the job done.
Number 2, Morning Cup with the win over the 1 Mudville 9, and close in the photo behind that 9-5 ended up being the odds on the favorite getting the victory here. And Irad Ortiz into the winner's circle, reclaim for Linda Rice, and she had this horse ready despite the fact it got pretty warm out there.
Yeah, you know, just you find the right spots and the right fields, and one of the reasons that Linda wins a lot of races is she runs her horses where they can win. She waited off a layoff and found the right spot for this horse.
Favorites sweeping the early double. Morning Cup with the win in the second. 2-1 and a photo for third, and it was actually the 5 Bad Larry who got the bob there. 2-1-5-6 in race number 2. Prices and more when we come back, and Kentucky Derby conversation continues. An honor to run in the Derby. Honor Marie, an easy horse to root for. We'll talk a little bit more about his chances when we come back.
The cross-country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/cross-country. General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 6th through 9th. Admission is just $10 on Thursday as well as on Sunday for this historic event. Visit BelmontStakes.com/tickets today.
It's Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the races. There goes Irad Ortiz and Morning Cup into the winner's circle. A very excited winner's circle celebration there, too. A little bit warmer weather. Everybody happy to be outside, and it's always warm in a party in the winner's circle. Morning Cup, just best in this spot.
Yep. Question to find the right field. I think we saw that in both your races, and Linda had him ready to go off the layoff, and not surprised to see him get it done. As the favorites win the first two races, we saw favorites sweep the early pick 5 yesterday, and yet the pick 5 paid 3.2 times the parlay.
Pretty impressive.
Favorites can be your friend in pick 5, and just because it pays a smaller amount of money doesn't mean it wasn't a great value payoff.
Morning Cup with the win, $5.80 winner in race number 2, 2156. At Aqueduct. Turning our attention now on to the third race of the day. This is a fun one, 1 1/8 miles on the main track in an allowance, and Ben Doog currently the heavy favorite, as this is a horse who came back making his first start for Belmont in November and just showed so many quirks. He was lugging in, he was so hard to handle, much more professional last time.
Yeah, he was a different horse, and he was terrific last time. He's absolutely the horse to beat in here. He's run well going longer, so there's not a lot of reasons to be worried about the distance, and he ran terrific. I mean, the rail was good last time. He circled the field. The horse who he beat is a nice horse that came up the inside and had no reason not to be able to beat him. He ran well. I'm going to try to beat him with leading contender, who was on a dead rail last time out, and according to the doubles, they are going to be very similar prices. We'll see if they are by post time.
Well, we'll see what Ben Doog can do now. Second off the layoff and stretching out to that 1 1/8 miles. Did finish second, going 1.25 miles over it in Dubai as well, in the Amatum Challenge. Back over to Oakland Park. Horses on the track for race number 2. Another maiden race, this one a maiden claiming. And we'll meet the field starting off with Keen Eyes.
Yeah, Keen Eyes ran well enough first time out. Looks to be the speed and seemed very... What's
price
going on here?
Yeah.
Well, the 6 is 1 to 5 here? Okay.
Crazy. That horse is a huge price, the one.
I know the one was the worst. I think the one's the worst to beat.
I got a guy went by. There's Thanks Frank, and here is first-time starter Peace After Thunder.
Yeah, not taking any money for this one.
Scratch the 5. Here's the 6. Very short price on drop-down runner museum quality.
Yeah, I'd like to book every cent on him at 1 to 5. I'll tell you that. These are the horse to beat. Maybe he is the horse to beat. He's run fast his races. He's also got 3 seconds and a third in his 4 starts, and he's been under 2 to 1 in 3 of those races.
First off the claim for Without Objection. Here is Nick Jagger, not to be confused with Mick.
Well, he's actually a half to 3 horses that ran okay, not taking any money.
And Barrel Thief to the outside.
Yeah, there's not a lot to like about him. I mean, it's sort of a 2-horse race. I mean, unless you think the first-time starter is Dangerous, the 8, who does some pedigree but not taking any money. And I have no idea why the 5 is a heavy favorite of the 1. I think the 1 might be the horse to beat here. I know it seems crazy, but I don't get this at all.
Big price discrepancy between the 6 and the 1, but the 6 museum quality. Paul LaDuca still with us. Paulie, 1 to 5. Do you see that on this runner?
Well, I mean, I guess, but I didn't think it'd be 1 to 5. To be honest with you, Keisha and Andy, I thought the horse would be 4 to 5, somewhere in that area. And I'm in agreement with Andy. The 1 could be the speed of the speed. I know that horse went 22 and 47, but you read between the lines. I think the 1 might be the quick of the quick in here. The conundrum you kind of deal with in this race, and we'll get to the replay of the 6's last race. And, like Andy said, this horse does have, Music Quality, does have 3 second-place finishes. Now, it was behind 1 winner that came back to win. And this horse has been bet multiple times. A couple times at Sunland and Zia. Todd Fincher, that's where he usually has most of his horses out in New Mexico, came here to Oakland in an 8-horse field. I thought ran really well. 21 and 4, 45 and 2. That racetrack played really, really fast that day. But you see the horse on the inside really just ran up the inside and beat him at the wire. It's just a tough read in here. But when I look at the 1 Keen Eyes, the horse ran so well first time out. So I went back and I looked and I was like, okay, did Rocco Bowen give this horse a bad ride? And I'm like, no, he kind of didn't. He gave the horse a really good ride. A 5-year-old starting for the first time. Kind of something you not really want to bet on, but the horse ran really well. Rocco gave the horse a really good ride. So though I look, he's not on the horse, and I hate playing these jockey games, but he does land on the first-time starter in here, Nick Jagger, on the outside for Tommy Vance. And maybe that's the flyer in here. Like Andy said, it does look like it's a 2-horse race between the 1 and the 6. Your only drawback between the 1 and the 6, they're both 5-year-olds, and they're both maidens. And you're looking at other horses in here that are 3-year-olds that might be moving up, or you could take the other approach that, just the 5-year-olds got a little bit more experience. But I kind of am going to land on the 1 in here with Andy at 5 to 1, and then the 6 at 4 to 5. I get where the public, I think that's a little bit more realistic, but maybe the jockey carousel works this time with the 8 Acacia. I don't know at 15 to 1.
Hey, at least he's a good price. Paulie, thank you. 15 to 1. Rocco Bowen landing on Nick Jagger, the son of Mastery. See what he can do on debut. Kentucky Derby 150 coming up in just 6 days. Here's a look at the field. Once again, field of 20 with a couple of AEs to the outside as well. And a horse that is an easy one to root for, Honor Marie, coming out of a second in the Louisiana Derby. Going to be a long shot. But for more on this horse, we welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale here with us. Welcome back, Maggie. What have you been noticing from Honor Marie in his final preparations for the Derby?
That he put in an eye-catching work, Acacia, on Thursday, in that he was working with company with a stakes place sprinter of Whit Beckman's named Agu, and with Ben Curtis up, who has gotten the mount after his 2nd place finish in the Louisiana Derby. This will be Ben's first ride in a Kentucky Derby, an Irish-born and native. Decided to come ride a winter at Fairgrounds, and now he's stayed with good reason, as if this horse runs to this work, he might make a bit of noise here at a price. This was done in 59 and 1, easily handling his stablemate. Slight encouragement from Ben in the irons, but it's going to put some real separation between him and his workmate, galloping out the 6 furlongs in 112 and 3, and out the 7/8 in 127 and 3. Now, it was a fairly glib track on Thursday under sunny skies and clear skies at that. So yeah, maybe the works were a little bit faster, but it was just the fashion that he did it in. Very easily, very well within himself, listening to his rider's cues. And as Whit Beckman has said, this horse 2 for 3 over the Churchill Downs surface, including the Grade 2 Kentucky Jockey Club. And he said that this was very similar to the work that he put in before that graded stakes victory. And as you mentioned, Acacia, these are fun connections to root for, right? Whit Beckman, who is a longtime assistant for Todd Pletcher and Chad Brown, getting his due here. Great guy. And furthermore, Ben Curtis, I mean, kind of on a whim, just decided to come to America. And now he's in the biggest race in the states, the Kentucky Derby. Great guy too, and looking forward to what this long shot might bring to the table on the first Saturday in May.
Maggie, thank you. He's definitely been turning some heads in those final preparations for the Kentucky Derby. And Honor Marie, as Maggie mentioned, with a guy who's been around a lot of good horses throughout the years as well. Now getting an opportunity with a trainee of his own going into the Derby, a special moment.
No, I agree. And I, he's very friendly with Whit when he trained for Chad Brown and, work with him. And I was going to pick this horse, to be honest with you. But then every time I turn around, I read somebody else picking this horse. And it's not because I care about that, because a lot of people are going to like a lot of horses Derby. No, it's not really that. It's that I thought he was going to be a 25-to-1 shot, and I realized he's going to be about 12-to-1 in here. And I just thought he was going to be a bit of an underlay at that price. But I think the reality of him is it's not clear that he didn't run as well, if not better, than Catching Freedom. I think Curtis moved a little too soon. First of all, he was wider than that one, and he made the first move in a race that ultimately collapsed. I don't think it was a bad ride. I think it just didn't work out in result. He wanted to get that jump, but that race just completely and totally collapsed at the end, and Catching Freedom was able to catch him in there, but I'm not sure he didn't run as well. It's not quite the same as Mage and Forte last year in the Florida Derby, but it's not that dissimilar, where Mage really had run the better race, making the premature move, and Forte making that last winning move. So I do think Honor Marie is dangerous in this race. If you like Catching Freedom, I think you're making a mistake if you're not at least considering this horse.
I have to take a look at him, as he will get a chance to rematch with Catching Freedom in that Kentucky Derby 150 coming up just 6 days from today. Back to Oakland Park, this maiden claiming race coming up next. 4 to 5 now on the number 6. Museum Quality down to the inside. The one Keen Eyes has gone down a bit too. 4 to 1. It was 9 to 1 at one point, which was just astounding given a horse that had shown some speed and ran pretty well on debut for a second-time starter. Just makes some sense as well. I know the other horse is dropping in class.
Yeah, listen, I'm not saying the 6 can't win, but I don't think there should be that kind of discrepancy. So I bet a few dollars on the 1. I don't know what. I guess a lot of Franks are there today. It's Big Frank Day. Well, it was free Franks yesterday. So now they're returning it. And Franks, I mean, how do you look at the PPs for Thanks Frank and Keen Eyes and think, he looks like a similar price?
Not quite. Unfortunate if this is a namesake. Thanks, Frank, coming back as a gelding. So apologies, Frank.
Sorry, Frank.
Yeah.
It's a tough beat.
Wow. It can happen.
It seems like a good day to sort of lollygag around the starting gate behind at Oaklawn. You don't want to hurry those races off when you got a nice sloppy track here on a Sunday. Yep. I know LeDuc is hoping that the card doesn't end. He's got to be bummed. I mean, he's got to leave Oaklawn.
He's going down the shore, though.
He's practically moved there. I mean, he's like a resident.
He's going to be in Monmouth.
Is he going to swim up to Monmouth?
No matter where he goes.
A great man, Paulie.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing him. He'll be at Monmouth.
Yep.
Maybe we'll make a trip down there sometime.
I know. I love Monmouth.
Monmouth's a great track.
That's one of the most charming paddocks. It's just a great place to watch races.
Agreed.
Yeah.
In my sicker days, when we still ran 6 days here, they used to run Tuesdays. We would be off on Tuesdays.
And you'd go?
I'd go down to Monmouth on Tuesdays.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I was younger then.
Weren't we all? No.
I'm not sure you were born then, but I was younger then. I'm not certain you were alive.
What year?
No, 94.
I was alive.
You were alive.
I was 2.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, I was 2.
I acted like I was 2.
Loading in, finally, for race 2 at Oakland Park. We'll see if the dropping class does the trick for Museum Quality. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
Peace After Thunder, second to last. Into the outside, Barrel Thief. We're ready to go. And Leroff, Keen Eyes leapt in the air at the start. Museum Quality, the favorite, gets away smoothly and shows the most speed with Without Objection. Those two hook up in the first furlong. Thanks Frank behind in third with Nick Jagger. And then Keen Eyes after the bad break is rushing forward to be a joint third with that pair. Barrel Thief in the gold is deep on the course within 4 lengths of the lead with a half mile to go. A gap of 5 to I Got a Guy. And Peace After Thunder's at the back of the pack as they approach the 4-turn run. 1 to 5 shot. Museum Quality leads the way into the turn. Without Objection's been hounding the whole way around so far. Keen Eyes into the 3rd position on the rail within a length and a half of the lead. Thanks Frank is giving way. Barrel Thief past that rival. Nick Jagger sent along between that pair within 2 lengths of the lead. And now Museum Quality is being joined on the outside by Without Objection, who goes to the lead. Museum Quality fighting hard though from the inside, sticking to him. Museum Quality, Without objection. They're going at it with a furlong to go. Outside without objection. Inside museum quality. These two nose and nose without objection with the head lead. Museum quality second without objection. Sees it out under Travis Wales at 14-1 and beats the 1-5 favorite Museum Quality. Keen Eyes third, and I Got a Guy came from the back to be in the photo for fourth with Thanks Frank.
Without objection at 14-1, pulling the upset, able to run down your favorite, and a little bit of a drunken sailor for the one Keen Eyes in the stretch there, Andy, who refused to switch leads.
Well, he also got completely left, jumping up at the start. And I believe he would have won the race if that hadn't happened. And the 6 is a phony. Without objection. Incredible. A trainer who, when I printed these PPs on Monday, was 1 for 75 in the meet. I don't know if the record has changed. I have 1 for 77. Okay. Claiming from one of the leading trainers who wins the high percentage is tough to claim from. It's a tough horse to have. Congrats. Nice to see a trainer who's been struggling get a win.
There is Ben Duke, though, a horse that had a big win last time out and will try to make it 2 in a row as he stretches out in distance in the upcoming third race at Aqueduct. More on him and the rest of the field after this. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Race 3 coming up at Aqueduct. There is Ben Duke. Maggie Wolfendel's been excited to talk about him all day. So Maggie, we'll let you take it away.
Yeah, Acacia. He's my horse crush. You know, Jackie's Warrior, he's retired. So I'm going to stick it out here with Ben Duke. He's my new horse crush. He's just everything that I want to see in a horse. Beautifully balanced, presents himself well with the utmost class here in the paddock. Kind of has that long, lumbering walk to him. Is incredibly fit now, having paired these races back-to-back and won, despite being against the racetrack last time. And as you reported on last time, Acacia, had that equipment change. So a more stronger bit, that prong bit that Bill Mott loves to use with horses that have that propensity to lug in or lug out. The figure 8 and the cheater blinker, much different than what he was wearing when he lugged in badly in his first start in the States. But I like him here, and I don't see anything physically that says he can't be effective going this 9 furlongs, which overseas he has been okay around 2 turns. Now, leading contender, he is sharp today. I admit I haven't seen him for his last few, but he's really on his toes, got a touch warm, not not in a bad sense, just a little bit heated since coming in here, and he's bulked up quite a bit too. So I'm wondering if that's a good sign with a horse that's been against the track in his last two. Then one that I didn't love on paper but looks exceptionally well is a horse that figures to be likely speed. We'll see what the horse to his outside does here, but number 6, Lord Captain. Linda is aggressive in stepping this guy back up in class, and he looks sensational. He's the horse that, other than Ben Duke, Acacia, caught my eye immediately upon walking into the paddock here.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Meeting the rest of the field, starting off with Ben Duke, Andy, even money favorite.
Yeah, we'll see if he and the two come together more in odds, as they suggest they will by the doubles. I think they should, but he's good.
Here's Leading Contender, back-to-back seconds.
He's against the track 2 straight times. I have to bet him. I hope he's 5-2 or 3-1. He was wide against a gold rail and on a dead rail last time.
Here's Good Skate, looking to turn things around.
Took advantage of a gold rail 2 back to win. Just don't think he's good enough.
Iron Works, a big price.
Yeah, he's kind of horse that's run okay at times, and he does get a rider switch to Javier.
Javier Castellano climbing aboard for the first time. Here is Harvard, 13-1.
I'm erecting a statue of my friend David if this horse somehow managed to win. I'd have no idea where he has a race that makes him a contender here.
Lord Captain, winner last time out.
Yeah, I don't know what he's taking money for. That's a fig that's
Irad
probably
Ortiz.
a little too high. Oh, it's Irad, right? This horse is not competitive in here.
Yeah, refused to switch leads last time as well. Here's the 7, Rocco Strong.
I thought Rocco Strong was not impossible here. I mean, he's run well in recent races. I don't love the post, but I thought he was the 3rd likeliest winner.
Don't forget, you can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets just 6 days away. Join now and get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit bonus just in time for the Derby. Use promo code DERBY25 and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at nairabets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match bonus. 4-5 now on Ben Duke. He has shown when running over in Dubai towards the beginning of his career that he's able to handle distance without any problem. With the equipment changes, with the time off, he came back so much more professional last time out on a day that, as you pointed out, early in the card, and it did seem to get more fair, but early in the card, he really wanted to be on the inside, and he made a big sweeping move outside.
Yeah, I think being on the inside at some point during the race was an advantage. I don't think it was a huge bias, but I think there was somewhat. And this horse circled the field. The horse who was second, who I bet, so I could gripe if I wanted, but he came up the inside. He had every opportunity to beat this horse, and Ben Duke was just the best horse in there. A very good effort by him, and I think more importantly, he behaved himself. He was a much more professional horse than we first saw him here. He could be the goods. I won't be surprised if he wins. But I don't think there should be that big a gap between he and Leading Contender, who's run some very fast races, and he's coming off of 2 straight races where he was against the track. So I think there are reasons to think that Leading Contender could be closer to that 99 Beyer horse from 3 back, which would make him a horse that could beat the favorite in this race. But he's going to have to run faster than the last 2. But he's had excuses. Ben Duke's the one to beat, but Leading Contender is a very legitimate rival.
We also know that Leading Contender can handle the distance. He won going 1 1/8 with that 99 Beyer speed figure a couple of races back. And taking a look at this victory, and as you mentioned, he will have to overcome some of the, or I should say, make up for some of the excuses that he had in his last couple of races. This is actually his most recent start where he finished second to Kuchar, who was able to take advantage that day. Rocco Strong finishing 3rd.
Yeah, he drifted in the stretch, the 2 to 3 path, but the damage had been done. He'd already spent 80% of a 1 1/8 race on a dead rail, and he was still in the deeper part of the track. He didn't want to go through inside. He was on a deeper inside. He was compromised. The time before that, he was caught wide and out of position on a good rail, and Good Skate just scooted up the rail to beat him. This is a horse that's not as bad as his last 2 look, and he might be closer to that 99 Beyer. He got 3 back, and that's the kind of figure that can beat this field. So as a second choice in here, I prefer him. Now, I don't want to bet him at less than 2-1, but if he remains a price similar to where he is now, I'm going to bet him.
For more on the horses warming up, let's go back to Maggie trackside.
Yeah, let's check in with Rocco Strong, who I think is a serious pace contender in here. And the short comment line says fractious gait last time. And we're talking with Michelle Giangiulio. I wasn't here for that race. She said, well, he's such a big horse. And so when big horses move around in there, it'll kind of rock the whole gate. And, you can't really blame them, too, because a lot of times the bigger horses, they can be a little bit more claustrophobic. But what she said is that he kind of wanted to jump the brake a bit, and so he kind of lurched forward and they grabbed him and he kind of rocked back a little bit, throwing his head. So he wasn't being bad in there. It was just kind of a bad timing type of issue. He is sharp here, and at least today he gets to be last one in, and hopefully for him, first one out. He's acting very sharp, one of the more sharp times that I've seen him prior to a start here for Rocco Strong. So we'll see what he does. Michelle's done a great job with him. He had been the consummate, consistent type of runner until that last race, in which he was caught up in that fast pace in the Excelsior, though Laughing Boy setting it that day stayed on and elevated to first. So it's kind of hard to judge how the pace actually, kind of transpired throughout the running of that stake race, but draws back into a spot where he could be competitive, guys.
Maggie, thank you. Rocco Strong, a nice price at 7-1. And yeah, he certainly could be competitive in this spot. He's obviously a horse we know can handle distance and has run some good races.
No, I wish he drew a different post, and he's just in a little tough. I mean, the 1 and 2 are good.
Yep.
So he's going to have to run better than he's been able to run, but he's good. I just don't know if he's good enough to win, especially drawing the outside post. But I have no knock on him as a racehorse, and maybe Kendrick can clear. And if Kendrick can find a way to clear from the outside, he's not impossible, but he's going to have to run better to beat both the 1 and 2.
As far as going back to the 2 leading contender, you talked about him being against the track in the last couple of races. It is something that we see, at any track for sure, but particularly can happen at Aqueduct. How important is it following the trends and the way a track is playing to be able to bet a horse back in that kind of situation?
Well, I mean, for the most part, the tracks are fair. I think there are a lot of illusions related to me around the racetrack. The number 4.
Number 4 coming out, a late scratch, a long shot.
I don't think it'll affect things. He had no early pace. I don't believe there's a ton of gold rails. I don't see a lot of biases. I'm very careful about seeing biases. I think you have to be careful, because the problem is if you perceive there's a bias and you're wrong, 2 very bad things are going to happen to you. You're going to bet a lot of horses that you shouldn't be betting on at the expense of perhaps picking on horses that you should be betting on. So you'll cost your money with your bad picks and potentially cost yourself the chance to make money on horses you would have bet. So jumping on biases and perceiving biases based on 1 or 2 races or some favorites winning, I'm not that guy. There are people out there that see biases coming and going. I'm not. And if you look through my track trends, I think you'll frequently see, I said the track is fair or relatively fair. Rail was good, but no big advantage. The track's fair. But we will get periods where you get speed. That March 30th card, speed was unbeatable. Rays where you've got to be inside to have a really fair chance. You'll see it in the turf when the rails come down in a course, when they've been up for an extended period of time. So there are situations where bias are important. And those are the kind of times you'll find horses that are better than they look or worse than they look. So bias can be an actual bias that you're correct about, can really help you refigure the past performances. Better horses, worse horses, give you opportunities to get prices on horses that maybe they shouldn't be, or bet against horses that are far shorter prices than they should be. So yeah, it's very important, but it's also important not to be hasty about it and to just assume biases, because mistakenly characterizing tracks as biased will bury you.
Absolutely. And if you are not checking out Andy's opinions on how the track playing and the track trends, a very, very useful tool to have as well. Is Andy's a gentleman. I dropped my pen. He's even getting it for me under the desk and everything.
Nice.
I mean, my goodness, look at you today.
I just happen to like you.
Again, late scratch in race number 3 of the 4 Ironworks. It's because I talk with my hands. I tend to accidentally throw things a lot.
I think she was throwing the pen at me, actually.
maybe that's more like it.
She was trying to get my attention.
Maybe that's more like it. Late scratch of the 4 long shot Ironworks. There is the favorite, though, Ben Doog, who has a lot of talent. He obviously faced some good horses over in Dubai, finishing 6th in the Dubai World Cup in 2023. See what he can do in this spot, stretching back out in distance, trying the mile in an 1/8 off the back of that win. Loading in for race 3 at Aqueduct. Best of luck coming up here. We'll see if favorites can continue sweeping the card. There's a horse Andy has interest in the 2 leading contender, trying to get back to that race we saw from him 3 starts back. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Harvard, Lord Captain. Rocco Strong. Goes in. All set. And they're up. Good speed from Harvard in between horses. Harvard right out towards the front, and Ben Doog at the rail is going to be up with the early lead. It's Ben Doog who's now got an easy lead as they start to drift a little off the rail. They're about 3 or 4 wide there as it's going to be Ben Doog to hold the rail and is ahead in front. There's Harvard now stalking from second. In third, it's Lord Captain just a touch wide. Tightly at the rail, leading Contender is content to sit now in fifth. Gets passed to the outside by Rocco Strong, who's now moving closer to the rail as Rocco Strong is in the 4th position. Then leading Contender, the trailer, is Good Skate. They work to the back stretch, and now Ben Doog has got company. Harvard right to the outside challenges those two nose and nose through a 23-4 opening quarter. The trip comes from Lord Captain, who's just sitting there right in third, is stalking the 2 pace setters now, and Good Skate sees a seam at the rail, moves on through. Isaac Castillo is now secured 4th. Leading Contender is the trailer in behind Rocco Strong, who continues to be out in the center of the racetrack, 47.45 for the half-mile time. Ben Doog is still there. The EV Money favorite has less than a half-mile to go. It's Ben Doog still a neck in front, now 3/4 of a length. And under a drive, there is Harvard right there from second. Here at the rail, Good Skate continues to progress. Now Rocco Strong is called upon for the effort, 4 wide. Losing ground quickly there was Lord Captain, isn't firing. Then leading Contender is trying to launch, nowhere to go yet. Ben Doog is still the leader, is just rolling along here as they approach the top of the stretch. Ben Doog is going to hug the rail once again, has not been far off the rail the entire race, and Ben Doog is now letting it out. Ben Doog is quickly up by 5. Leading Contender, Manny Franco switches to the outside of Good Skate, but they are battling for the place right now as they're approaching that final 16th. Ben Doog, very comfortable in New York now. It is all Ben Doog cruising to victory here, wins it well. Ben Doog wins it. Good Skate will hold off leading Contender, and Harvard finished 4th in 1:48.52 seconds.
Ben Doog with the win, really much the best in this spot. He was more forward today as well, and he pulls away comfortably from this field, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously had the run of the race, and the inside's probably a good place to be, but he's just better than these horses. Leading Contender didn't get a very good ride in here, to be honest, but he wasn't going to beat this horse under any circumstances. The best horse won the race, and Isaac Castillo took that position away, moving on the backstretch, and Leading Contender probably should have been in there. Wouldn't have mattered. They would never beating this horse. This horse is an hour the best.
Dylan Davis, who picked up the mount, very comfortable as a passenger aboard Ben Doog, able to handle the stretch back out in distance with no problem. And once again, very professional throughout the running of the race. All of the equipment changes that Bill Mott did make really seem to have done the trick.
Yeah, no, this is a very, very different horse. And credit Dylan for going. The 7 didn't really go, and the pace was honest enough. It's not as though they were crawling out there, but Dylan realized he's riding the best horse, and why cede that kind of advantage? And there is an inquiry, and I'm imagining that Good Skate was drifting badly in the stretch. They did finish out the race stretch, and that may be why.
Inquiry involving the 2nd and 3rd place finishers should be noted, not affecting the winner. But yes, as you said, Good Skate, the 3 drifting and kind of blocking off any sort of clear run from Leading Contender in the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, well, we'll see. Without seeing the header, you don't know. But considering how far out in the track they finished, and they were in the rail and 2 path coming into the stretch, the rail being Leading Contender in the 2, and we're looking at another screen. Maybe we can get it on here. They've only flashed it once.
1-3-2-5 unofficial inquiry involving the 2nd and 3rd place finishers. Give us a moment. We'll give you the head-on of the stretch there, and does appear as it could be the number 3 Good Skate drifting significantly into the path of the number 2 Leading Contender in the stretch there.
We'll see it, and when we see it, I think you'll agree there should be
So it's the blue and white stripe cap on the 3 to the red and white stripe cap on the 2. Right here, going to start drifting out and hurting at this pivotal point in the race.
Made contact there. He has to come down. And I imagine he will come down and prevent that horse from having his best chance. But once again, the winner was well clear and was best.
So not affecting the winner. Ben Doog gets his picture taken. Dylan Davis will keep you updated on the results of this inquiry in the 3rd at Aqueduct. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the Naira circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit naira.com/nybreds for more info. Welcome back and thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races. Popular victory from even money favorite Ben Doog in today's third race. This handsome boy records his second win here stateside for the Bill Mott Barn, but a pickup mount, they're always lucky, and Dylan Davis had the honor today for the slightly sidelined Jose Lascano. But Dylan simplified things from the start. He broke so well from that inside post.
Yeah, Maggie. So I just wanted to say, like, I'm glad that Jose Lascano's okay from that spill the other day. All his scans came back good. You know, just filled in for him today, and this horse, very big, very strong moving horse, very nice. Leanna's very simple to ride for the Mott team, and they let me break however I wanted to, play the break, and he broke sharp. I gave him a little bit of encouragement into the turn just to make sure he gets a little position and get him comfortable. Took control of the lead, and after that it was over. I mean, he really got a good rhythm down the backside, and once he switched into that second turn, I knew I had a lot of horse, and he's just a very cool horse to ride, and everything was great with him.
As we just heard, we have a DQ. It's okay. A good skate in here. He will be placed third behind the actual third place finisher in number 2, leading contender. So it is 1, 2, 3 now, revised order of finish. But you ride a horse in today's Memories of Silver Stakes coming up in You Know Nothing. Do you know anything?
I know nothing.
Darn it!
So, I mean, just go off of Christoph's words, and he likes to break well, and maybe if we can get covered up from the outside post, that would be great. Turf horse is very firm and fast, so it's very key to get forward position here. This whole week's been very quick, and we go from there, you know, just try to make a good, clean trip from there.
Well, despite not knowing much about the horse, you've provided great insights, a great update on Jose and how the turf's playing. Dylan, thank you so much and congrats.
Thanks, Maggie. Great.
All right, Ben Doog, you would have to think, Acacia, after that performance, stakes might be in the near future.
The Westchester had been under consideration going here instead, and definitely could have gone to the Westchester.
You got to think after this, they're thinking of the Suburban, which is a mile and a quarter at Saratoga this Belmont Stakes weekend, and I think it's a very good spot for this horse. And it's a division that could use a little bit of help, and this is the kind of horse that could step forward and be a player in that division. See how fast that race comes back. But he ran well in there, and you know what? Really nice of Dylan to mention Jose Lascano, because obviously he only got them out because Jose Lascano got hurt. But as he said, nothing major wrong. Hopefully he'll be back very, very soon. We wish him a speedy recovery, and I appreciate a lot that Dylan mentioned, because, listen, he wasn't going to be riding that horse if Jose hadn't gotten injured the other day, but we'll see him back hopefully on Thursday.
Absolutely, and Dylan did a good job with Ben Duke, put his horse in the best spot. And as Maggie touched on in that interview, there was a disqualification of the second place finisher to third. So new order finish, 1, 2, 3, 5, good skate with that birding being placed behind leading contender. $4 winner in race number 3, favorite sweeping the first 3 races on the card. We'll see if that trend continues. Take a quick timeout. We'll have more live racing from Aqueduct and Oakland Park, as well as a recap of all the stakes action that took place in Hot Springs, Arkansas yesterday. Valentine Candy, pretty impressive, and Hoosier Philly getting the job done for our friend Tom Amos as well. We're back on America's Day at the Races, about to meet the field for the third race at Oakland Park. Non-winners of 2 in life. We're sprinting here, and the number 7 Tiff with Jimmy is currently 9 to 5. Here's the rest of the field, though, starting off with Steal the Spotlight. It's named after Paul.
Paulie's in the spotlight. He's not stealing it. Paulie is the spotlight.
Well
Come on,
deserved
Acacia.
as well. Here's Hayek.
Hayek could be the speed in what could be a very quick pace.
I should have said that Steal the Spotlight was named after Rajiv. That would have been a
Oh, God, yeah. He's a spotlight hog.
Here is Lofty Heights.
Romero, his cousin's working on it, his act, too. Going to have to improve off the claim for Joe Sharp, who's not have great numbers off the claim with dirt sprinters.
Last out winner, Bodie Odie.
Yeah, but he's going to have to get faster to compete here.
Here is the 5, Tis Sweet Candy.
And this is another horse that feels like it has to get faster to compete here.
This is daughter of Run Happy, Gata Runs. See what they did there?
That name got through the, it must be the same person who let Gas Station Sushi get through. I mean, seriously? Seriously?
Yep.
You couldn't do better than that?
Tiff with Jimmy.
I think he is the horse to beat, dropping down second off the claim. It's 1 for 12 with 4 thirds, but he's probably the horse to beat.
An accelerating babe. There have been some recently that have gotten through.
This horse is supposed to be forward accelerating babe, but the last race is a concern.
Here's Rye Money going by. The
Too
10
slow.
is out. There is Choctaw Blessing.
The 9-11 look a little slow. The 11s take a lot of more money than I would expect, right?
Mm-hmm. And Weather Map.
I think this one's a little interesting off the claim for Chris Hartman. I know he's been in some good barns before, but I always look at Chris Hartman horses and give him another look.
Well, that's the field for the third race at Oakland Park. Yesterday, though, plenty of stakes action going on over at Oakland, as mentioned in The Bachelor. There was all eyes on Valentine Candy, a horse that we'd seen at the start of his career in Saratoga. Andy winning what proved to be a pretty productive and fast maiden special weight race, and he has just turned into a good sprinter down there in the winter at Oakland. Now a 4-time stakes winner sprinting on the dirt at Oakland this winter.
Yeah, no, I agree. He ran very well in winning this race. He had to run down a very fast horse that was able to control in the front and looked like he might be home. And Valentine Candy, I mean, Santana knew. I think Steve and Santana knew. That might be the horse they had to beat despite a 7-1 odds. And he was relentless going after him and just ground him out. And it'll be interesting to see if we do see this horse head towards the Woody Stevens at Saratoga in his next start.
Running down that pace setter Frost Free, who got the blinkers back on that day as well and tried to take them gate to wire, but Ricardo Santana and Valentine Candy able to run them down in the stretch, taking the Bachelor Stakes back on the main track, and now 4 for 4 at Oakland Park. He's really thrived down there, and like you said, will be interesting to see where he does end up going next. Steve Asmussen, as is no surprise, there's some talented sprinters in the barn.
It's amazing. I mean, he's just got talented horses. He's got a lot of horses, and he gets the most out of them. And the other thing about Steve is they don't sit in the barn waiting a long time to run. He runs them. This horse has been running a lot.
As far as the fillies are concerned, going a mile in the Dig a Diamond Stakes a little bit later on in the card, it's our friend Tom Amos with Hoosier Philly stretching back out in distance, the blinkers off. She's had a good trip and got the win this day.
No, she got an excellent ride and had a good trip, but she delivered.
Yep.
You and I still aren't able to get the buyer figure we were hoping was posted. Acacia was busily looking for it.
I tried.
I could not get it. I looked this morning, it wasn't there, but she was dominant. Now, listen, she's going to have to keep improving. She's going to take on the big girls in the division, but at least this is a step in the right direction for her. Want to see how the figures are and see where Tom goes with her, but it's nice to see her get back on track.
And this was her first win since the Monomoy Girl last summer at Ellis Park, which was also at a mile. It seems like that may be her best kind of distance as well.
I agree. I think that's very fair. I think in the right situation, she could bottom a field out going longer. But you know, she ran well in the Black Eyed Susan last year. She's not a horse that is shown to be good enough in the upper echelons of her division. That doesn't mean she's not talented. And she's made over $850,000, so she's not exactly a failure.
Certainly nothing to scoff at, that's for sure. There's Tom directing her into the winner's circle. Hoosier Philly getting the win with Rafael Bejarano in the saddle. He's making sure everything was right. It's going to be a good photo.
He's pretending he's a trainer is what he's actually doing.
Tom's a very good trainer.
Whatever.
Congratulations to the whole team with Hoosier Philly getting the win in the Dig a Diamond. Back to today at Oakland Horses, moving towards the starting gate. Any final thoughts? You like
I think this Evans horse to beat. I bet a couple dollars in the 12. I always like these Chris Hartman claims. Does seem like a race that's supposed to have a pretty rapid pace.
Loading in for race 3, sloppy main track at Oakland. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Lofty Heights in the blue and white. Here's the gate cam as Lofty Heights takes her spot. Accelerating Babe goes in too. Bodie Odie, post position 4. Choctaw Blessings, Tis Sweet Candy. Weather Map to the outside. We're ready to go. And they're off. Tis Sweet Candy gets a giddy-up reminder to get into it early as a lead of about a length here. Hayek in the second spot with Tiff with Jimmy. Accelerating Babe off the pace 3 deep. Choctaw Blessings 4 wide in the purple and white within 2.5 lengths of the lead. A gap of 2 to Bodie Odie. And then Lofty Heights steal the spotlight. They're together. Weather Map outside of that pair. Rye Money is second to last and Gotta Runs. Can see them all with a half mile to go. Tis Sweet Candy, the leader here, 1.5 lengths. Tiff with Jimmy, striding into second. Accelerating Babe third, sent along from that position. Hayek to the inside as they round the turn. Then comes Weather Map, finds herself on the rail here. 6 off the pace with Choctaw Blessings. Steal the spotlight, being asked to produce a bit at the rail. Bodie Odie's dropped out of it, as have the others. Top of the lane, and Tis Sweet Candy comes off the turn with a narrow lead. Tiff with Jimmy on the scene, drifting out here at the 3/16 pole. takes a short advantage. In second, back behind is Tis Sweet Candy. And then Weather Map, who's trying to come on here. Tiff with Jimmy, the leader here. 16th to go, wandering about, but has a lead of a length and a half. Tiff with Jimmy on the clash drop is going to get there. Tiff with Jimmy over Weather Map, Tis Sweet Candy, and steal the spotlight.
Tiff with Jimmy, the favorite, gets the job done. Nice call, Andy, though, in the 12 Weather Map. Came running late. Second best.
Yeah, I think when Rockabone tried to work out a trip from post 12, became a bit problematic. He did the best he could with him, and he just wasn't quite good enough as the 7 had a better stalking trip in here. 7-12, the favorite over, I think there's 12. I think the 12 came down to about 6-1 by post.
4-1.
4-1.
Wow, took a lot of money.
Now 3-1 and 4-1, they're the same price. The odds do change a lot.
The 2 actually went off the favorite. Hayek with the speed.
There you
Back
go.
over to Aqueduct. Horses in the paddock for the 4th race. That's a look at MB's money, currently 6-5. And we'll kick off the pick 6 here at Aqueduct with a mandatory payout. All that and more coming up after this.
Marshalier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Horses in the paddock for the 4th race today. Sprinting, going 6 furlongs on the main track, $50,000 claiming race. There is Gentleman Joe for David Jacobson. Trying to run back to that big win, 2 starts back.
Yeah. Well, I think this horse is, I'd like to book this horse at 6-5. That figure of 88 has proven to be inaccurate very much going forward. I'm sorry. Gentleman Joe?
Gentleman Joe.
Another figure I'm not a big fan of. I'm sorry. I was watching Rick Brunson get blocked in the Nick game. I apologize. It's my fault.
We know where your priorities lie.
I'm rooting against Kyle, our cameraman.
Don't worry. We'll give you some chances to watch the replays, and we'll head down and get a paddock report from Maggie.
Horse racing, Andy. It's what this show's about. Come on, man. No, I'm kidding. This race featuring some key defections, especially morning line favorite and your life changer. But I am interested in number 4, Gentleman Joe. The biggest concern for me is, yet again, shortening up in distance, a horse that has been more proficient at that kind of one-turn mile. So we'll see what he does here. But the thing I like about him, especially watching him here in the paddock, is that he's a horse that I had noted, going back over the years of watching him, he can get a little bit washy. Not the case, wasn't the case last time, but I thought last time he could have looked better in his coat. Well, good thing is he's kind of shedding that winter coat and those dapples are coming out, and he just looks like he's doing a bit better. And last time he was hindered by a track that was particularly kind to early speed, and he was out wide, just kind of chasing there. So maybe with a fairer racetrack, he deserves another shot here. But again, the distance is my major question mark with him. Now, number 3, a horse I know that Andy is interested in, if he can get away from the basketball game, is Writer's Regret here. First off, a claim for Owen Garber, former assistant to Bill Morey when he had horses here. And he has been facing some pretty tough and legitimately nice New York breds as he comes into this 50 claimer off of the claim for $45,000, and a horse that I've always kind of been a fan of. And he's one that when he comes in from Finger Lakes to the Nair circuit, often, historically speaking, he needs kind of a race to get things going here. And we saw that with his form pattern coming here this season as well. Well, Owen's done well with him. This is a horse that's completely shed his winter coat. He looks completely different in that respect, in a good way. And 2, one that can get a little bit nervous at times, has been very well behaved. They usually have to saddle him outside. They did him inside the saddling stalls today. And he really looks as though there could be a big performance on the cusp of him hitting the track today, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 6-1 on Writer's Regret. Got some high marks from Maggie as far as his appearance today, Andy, and I know you had a little interest in this horse.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to make something in here. Little Luca is kind of the horse to beat, and the way that the track so far seems like the inside may be a decent place to be, but he's a last time was the time horse against a much, much softer field. Writer's Regret ran well enough 2 back to get it done here, and last time was meeting tougher horses, so I thought he was a little interesting, and I think both the 4 and 7 are badly dressed up by figures that I just don't think are reliable going forward.
Number 7, MB's Munning, dropping in from starter allowance tries. And you bring up a good point. I mean, his races prior were all kind of high 70s and then jumping up to that 88 buyer speed figure last time out. My question always with horses like this is that figure legitimate, and can he repeat it?
Well, that's the most important thing. Can they repeat it? He's not going to. He's never run it before. There's no reason to believe it. And I know that there are some also rans in there, that rans in their numbers. I think you have to be careful with that. It's a number that, well, Clubhouse, isn't Clubhouse entered later today? Clubhouse comes out of that race. He ran an 80 at 82, then he got an 86, and then he ran a 67 in his next start. There's too many horses that have come out of that race to say that that number is not reliable. Timeform US thought it was probably about 6 to 8 points too high. I tend to agree. Not to say he can't win, but he's being bet off a figure that I don't think is very reliable.
3-2 on MB's Munning. Lane Lezzy going to be in the saddle for the Noda barn, heading out. 5-2 on the number 2, Little Luca, who does have speed, as you mentioned. Now, did win last time out as he'll kick off the post parade in the first level allowance. Prior to that, he was running in non-winners of 3 races, so the drop makes a bit of sense.
Well, he was on that rail we mentioned as being the right place to be, especially early on Wood Memorial Day, and he found the right field to beat. And you got 7-2 on him. That was the day to have him. Not impossible, but I prefer others.
Talked about the 3 Writer's Regret who went by. Here is Gentleman Joe.
Yeah, we've already got my opinion on him. And as far as Gentleman Joe, I don't love that race 2 back. I think that number's a little high for him. No, he's run some numbers, but it's David Jacobson. He's just, for me, he's a crapshoot, and I didn't love this horse.
American Gentleman went by. Here's the favorite, MB's Munning.
Yeah, American Gentleman's form has eluded him, and I told you why I think MB's money is way overbet.
And Sagamore Mischief to the outside.
He's the one who can be forcing the number 2. If he applies pressure on the 2, it's going to make his life tough. If he doesn't, Little Luca could be gone.
As far as Little Luca is concerned, it did wire the field last time on that day. We talked about it was the first early in the day, second race, where Dylan Davis seemed to be the one that really first picked up on it as well, about being on the inside and especially being forward too. And he did that with this horse, and he was able to wire the field and pull away from his competition.
No, those are very, very valid points. Dylan was really on top of that. And listen, he was logical in here. He was able to control. And people may look and say, oh, it's an allowance race, it's a claiming race. It was a New York-bred non-winners of 1 allowance race, and these are sort of older, hardened veterans. Not to say this effort gives him no chance in here, and if the 8 doesn't apply a lot of pressure, he might be able to control again. I just don't know how good he really is. 2-1 doesn't seem that exciting. That's why I bet the 3 Riders Regret. I just think he has races like his race 2 back, where he was a little against the track, where he might just be a little bit better.
How do you anticipate the pace playing out with what we saw from Little Luca last time out?
Well, I mean, assuming clean breaks, he's going, and Dylan is going, and Manny Franco's going to go with him. He's riding him today. I think it's a question what Eric Cancel does with Sagamore Mischief. He can push him a little bit. If he doesn't push, then I think that Little Luca's going to be able to control. If he does, then Little Luca's going to be in some trouble early.
Gentleman Joe, we'll see what he can do, trying to run back to that figure 2 starts back. He cut back in distance last time out, and prior to that had been running more at the mile distances, and we'll see if he can turn things around and win at a sprint distance. He really has not been spending much time sprinting.
No, that's an interesting point. And obviously, he was a little against it last time. That was a big speed track. But on the other hand, he got a lost position towards the horses, and he was a bad favorite, but favored nonetheless.
Just didn't really show too much lately.
Yeah, he was also outside, and maybe being inside was a little bit better. I just don't really like this horse, and to be honest with you, I have a lot of trouble with David Jacobson horses. In general, I just cannot read them. They run, randomly. Look at the race he won yesterday. That horse was dropping the bottom, and we talked about him as a possible contender, so it's not a shock that he won, but where did his 84 buyer come from after the races he had been running recently? Then he ran a horse early in the card, looked very logical, that finished dead last. So I think that David Jacobson is completely random for the most part. And for me to try to guess when his horse is going to run, I'm going to have to guess at a big price.
7-2 on Gentleman Joe right now. See if he can get the job done and run back to some of those big figures. Can MB's Munning run back to that big figure last time out? He's 6-5 right now. There he is with Lane Leslie in the saddle, warming up for the 4th race. We're going to take a quick pause in just a moment to welcome in some regional networks. A lot more still to come with America's Day at the races, including this 4th race at Aqueduct. Of course, the Memories of Silver coming up in a little bit as well. That'll be race number 6, a featured stake on the card today. Quick pause for regionals joining us. Stay with us on America's Day at the races. You're watching America's Day at the races. If you're just tuning in on Valley Sports, glad to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. Occasionally come on alongside Andy Serling, Maggie Wolfendale with us in New York as well, and Paul LaDuca at Oakland Park. It's the final day, Andy, of the Aqueduct Spring Meet, which means mandatory payouts for those pick 6, pick 5, pick 6 kicking off here as well.
Right, pick 6 starts here, the late pick 5 in race number 5. So far, we've seen favorites sweeping the card early. We'll see if things change. I think it will. I think you've got a very, very dubious favorite in here. I'm not sure what the public thinks they're getting with MB's Money at even money, but this is a horse off a race that is not as good as it looks, and I think at best he's a player in here and a dramatic underlay at his current even money.
MB's Munning running for $50,000 here, currently even money on the board. For more as horses warm up on the track, let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
I'm with Andy with that notion that MB's Munning, number 7 in here, does feel like an underlay, to say the least. And while I can't really fault him too much in looking at him, if you're going to take a short price on a horse that you're a little bit suspect of on form, I want them to wow me. I want them to really be a standout in the field physically. And while he looked fine from the health perspective, I just wish he possessed a little bit more energy. A horse that, going back to when he first started running around here at Naira, used to really kind of blow himself up when he hit the track, and that's just not the case anymore. Could it be maturity mentally? Absolutely. But again, just taking a short price does not seem inviting on him, whereas Little Luca, maybe he does get loose in here, and he looks great. I have no problems with him. I know he was helped by the track last time, and 2 back he was that voided claim, but had a little break and seems to be doing well. I like the way he's moving. I liked his appearance out here for the Cantermassi. So if you want some speed, yes, he is under the gun from the inside with Sagamore Mischief, who was kind of washy, and sometimes that's an indication of a horse who will show that early speed. Yeah, he could be softened up, but I'm a little, basically, Acacia, I like the inside 3. Is that too bad?
Fair enough, Maggie. Thank you. Little Luca, the horse who won last time out with the track, showing that speed if he gets loose in the front end, could be a very dangerous tail in here. Manny Franco, meanwhile, has clinched the riding title for the spring meet and put quite a bit of separation ahead of himself and Dylan Davis. Manny already won one race today. Dylan won a race today, but no catching Manny at this stage.
No. That was over. That was over probably before we came into this week, actually, in a shortened meet. But Manny's had an exceptional one, winning almost 2 races a day, frankly, for the meet, which is very, very impressive. I don't want to. I have the 7 pick third here, MB's money. I don't think it's that competitive a field. Having said that, I just think he's dramatically overbet at even money. They're betting him. I can't believe Irad Ortiz isn't riding him.
And as far as him being even money, too, and there's a difference between saying, I think this horse is a player and could potentially win the race, and saying, I don't want to bet this horse at that price.
No, I agree. That's very accurate. You have to. The name of the game isn't picking winners. The name of the game is trying to find value. Value is a very elusive thing, but you have to make sure you're betting horses that you think the price is fair. Do you really think this horse is a coin flip to win this race? And I know there's a takeout. Do you even think that he's 40% to win this race? I don't. And I think a horse like the 3 Riders Regret is better than 15% to win this race, and he's 6-1. I'm not. You can't. You've got to have a very, very, very sophisticated and very smart regression formula to be able to figure out their exact chances of winning, and always a lot of things can happen. But as a player, you have to develop some kind of feel, and you don't just go into a day and say, I'm betting on X, because you have to say, I'm betting on X as long as I get at least this price. Right. And you have to be willing to not only not bet those horses and let them win, but also say, you know what, Y was my second or third choice in here, and I thought that horse was going to be 5-1, and he's 12-1, so I'm going to bet a few dollars on him. And there's no horse player out there that can tell me that they haven't made money in the past betting a horse they thought was second and third best simply because that horse was a much bigger price than they thought he or she would be.
Great insight as always. The conversation about value, such an important one when playing the sport of horse racing. Moving towards the starting gate for the 4th race at Aqueduct Fast Main Track. Again, pick 6 kicking off here, and it's mandatory payout with the final day of the meet. So big thanks to everybody who's participating in that sequence, and best of luck if you're playing. 6-5 on MB's Money, the favorite as they load in for the 4th. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
American Gentleman. MB's Money. Sagamore Mischief, last to load to the outside, start of the pick 6. Goes in. All set. And they're up. MB's Money is asked for speed. Sagamore Mischief towards the far outside, and there's Little Luca, and Little Luca now with the neck in front. In between horses, American Gentleman trying to join them. 3 wide now will be MB's Money as they work up the backstretch. Nice trip here for Riders Regret is moving through at the rail. Ground-saving journey so far is now a challenging 3rd. Out wider there is Sagamore Mischief and the trailer. Gentleman Joe, less than 4 furlongs to go, 22.43 for the opening quarter mile. Little Luca's got the lead. Here's MB's Money. The favorite at 6-5 is making up quick ground within a neck of the leader. Having to steady going into the turn was Riders Regret, is trying to re-rally towards the inside, is back to 4th. Gets passed by Sagamore Mischief, who's now a clear 3rd. From the back, Gentleman Joe is trying to rally on with American Gentleman. 2 across the racetrack here, head and head as they reach the top of the stretch. MB's Money is trying to push on by Little Luca, who's not going anywhere. It's Little Luca to the inside, now edging clear MB's Money, and Gentleman Joe is bringing Sagamore Mischief with that pair. And here comes Gentleman Joe rolling on the grandstand side. MB's Money's got the lead, but Gentleman Joe is lunging. MB's Money, Gentleman Joe, MB's Money, Gentleman Joe, MB's Money, and Gentleman Joe in a photo. Sagamore Mischief finished 3rd. Final running time, 1 minute 9 and 4. It's a photo in race 4.
Photo finish down to the wire. The 7 MB's Munning digging in. Late charge from the 4 Gentleman Joe. And they made it exciting towards the end.
Yeah, not exactly winning like a 6-5 shot should, but MB's Money held on at 6-5 to get it done. Gentleman Joe, good call by Maggie. Made a big run here and just came up a nose short. Yeah, tough beat for that one. That was a good pick by her, 4-1.
Absolutely. Good call with Gentleman Joe closing, but it was MB's Munning who was the first to come to the attack with pace setter Little Luca, who was out there on his own too after the number 8 Sagamore Mischief. The other speed on paper didn't break that well and was off the pace.
Yeah, well, you know, Eric Hinsel's not exactly an aggressive rider, but to be fair to him, the horse finished third, so he outran his odds at 19-1, so you can't really knock the ride by Eric. He just wasn't aggressive with him. So yeah, the 7 was the one who forced the pace. The pace was honest, but the track's pretty quick today. And MB's Money ran a very good race. He ended up winning by a nose at 6-5. I didn't like him. I'm not shocked he won. I'd bet against him if they ran the race again. My horse was awful. He broke a step slow, but Trevor got him in good position. He just backed up.
7-4-8-2, number 7 MB's Munning at 6-5, just holding on with the late charge of Gentleman Joe closing in the stretch there. So 6-5, getting the win in the first leg of the Pick 6. Best of luck with the rest of the sequence. Imagine plenty of tickets are still alive. Our Kentucky Derby conversation continues when we come back. Brad Cox catching Derby fever. I'm sure he has it, looking for that win, as Catching Freedom could be a big contender for the stable in Kentucky Derby 150. Catching Freedom made a splash on the Derby Trail when ringing in 2024 with a strong victory in the Smarty Jones on New Year's Day. Trainer Brad Cox brought him back to his winter base at Fairgrounds to train him up to the Risen Star, where he ran a respectable third behind Sierra Leone and set up well for a late closing victory in the Louisiana Derby. Can Catching Freedom become the first Louisiana Derby winner since Grindstone to take home the Run for the Roses? For some reason it wasn't showing up. Catching Freedom, sired by Constitution, will break from post position number 4 in Kentucky Derby 150. Flavian Pratt going to be aboard. Louisiana Derby winner looking to give Brad Cox his first experience with a horse crossing the wire first at the Derby.
You know, when he got the check and he got his trophy, I think he stopped caring about the fact that he got placed first in the race. Bill Mott, I saw, I think, a press conference with Bill Mott or something after they asked him about when he got put up in the DQ. He was just fine with it. He had no problem at all. You know what, Bill? You shouldn't. And Brad, you shouldn't. You guys ran second. They disqualified the winner. You got placed first. You know what? They've all been disqualified in races, too, in their life. They got nothing out of that one. And they're not sitting around saying, I actually won that race.
Louisiana Derby winner Catching Freedom. This is a horse, Andy, that we saw finishing third in the Risen Star behind Sierra Leone and Track Phantom. He got his day in the sun with this big win in Louisiana Derby last time out.
Got a great ride, making the last move in a race that collapsed. I think the third place finisher we could see in the Preakness.
Yep,
maybe
Tuscan Gold.
Yeah, Tuscan Gold is one you want to watch. Everybody's talking about Muth. I don't want Muth at a mile and 3/16 going forward, but I do think Tuscan Gold's interesting. This race collapsed. I don't know how much better he ran than Anna Marie, but I know if you think this race is going to collapse and you're looking at Sierra Leone, I don't know why you're not at least looking at this horse as a possible contender. And, you know, people say, by the way, the trainers, they want to win one. No, they want to win another Derby.
Absolutely.
They want to win 8
doesn't?
Derbies, right?
Who doesn't? Catching Freedom. Flavian Pratt going to be aboard, as you mentioned. He's got to know this horse, gave him a terrific ride last time out. There you see him in company with stablemate Encino in preparation for the Kentucky Derby. See what he can do, as this is a horse for the Albaugh family stables. They got close last year with Angel of Empire as well. I'm sure they're pretty
he was
excited.
a good third in there,
Very
right?
good, right? Yeah, he ran a good race that day.
No, and they're fun to root for. I love their celebration at the Arkansas Derby last year, and so hoping he does well. And listen, I'm not his biggest fan, but I can absolutely understand why he has supporters. He's definitely a player in this Derby.
A horse who has continued to progress, ran his career best race last time out, winning that Louisiana Derby. Back to today at Aqueduct. We have live racing continuing, but first we owe you some prices. MB's Munning heading into the winner's circle to kick off the pick 6 sequence, and he held on. He was the favorite, but he held on. He got the job done, Andy.
It really did feel like Gentleman Joe was going to get there, and then he just couldn't quite get there in the late stages. MB's Money, 440, gets the job done. Another fourth, just like yesterday, favorites dominating the early races.
Early pick 4 so far, each one a favorite. Some of the races with a few price horses underneath as well. Gentleman Joe just missing. Tough beat for that one, closing in that 4th race. $4.40 winner, though, with MB's Munning getting the job done. We turn our attention to race 5 now, $16,000 claiming race, 6 furlongs. Sprinting here to kick off the late pick 5. And again, mandatory payout for the late pick 5, which does kick off in this spot. Couple of horses at 2-1 right now between Everly's Girl and Timed Out. Timed Out, Kendrick Carmouche going to pick up the mount for that one, and Linda Rice looking for another win today. And with Ben Duke winning the 3rd race, that does mean, Andy, that Linda Rice has clinched the training title for the spring meet.
No, she seems to win a lot of training titles.
Yes,
See if she gets the job done here. I'm betting a ridiculous horse in this race.
All right.
I am betting on the number 5 Starry Midnight, who I think is a little interesting, cutting back to a sprint and finally gets an actual dry track.
Yep. We'll talk a little bit more about the stake coming up in a bit in the Memories of Silver, named for a very talented racehorse trained by Jimmy Toner. Won the Diana, won plenty of other graded stakes on the track, and you often find plenty of stakes around New York named for Jimmy Toner trainees. More as we honor Memories of Silver after this.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Betts.
It's 1,000 Words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 Words just in front. 1,000 Words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 Words has done it.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
'Tis the law is gonna win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's gonna win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
We're back on America's Day at the races, getting ready for the 4th race at Oakland Park. The Archiebreds, Arkansas bred claiming race coming up. It's going 6 furlongs here. The favorite all the way to the outside, the number 12, Blame JD, will meet the field, though, starting off with Campisi.
Yeah, Campisi looked a little bit overmatched here.
Big price on the board. Here's Colonel Barton.
This was my top choice in here, I thought, for Steve Asmussen, moving up off a second-place finish.
Just missed last time out. Here's Macho Rocco.
Yeah, he does have some back races that are good enough to give him a chance. But he's also an ex-Robertino Diodoro horse that's losing his form. Not surprising.
Shake Up, dropping class.
Didn't think this horse was completely impossible in here.
Brahms Image has speed.
Yep, and seems to be a horse that's going to be in a tough pace because there's a lot of speed in the horse outside of him, potentially.
So you had already Macho Rocco. Here's Macho Ronnie. Who's more macho?
A lot of testosterone in race number 4 at Oakland. And LaDuca's not even on yet.
Not even yet. Here's Choctaw Zip.
Has races that make him dangerous and gets a switch to Torres. He seems very dangerous here, doesn't he?
Goes behind Colonel Barton last time out. Hightail Cowboy is next.
Yeah, I just didn't think he was quite good enough on his recent form.
Re-up, also a big price.
Yeah, he's no chance on paper.
Number 10, Myria Coincidence.
I had this horse open. Last time didn't work out, but he's running against tougher.
Yeah, certainly back to what seems to be a better level now. The number 11, who beat several of these, is out. There is the current favorite, Blame JD.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to have to figure out why this horse is favorite. Oh, it's Dan Ward. No, this horse is dangerous. I agree. No, this horse is very logical outside. I'm sorry. I have him as a player also.
That's the field for the 4th. Let's welcome in Paula Duca. Paulie, your thoughts on this race?
Well, I'm going to start with the 9-2 shot in the 7 here, Choctaw Zip. We're going to get you to a replay first. Now, this horse isn't one of my top selections in here, although I think he's in the mix. But when you go back to his last race, he was behind Aspen Club, who's the 11 in here that got scratched, and Colonel Barton. So you could argue, obviously, Colonel Barton, who Andy likes in here, they both come out of the same race. But the two had a little bit more trouble. As you're going to see, Eric Asmussen's going to have to dive down kind of towards the inside here and try to run down the leader. And he just, he couldn't get there, basically what ended up happening. I mean, he's actually on the outside, is Eric. But, I thought the horse ran really, really well, to be honest with you. He just got out-finished there right at the wire. So, when it comes to Colonel Barton, I can see where you're going there in Choctaw Zip. Now, you have to, decipher now, is that a live race or not when it comes to the other runners in here. Now, the outside horse, Blame JD, is the horse to beat in here at 8-5. Now, is the racetrack playing towards his style? He's kind of a conundrum, right? Because if you look back 3 starts ago, he went 22-45 and kind of went towards the front end off the claim. And then last time out, he actually broke very, very well. And Harry Hernandez took him all the way back to dead last. Now, he got a very, very fast pace to close into. Then he absolutely flew home. You get Rocco Bowen aboard. I always think Rocco's very good on horses out of the gate and very good on closers. I think the 12 is going to be really tough to handle here for Dan Ward, but it's just tough to take a horse with that kind of profile that might be launching from way out of it. I'm really interested to see whether this horse can stay up close. And then the horse on your screen, I'm with Andy. I mean, when you win from the 1 hole on a sloppy racetrack by 5 in a 10-horse field and just opened up on them, you know, that's a kind of scary little number. This horse got a scary number on a wet surface. So I think the 10 is definitely an open horse. I think the public's kind of got this right. I had this race 12-2-10, and I think the 12 will be tough to handle, but I just don't know if you want to take that 8-5, because in the next race, Norm Cassidy has a horse on the rail that's 4-5 on the morning line. The 12-1 double right now is paying $3 for a buck.
Wow.
That's a heavy favorite in the next race.
Yeah, I'll say.
It's my last race I'm covering at Oakland this year.
I know. Wow. Bittersweet.
Yeah.
Kentucky Derby 150, 6 days away. We've talked about a couple of the big contenders. I think for Chad Brown, a lot of eyes on Sierra Leone. He is another runner in the group, though, that is very interesting in domestic product, who we saw winning the Tampa Bay Derby last time out. And I know that I had spoken to Chad over the winter, and he had toyed with the idea of maybe running him again and opting to go straight into the Derby with a horse that was able to accelerate with a very slow-paced race to get that victory at Tampa last time out.
Yeah, I don't care if it's $10,000 maiden claiming races or the Kentucky Derby. I still think you're handicapping, always looking for horses that are better or worse than they look. And I think there's an argument that domestic spending, because of those slow paces, has been able to demonstrate how good he might be. So for that reason, I expect him to be an overlay in here. So I like his chances in this race, but it's not going to be easy.
I read T is going to be aboard for the first time on domestic product, and they're loading in for the 4th at Oakland Park. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
Macho Ronnie, Kelly Gidd. And to the outside, Blame JD. Your current 3-2 favorite for Flurry Racing Stable. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Brahms Image rockets out of foe's position number 5 and goes right to the front. Myria Coincidence playing catch-up now after breaking alertly, but not as well as Brahms Image. Brahms Image, the leader here by about a length from Myria Coincidence running in second. Campisi moves with Hightail Cowboy. They are 3rd and 4th. Then comes Macho Rocco and a clump of horses with Blame JD and re-up. Colonel Barton down on the inside of Macho Ronnie. Another length to Choctaw Zip and 4 more to shake up as they go into the far turn. Brahms Image the leader by a length and a tail. Now it's 3/4 of a length. Now it's a half length. Myria Coincidence getting closer. Blame JD sent along 3 wide, but is moving while being encouraged to pick up the pace. Those 3 on the lead open up, and they line up here with a 1/4 mile to go. Between them, Myria Coincidence. Outside, Blame JD. On the rail, it's Brahms Image. They're going at it down the lane. Outside, Blame JD trying to catch Myria Coincidence, who still has a narrow advantage here. Brahms Image couldn't keep up back in 3rd. Myria Coincidence. Blame JD. Stride for stride here as they come to the line. They're not giving each other an inch here, but Blame JD, he finds the best stride when it mattered, and he won it. Blame JD got it done over Myria Coincidence, who ran too good to lose 2nd. Brahms Image 3rd. Choctaw Zip 4th.
Blame JD just in time, able to get up over Myria Coincidence. Another win for State and Flurry.
Yep. Got that trip on the outside, and these 2 horses ding-dong down the finish, but able to grind out the victory. Didn't look like he was going to get it.
No.
Felt like the horse inside him had him held off, but he managed to overcome late.
Rocco Bowen and Blame JD with the victory in the 4th at Oakland Park. Back to Aqueduct, horses stepping on the track for this upcoming 5th race. Again, late pick 5 kicking off here, as this will be a mandatory payout as well for closing day of the meet. Late pick 5 kicking off in this spot, and we'll get a chance to meet the field. It's a good time for my iPad to freeze. All right, there we go. We're back. I was going to say, Andy, you may have to handle this solo. Here's the one, Devilly.
Yeah, Devilly just doesn't seem like the recent form is quite good enough to compete. Big price.
28-1 right now. Off the layoff, here's Mon Petit Chou.
Yeah, big drop down for Charlie Baker off the layoff. He does not have good numbers off big drop downs like this, and I think he's going to be she's in a tough spot with speeds outside of her.
Everly's Girl, first off the claim.
Yeah, Mike Maselli's barn's been going okay, and I mean, she makes a lot of sense. I prefer others, but she's probably going to be embroiled in a pace. I think it's going to be kind of heavy.
Heavy favorite, Timed Out.
Yeah, I think she's going to be forward as well off the claim for Linda Rice. Thought she was far from impossible. Public staking her. I don't have any problem with the 4 and 5. I just preferred somebody else.
Here's the 5, Starry Midnight. I know you had some attention.
I'm committed to betting this horse, getting less distance and getting a dry track finally.
Swedish Sugar cutting back.
Yeah, she just isn't good enough.
Coming back on a 7-day turnaround. Here's the 7, Capital Gal.
Yeah, she gets back to the dirt, and she just, running those races longer at Finger Lakes. I don't know if she's good enough, and she may want more distance.
Here is Peachy Weechy.
She ran a fast figure last time. I find it hard to believe given the race she was in, but looking at others, I guess the horse who won off a layoff had back form that was possible. So that number was good enough. I don't like the field she's coming out of, but I could see her making sense here.
She does seem to like sprinting, and she's 7-2 right now. 72 by her speed figure in that last start. See if she can repeat that effort. Let's take a look at the 5, Starry Midnight, who I know you have some interest in. Andy, as this horse takes the drop in class, second off the claim for Jimmy Ferraro, just facing so much better last time out.
The last time she went on a dry track, she got a 69 buyer. She started her career out winning, sprinting. She gets pace to run at, and she's finally getting a dry track, and she's getting it against a field that she can contend with, and she's a crazy price. I think there are some things to like about her. I may be stretching a little bit, but the truth is I'm really supposed to love Timed Out, who was claimed by Linda in February, has been off 2.5 months.
Yeah.
Everly's Girl, last time was the time for her. I think you're going to see some pace in here, and I'm hoping that Starry Midnight can take advantage of it.
18-1 generous price. Louis Rivera Jr. going to be in the saddle. Timed Out, the favorite, though, to her inside. Back over at Oakland Park, it was the number 12, Blame JD, to get the win. Fist bumps all around from Rocco Bowen, getting up just in time to get the victory for Dan Ward.
I bet Rocco in for the 12 post in the prior race, and he didn't get up. This race, he gets up. I feel like he owes me one.
Definitely does. Well, we'll tell him.
I've just told him. You owe me one, Rocco.
You're not even going to be covering Oakland next week, though. What do you?
No, I'm not. This is it for me in Oakland.
Cash in on that.
We're splitting up after today.
As Blame JD able to get up over Myriad Coincidence as they were dueling down to the wire just in time for Blame JD, the favorite $5.40 winner at Oakland Park. Back over to Aqueduct. Favorites have swept the early pick 4. Let's see if that trend continues. It's 3-2 on Timed Out in the 5th at the Big A coming up next. Again, late pick 5 kicking off here as well. For more, let's check in trackside with Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at Timed Out here as she's coming off a bit, just a touch of a layoff, if you will, here. First off the claim for Linda Rice, owner and trainer here. Now, I don't know what it is, but she just looks massive. And maybe it's relative to the field that she's facing here, but she looks like a colt in and amongst fillies today. And that could be a very good sign for your 8-5 favorite. But I also wonder, is she fit enough? Granted, I sometimes wonder that about Linda's horses because she does feed them well and they are well conditioned. So I like her. She got a great warm up too with Kendrick Carmouche Borges, a big open gallop to the backside, moving proficiently. So all things good here for your favorite. But again, a little bit of a layoff to contend with. Moving on to another one off of an even longer layoff. That's number 2, Mon Petit Chou for Charlie Baker. 2 races for the barn were lackluster last summer. Now she's going to come back here with the drop in class. She looks healthy enough. She is moving better than when I last saw her. But again, fitness is a major issue. But she is 10-1, so don't want to be too harsh on a double-digit odd runner. I'm going to go with number 3, Everly's Girl. She has the recency. She has the speed. She looks fantastic. Her and Timed Out really kind of stole the show from a physical perspective, looking at this field as a whole. So I like Everly's Girl in here. Hopefully she gets out of the gate cleanly. Was not the case 2 back. And today, hopefully much the same as her last effort. And then number 9, I mean, how could you not love a horse named Peachy Weechy? And maybe that last race, a bit of an outlier, but has some races that somewhat resemble that out of town. And she was sent hard from the outside and kind of wide throughout as backed by Gold was able to wire the field that day. I thought she ran well in defeat, to be fair, for her second start on the Aqueduct circuit. Now, I'm not familiar with this apprentice rider. But she looks the part too, Acacia. She's taking some money from the outside. I don't think she's totally out of this whatsoever.
4-1 right now. Maggie, thank you, Peachy Weechy, as she'll try to back up that good last effort that we saw from her here, Andy. And she ran well that day with a 72 by her speed figure. Can she do it again?
I don't know. You know, I'm not inclined to take her at 7-2, but I can understand the argument for her off that race. It came up a quick race. I'm a little dubious that it was as good as the figure, but you know, I can't say she's not competitive here. You're dealing with a 10-pound bug rider, to be fair. And I'm not knocking him or not, but he's a 10-pound bug rider, and I really haven't seen him ride.
7-2 right now on Peachy Weechy. Back to timed out. 8-5 right now, claimed for Linda Rice. As Maggie mentioned, hasn't run since February. We did see a new claim for Linda Rice win off a layoff from October earlier on in the card, so certainly could expect this one to be ready, but you'll have to take the worst of it with the price.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need this horse at 8-5. I think I picked her second and won't be surprised when she wins. I know favorites keep dominating these cards, and maybe they'll keep winning, but she's not exactly that compelling coming off the claim and coming off the layoff. But Linda does very well with horses off the claim, so she's a horse who can win. I just think the 5 is a much more interesting horse to take. She's 11-1 now. She's come in quite a bit, stripped to 10-1. But I think Starry Midnight has some things to like, and I'd rather take a much bigger price on a horse like this than horses that just are okay and are 2-1 or less.
Maggie has interest in the 3 Everly's Girl, who usually when she gets out of the gate well recently has been forward. What are your thoughts on her?
I think that with timed out in here in Mon Petit Choux, if we don't see at least an honest pace, more honest than the one she was in last time, I'll be surprised. Maybe she gets clear and she wires the field, but you're supposed to see at least some hitting.
Loading in for the 5th race today. Late pick 5 kicking off here. Best of luck with the sequence if you are playing. Everly's Girl 2-1, timed out to 8-5. Andy going with the 5 Starry Midnight, still a generous price at 11-1. Moving towards the starting gate now for the 5th Fast Main track here at Aqueduct. Again, when we come back after this race, race 6 will be the Memories of Silver. We'll have the new team up on the desk to take you for that race, but a fun stake coming up after this. So we'll see how it plays out in the 5th. Chris Griffin standing by for the call.
Everly's Girl gone in. Capital Gal 2 out, timed out, and Peachy Weechy. Peachy Weechy last to load to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Sweet as Sugar right up towards the front, and there's Sweet as Sugar now with the neck in front of Starry Midnight. Also in between horses, here's Everly's Girl to push the pace, and now Everly's Girl is put ahead in front. Sweet as Sugar is going to be 3 wide, trying to split them. That's timed out. They're compact there on the front end. Mon Petit Choux is now being encouraged to move forward from 4th. Towards the outside is Capital Gal tracking from 5th. Green Cap Peachy Weechy is going to be wide, is in the 6th position. At the rail is Doubly. The trailer is Starry Midnight. 22-1 for that pressured opening quarter. Timed out. Took maybe an awkward step into the turn, but is now re-engaging here, has taken a clear 3rd. At the rail, it's Everly's Girl. Battling on here is Sweet as Sugar, and Sweet as Sugar's put a neck in front. It's the big long shot Sweet as Sugar who has the lead at the top of the stretch. Sweet as Sugar, Everly's Girl, timed out, continues to keep that momentum down the center of the racetrack as Sweet as Sugar's trying to pull off the upset. Sweet as Sugar approaching the final furlong, timed out, starts to move closer. Peachy Weechy is launching a rally, grandstand side. Timed out is ready to challenge Sweet as Sugar. Here's Peachy Weechy trying to lunge late as well. Timed out is now in front. Timed out, Peachy Weechy, timed out, Peachy Weechy, timed out by a nose over Peachy Weechy, Sweet as Sugar, and Everly's Girl in 1 minute 10.45 seconds.
Timed out with the win, just holding on in the stretch over a late running Peachy Weechy, and yet another favorite, Andy, with the win.
6-5 and 7-5, win by a nose, 2 races in a row. Favorite sweeping the early pick 5 for the 2nd day in a row. Probably a big value play. Not a lot of horses that I like, though. Not shocked she won, but man, 7-5, got there by a nose.
Tough beat for Peachy Weechy, who she backed up that last effort, too. She ran a good race today.
She did. She absolutely did. And give credit to the 10-pound apprentice, just not quite getting up against the favorite.
slightly second best there, as it was number 4 timed out with the win with Kendra Carmouche. Time for us to say goodbye. Andy, any quick thoughts on the Memories of Silver from you?
I'm looking forward to seeing how Sweet Rebecca does, but I'm actually interested in the number 5 horse. Is it Living Magic? Yep.
And you have Derby and Oaks preview videos up?
I do. You can check them out. They're on YouTube. I tweeted out the links, but go to check them out on YouTube as well.
All right. And you're off next week, so enjoy.
I am.
Yeah.
You're leaving with me too, right? You're flying somewhere?
I'm flying to Florida, but I'll be back.
You're like all over. You're always in the air.
Always. Right now, though, we're stepping off the desk. Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. Memories of Silver coming up next. It's stakes time at Aqueduct. More live racing from the Big A in Oakland after this.
One day after he was 3 for 3. Danzig was with Woody Stevens special that he called Seth one day after he was 3 for 3 and was fast and had a problem and looked like he was going to have to retire him and said, "You need to stand this horse." And he talked him into doing it, and he turned out to be one of the premier stallions of his time.
Danzig's one of the legends of Claiborne, and his influence is far and wide throughout the thoroughbred gene pool today. And you'll look through and see a great influence of Danzig, and we're just trying to keep it going here at Claiborne with Silver State, War of Will, and Warfront. So we feel like we're in a great position, especially with War of Will and Silver State, to keep it going. We love War of Will's foals. Like I said, Silver State has a great book of mares, and he's going to have a really big chance of continuing that legacy.
The Danzig line 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people weren't sure what it was going to do. And it's still continuing on with Hardspun and Warfront, who now the sons of Warfront are looking like they could be really okay on a number of fronts. So that was one of the reasons for War of Will, plus the fact he won a classic on the dirt with the Preakness, and then come back and win a grade 1 on the dirt or on the turf at a mile. So he's a big, pretty horse. He's gotten well supported, and Mr. Barber's bred a lot of very, very nice mares to him, and the offspring are good so far.
Good to be with you on our continuing live coverage on this Sunday afternoon of America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually. Well, sun shining down on us here in South Ozone Park, New York. Final day of this meet until we turn the page to Belmont at the Big A next week. Greg Wolf, winningest rider in the history of this racetrack. Richard Migliori as we get set for the Memories of Silver coming up.
Memories of Silver, terrific multiple graded stakes winning mare for Jimmy Toner. Did an amazing job with her. And I think we've got a really solid addition. Some lightly raced horses that have already shown they have an abundance of ability and have shown the ability to overcome adversity.
Yeah, particularly a filly who debuted for a different barn, now with Chad Brown. Huge favor right now. Had a ton of trouble in a win first time out. We'll get to that race coming up. Let's wrap up the first leg of the late pick 5 mandatory payout since it's the final day of the meet. Timed out. Starts things off. Kendra Carmouche filling in for the injured Jose Lezcano. Linda Rice first off the claim and the 6th career win for this 6-year-old mare.
Yeah, nicely timed ride by Kendrick. Runs down Swedish Sugar, holds off Peachy Weechy, who put in a nice effort. Greg DePrima's horses have been running well. He won a race the other day with Setsu. Swedish Sugar at a big price with Matty Over, holds on for 3rd.
So let's move on to the late pick 4 in the Memories of Silver, named in honor of a great one, who we'll talk more about in a moment. 1 turn mile, 3-year-old fillies. And Sweet Rebecca, the one we touched on, 1-4 favorite right now. And we'll get to what she did in her debut in a moment. But the race named after this amazing millionaire, $1.4 million plus in earnings in her stellar career.
And we're watching her muscle her way through tight quarters under Jerry Bailey, who is just so good at taking advantage of saving ground and position with, good horses. A lot of riders will ride favorites safely, don't want to get them trapped. Jerry would take edges every single time, and most of the time it worked out. He had a very willing dance partner in Memories of Silver.
Multiple Grade 1 winner. This was back with a Diana was a Grade 2. 9 wins, 19 starts, $1.448 million in earnings in a very special racehorse and deserving of a race named in her honor, which we have here coming up next. And maybe a filly, obviously a long way to go, but who might have a very bright future coming up. Sweet Rebecca overcame a lot of adversity in her debut at Tampa, purchased reportedly for quite a hefty sum out of that debut, and now moves to the Chad Brown barn.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't break well, and then she was squeezed back. She was keen because there wasn't a lot of pace on. Tyler Gaffalione was doing his best to get her to settle. Finally, he said, okay, I'm going to lose ground, but I'm going to build my momentum. He never went to the crop. She lengthened her stride with a true turn of foot. I thought that was a stellar debut, and plus she has pedigree to go on. She's a full to Sweet Melania, who is a stakes winner herself.
We'll get to the Memories of Silver. Take a look at this field with a post parade. When we come back from a short timeout, it kicks off this late pick 4. Speaking of Chad Brown, he'll send out that filly coming up. He also has a pretty big week ahead out in Louisville. He'll send out 2 to the Kentucky Derby and 2 in the Kentucky Oaks. We'll talk about his chances when we come back.
It's Volatil in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatil victorious in the Vanderbilt, 1 by 2 lengths.
Tremendous amount of talent with his win in the Vanderbilt, as well as a couple of his wins at Churchill Downs. Ran unbelievably fast. Very special family to me.
Perfect sire for 2-year-old sales. Just a gorgeous horse and throwing very athletic horses that I think will run.
Victoria in the Vanderbilt.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Folsom from last to first in the Mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom has taken the front and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Expectations were high for Connections when they bought Sierra Leone for $2.3 million as a yearling, and he met them right away with a strong debut. His second and final start of his juvenile campaign saw him battle Dornoch to the wire in the Remsen, just being nosed out in the final strides. He came out running to start 2024 with a win in the Risen Star before sweeping by the field in the Bluegrass at Keeneland last out. Can Sierra Leone give trainer Chad Brown that elusive first Kentucky Derby victory?
Sierra Leone, one of two in the Derby for Chad Brown, trying to get his first ever Kentucky Derby win. Of course, the post position draw happened last night. Was he a winner or loser in terms of the draw?
I don't think he got a bad draw. He's down inside, and some people might say, well, now he's got to worry about horses folding over on him. He is a closer, and I think with the pace projecting to be pretty rapid in this year's Kentucky Derby, I believe he's going to be a deep closer. So I think it simplifies things for Tyler Gaffalione, Greg. He just allows him to go forward. I think the horses in front of him, the fight in front of him, might have to worry about getting squeezed and horses coming over, but I think he'll be farther enough back, and he gets to save ground the first turn.
He's going to be further back anyway. Now he doesn't have to work to try and get to where he wants to be. He's already there.
Right. If he's drawn outside, he's going to spend that first quarter of a mile looking for a place to tuck in. He's already tucked in.
Obviously, fierceness. If he shows up, he runs his A race. It seems like everyone else is running for second in here. Post 17, what do you think about where he drew?
I think it's a great post for fierceness because all of the other potential speeds are drawn inside of him. I do not believe fierceness needs the lead. I do think fierceness needs to be clear. So if some horses really go inside of him and Johnny can just let him run down the middle of the track the first 3/16 of a mile before he has to start thinking about angling in to save some ground on the first turn, I think he's going to wind up either on the lead or second or third in the clear, and I think he can win with that trip.
And one of those other speeds, and a trainer who said, we absolutely want the lead, that's Dornoch. Drew the rail. The rail's not nearly as bad as it used to be before they got this new starting gate. What are the disadvantages for him?
Well, it's still not an ideal spot, and particularly with a speed horse. But you want to talk about simplifying things for Louis Saez. You have post one in a 20-horse field. In the Kentucky Derby, you're going to come out running. I'm going to ride him like the 8th pole the first time is the wire until I've established my position, and then I'm going to allow him to settle into his stride. Interesting Society man. The other Danny Gargan drew post 20. So Danny Gargan's runners really, very unlucky with the draw, but bookending the field.
Going to talk a lot more about it coming up next week. We're going to get back out to Hot Springs right now. Race 5 is coming up at Oakland. 40 maiden claiming 6 furlong sprint on the sloppy going, and we have a 3-5 favorite, actually 4-5 right now in Loveland. Norm Cassie, Ricardo Santana Jr. Is this filly beatable? Let's go to Paula Duca.
Well, Greg, I don't know, and I think she's going to click down to 3-5 because Blame JD, who just won the last race, was about 8-5, and the double going into this horse, $4.40. So a $5 winner, $5 to win 8. I'm thinking that Loveland's going to go off about 3-5. Now 4-5 right now, but about 3-5 or 4-5, probably stay there. Now, Norm Cassie was at Churchill Downs last night, and he's here today, and he already had one winner, horse that he took off Riley Mott and went long early in the day. This horse kind of, drops down to 40, and listen, she's the one to beat this filly by money. She did lose at 80 cents on the dollar, but she was much the best that day. She didn't have a great break. That'd be your worry in here, that she doesn't break well, and she just gets stuck behind an 11-horse field or 12-horse field. But at 3-5, she's going to be probably a handful in here. The 5 in here is the other choice, I would think, right? I mean, when you look at the 5 Ruby Queen, you get Steve Aspen, you do get a drop. They paid $130,000 for this filly. She didn't do much running last time, but Steve's usually second time in his barn a little bit better. I thought that horse was maybe the other filly to look at. The 8 Grand Prairie Gal, maybe a long shot to look at. Christian Torres gets in the irons. Anytime he gets in the irons of a horse, you kind of pay attention. 20 to 1 on the morning line, down to 13 to 1 for Ron Roquette. And then, you know, the 12 horse on the outside, interesting. Cipriano Contreras is having a phenomenal meet. And this is a horse that's kind of at this class, right? And now puts blinkers on and draws a complete outside post, which you don't really love. This racetrack today, you know, blaming JD won from off the pace. I just think he was much the best. You got to be somewhere up close today, at least the way the racetrack's played in the first part of it, Greg. So I think Loveland's just going to be really tough to beat in here. And if you're starting your pick 5, I wouldn't advise you not to single the horse, to be honest with you. I singled the horse in my pick 5 and just move on. Sometimes you just got to take the 3 to 5. Could be wrong, because I think it's one of these things, Greg, where this horse wins this race or you got to go all.
All right, Paulie, thanks. And as he predicted, 3 to 5 now on Loveland. Heavy favorite to kick off that late pick 5. Back to memories of silver here at Aqueduct. So Mile Inner Turf, 3-year-old fillies, and Sweet Rebecca. What will she do? First time in the Chad Brown barn. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
1 to 4. Holy moly on Sweet Rebecca. That's way too short for me. And yes, this filly was utterly impressive in her debut, did everything wrong and won with the utmost ease for Brendan Walsh, who, if you haven't been paying attention, Brendan Walsh is a pretty darn good trainer. He won the little race called the Kentucky Oaks last year. So it's not like this major trainer upgrade either. And while she looks very, very fit in here, and I'm sure there is an abundance of talent with her, to take 1 to 4 facing winners for the first time is ludicrous. And for me, she's just a bit of a raw, unfurnished looking individual. And I'd love to see her just a little bit more strengthened up if you're going to take such a ridiculously low price. The horse that impressed me most from the physical standpoint is one getting back to the turf for only the second time, and number 7, You Know Nothing. Second off, a little bit of a layoff for Christophe Clement, and had a little bit of trip in that Bourbonnette Oaks, and she gets back to the turf, in which when we saw her, she was the beaten favorite, but wired that day by Loose on the lead winner in a Prima Vista. Big, solid filly. It's the first time I'm seeing her. She just is very athletic looking, very classy acting too, and definitely, Greg, looks turf meant.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We're going to get our post parade here coming up in a moment. First, it's back to Oaklawn, and we're going to kick off this late pick 5, 1 to 2, continually just getting a shorter and shorter price on this Norm Cassie filly from the rail.
Yeah, taking another drop in class, coming off of a really good effort, but she did come from well back last time, and the rail can't help that because, you know, with the mud and everything else, she's going to have to work her way through traffic. I thought the 2, a first-time starter, was a little bit interesting. The mares had 3 to start, all winners, 2 debut winners, including the stakes winning Who Took the Money, earner of over $500,000. I mean, the mare is a producer, and especially that they've shown that precocity.
First time in for a tag, the 5 Ruby Queen, Steve Asmussen, son Keith, and one of the best efforts. It was sprinting, and it was on a wet track at Oaklawn. It was a muddy sealed track that day. 5 to 1 right now. Let's see what happens here. Late pick 5 starts here in the 5th. Loveland from the rail, the odds-on favorite for Norm Cassie. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
Little knockout goes in. Here's Ruby Queen. Pepper's girlfriend. Take her back, second to last. Opposite the crowd to the outside post. We're ready to go. And Leroff, take her back. Got a good getaway from the middle of the field and strides forward to take a short lead. Miss Ruth hustled along to get out there, and also between them is Honorable Mischief. Down the backstretch, Miss Ruth has the lead from Honorable Mischief. Take her back in the 3rd position, 2.5 lengths off the pace after breaking the best is stalking the pace. Opposite the crowd in Loveland, they're next in the field, 2 better than Maisha, and then Grand Prairie Gal, joined by Ruby Queen, who's losing position already. No Pay No Hay joins her into the 4 turn run, followed followed up by Pepper's Girlfriend, and then Warren Burner. Little Knockout is being eased up. That's the 4. Little Knockout pulled up as they round the forward turn. Battle continues on the lead. Honorable Mischief takes a short advantage. Mythruth is second, and in the 3 path, opposite the crowd's getting going now. Here's opposite the crowd on the outside. Gets a tap of the shoulder to keep going and takes the lead. Opposite the crowd, down the lane here, putting away the early leaders. Loveland is trying to get up into the second position and then take her back. There's about a 16th to go. Opposite the crowd, 3 lengths ahead. Loveland under the left-handed encouragement, second, and it looks like that's the best she'll do. Opposite the crowd gets to the line at 10-1, defeating the 1-2 shot Loveland. Third home was Maisha, and then take her back.
Opposite the crowd, springing a huge upset. The favorite making up a ton of ground late, but runs out of room. And Paula Duca had mentioned this filly. She had poor starts getting out of the gate her first 2 starts. She loved the wet track today.
Love the wet track. Third start, also more experience, and that outside post helping a horse that maybe needs a 16th of a mile or so to really get their legs up underneath them. I think if you flip-flop the post positions, the favorite, the 1 Loveland with the 12 opposite the crowd, you might have a different result, but take nothing away from the winner. She made that sweeping move, took the lead, and was able to hold off Loveland, who looked like she was resenting that mud being thrown back in her face and really didn't find her best stride till she got in the clear.
Uncle-nephew team of Cipriano Contreras, Manny Escobar teaming up as we get back to the memories of silver here at Aqueduct. We're going to start off our post-break with Curlin's girl. Javier Castellano rides for Anthony Dutrow.
Yeah, it took her a little while to break her maiden and actually got it done on synthetic last time, but her turf races are okay.
The filly, who just looked like she has major ability, she overcame a lot in that debut to break her maiden at first asking.
Yeah, full to the stakes winning on the turf, Sweet Melania, and I was very, very taken with that first start.
23-1 next door. Jonathan Thomas runner that had an impressive maiden win on the turf at Keeneland. Faith Understood.
Yeah, turning back in distance from that mile and 3/16. Thought it was a very game effort.
Another Chad Brown filly, Miss Motley, at 8-1. Just her second start.
Worked out an absolutely beautiful trip first time out. You really can't get a much better trip.
Living Magic. She won the Chelsea Flower against a filly who's come back and been very productive.
This is a major player here, this daughter of Justify, who basically had absolutely no chance last time after encountering trouble early and just running out of racing room through the stretch.
Dylan Davis for Christophe Clement, you know nothing.
Yeah, getting back to the turf. She was second best on the turf at Tampa and then tried synthetic, ran okay there.
And first time on the grass for Money Grab.
Yeah, first time on the grass. Horatio de Paz for a filly that I think should be very forward here.
Well, he's made a lot of waves in horse racing. Certainly has made his presence felt. And Maggie Wolfendale standing by with the owner, Sweet Rebecca.
Yeah, John Stewart of Resolute Racing. And John, so happy to have you here. Talk a little bit about purchasing Sweet Rebecca out of her debut, which visually was utterly impressive.
Yeah, no, I mean, that race was really impressive, and we were watching it. So all I do is watch, FanDuel TV at night. So
you're not supposed to say that on this program.
Oh, sorry, Fox. All I watch is Fox Sports. Anyway, I watched racing like nonstop, and so we were watching when she won, and then Chad texted us and said, "John, you got to buy this horse." And so I reached out to Mike Ryan, which I bought Celtic Charm from him earlier, and we were able to, cut a deal. But I watched her over and over and over. And even if you watch after the race for like 5 minutes, she was like still angry and like upset over getting clipped coming out. She was just, and so, I mean, she's just a physical specimen. We love American Pharoah as a, I think has a potential in the future to be a really great broodmare sire, as these fillies are really doing great on the track. And so just, fell right into our breeding program. And so in that case, like I'm being really aggressive and trying to buy the fillies that are running and trying to have some fun with them while they run, and then later retire them and breed them on the farm.
It's a good plan to have, but you're also, not only are you watching America's Day at the Races constantly, you are traveling a lot to a lot of racetracks, and you're present at Churchill for the draw, part owner of Just a Touch, certainly a buzz horse for a lot of people.
Yeah, look, I mean, Just a Touch is just his fourth race going into the Derby, so I watched him here in the Gotham Stakes, and just really impressed with how he did in the Bluegrass. He ran a really great race, and Flo got off of him and told us immediately, he's like, when we came around the final turn into the stretch, he said, I gave them enough that I thought we weren't going to get caught. And so they got ran down. So he feels like there's a little bit more there to give. And with the post position draw that we got, I think we're in really, really good shape. And so I feel really good about it.
Yeah, horse with so much upside. But the burning question I want to know, how did the meeting with Mike Rapoli go?
You know, it went fine. I saw him in the paddock at Keeneland, and I called out to him. And then we recreated the famous picture, the meme that he sent. Yeah. And, you know, look, I think, you know, we both want the same thing in the sport. At the end of the day, we want the sport to be successful. And, you know, he has some good ideas. I just don't agree with, like, his rhetoric and things. And so, you know, for us, it's just good fun. Like, both of us, we're both accomplished guys, confident guys, and we're just having fun with it back and forth. And I do my own Twitter. He doesn't. So, like, it's usually like his little sidekick that she told me. She goes, you're really going to battle with me. And I told her, I said, well, I don't really consider it a battle, but it's good fun, and I think people are enjoying it, and so I don't think we've crossed any lines, and so we're having good fun with it. I think it's good for the sport to have that kind of rivalry going into something like the Derby.
We love it. We welcome it, and thanks for being open to it and made quite a splash on the sport already. So best of luck here, and good luck in the Derby.
All right, great. Thank you.
All right, Jon Stewart, Resolute Racing, sending out the heavy favorite here in this Memories of Silver. Greg?
New face in the game, and for those that don't know, yeah, go look it up on Twitter. The battle they've been having on social media along with Mike Rapoli, but he's made a splash with what he's spent and accumulating a lot of runners.
Well, absolutely. Listen, it's obvious that both of these gentlemen have a passion for the game. Now it's about delivery and approach, right? And they're just a little bit opposite in that direction, but I like what John said there. They both want what's best for the game, as anybody in this industry does.
2-5 favorite. As you see those prices from Oakland, that 10-1 shot opposite the crowd with the win. So Sweet Rebecca, this is the 1-4 Resolute Racing. And Jon Stewart, and first time out, did not get out of the gate well, was rank early, wide early, really had every excuse not to win this race.
Oh, if she'd have finished third or fourth, just finishing, you would have said, wow, that's a really nice effort, a filly to keep an eye on. The way that she won, and ultimately winning with consummate ease. You saw her get basically turn sideways at the break. She was getting keen to the turn. Now watch her loop up here. I mean, she's doing this in hand, and this is a first-time starter. Sometimes a first-time starter needs to be reminded of what their job is at some point. Right? Tyler got to save a bit of ground in here, eases her out. And watch how confident he is. He knows what he has underneath him. There's no panic here. She's going to get there. I'm just going to make it as easy an experience for her as possible. He never goes to the crop. It's hands and heels to the wire. Look at how she accelerated, the way her stride lengthened. This has the potential to be a very, very special filly. Now, and this is a tough step, though, going from a maiden to a stakes race.
Well, she might be that good. We'll see. It was strange to just look and see Tyler Gaffleone showing up here on a Sunday. That maybe speaks to how good she might be.
Yeah, I'm sure that was one of those conversations that you have with your agent. I'm sure you said to Matt Musiker, I want to stay with that filly. Wherever she goes, I want to be there. And here he is today, and I'm not picking against her. She's 2-5. I do think the most likely, the horse that's going to give her the tussle is the 5 Living Magic, who had big excuses last time. And I think she's a really nice filly in her own right, the daughter of Justify.
And it's a big price right now, 6-1. But everyone a bigger price because of all the attention Sweet Rebecca's taking. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, guys, I really liked Living Magic on paper, but she just really underwhelmed me in the paddock. And talking with trainer Phil Schoenthal, there was this quick change with the shoes because she was shod with glue-ons that weren't approved. They had a toe grab, which are not allowed on the turf here on the Naira circuit. So all that kind of pushed me away from her. So I'm going to land on the horse that ultimately just impressed me the most physically, and that's number 7 at a good price here for Christophe Clement with You Know Nothing. But I want to talk about Curlin's Girl here, another one with kind of maybe unexposed turf form. 2 back, running second to Hello Hollywood, who would run second in a stake and then come back with an 82 as well in an allowance race. She ran well that day and probably didn't have as optimal a trip as the winner did. She has really grown into herself, and she's one that doesn't have an abundance of turf pedigree, but actually really looks like a turf horse. And maybe she's just one of those types that can run on any surface you put her on. So she's making a great impression here at 9-1, and then at a massive price, and she might be just too slow. But number 3, Faith Understood, and I will caveat this in saying that I typically do love Jonathan Thomas horses. when I look at them, they're just always really well turned out prior to a race. But I was worrying that a mile turn back from a mile and 3/16 to a mile might be too sharp for her, but she doesn't look that way physically. She's actually got a fairly short back and short coupling, and she came in sharp. She's very robust and just really ticks every box, especially at 21-1. I don't think I'd let her slip by, especially using her underneath, Greg.
I'm in complete agreement. That is a crazy price on Faith Understood. It's completely being lost here.
By Catholic boy, Travers Stakes winner, Grade 1 winner on turf and dirt, standing at Claiborne. I think this race is fascinating from a pedigree standpoint. You've got the American Pharaoh, Triple Crown winning American Pharaoh, Sweet Rebecca, the Triple Crown winning Justify, Living Magic, Catholic boy, Curlin. I mean, this is a who's who of sires in this race.
There is Sweet Rebecca. All eyes going to be on that filly after what she did in her debut. Can she be more relaxed and professional out of the gate? She didn't need to be in the debut, but against a better competition, you would think that she may need to be, and we'll see if she is here for start number 2 coming up. She's the 1-2 favorite. Tyler Gaffleone remains aboard despite moving to a new barn here for Chad Brown. It's the Memories of Silver. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
You Know Nothing and Money Grab. Money Grab goes in. All set for the Memories of Silver. And they're off. Hopping in the air at the start was Living Magic at the back end of the field. Here's speed from Faith Understood. It's right out towards the front, and Miss Motley is going to go with this leader. Easy pace early. Faith Understood, and Manny Franco now with the neck in front. Right to her outside there is Miss Motley, who's going to stalk from second. At the rail, there's Sweet Rebecca. Ground Saving Journey is in third. Out wider, there's You Know Nothing, is going to be 3 wide, is now challenging for that third spot. In behind them comes Living Magic, who hopped in the air at this start. Very tightly bunched field. Curlin's Girl is at the back end with Money Grab still tightly packed, about 3.5 to cover them all, as Faith Understood is still in front. 24-3 for the opening quarter mile. Faith Understood at a big number is up by 3/4 of a length. Miss Motley content to just sit right there and stalk this pace setter 3 wide. That's You Know Nothing. Dylan Davis progressing. Sweet Rebecca still with that rail skimming ride is just progressing on her own, is in the 4th position. Living Magic to the outside. Then further outside is Money Grab. The trailer is Curlin's Girl. They work into the far turn and pick it up front. It's Faith Understood who's trying to win it right now. 49.38 was the half-mile time. Sweet Rebecca is just gliding into it, is at the rail in behind this leader. Faith Understood kicks for home. Also right there is Miss Motley, but now Sweet Rebecca is in the clear, and here she comes. Sweet Rebecca is ready to pounce, and look at her. Sweet Rebecca is now opening up here. Faith Understood not going away. Curlin's Girl running on. Living Magic. Sweet Rebecca is well clear. Sweet Rebecca up by 1.5 lengths. She's got a bright future. Sweet Rebecca wins the Memories of Silver. Faith Understood second. Then came Curlin's Girl in a photo with Living Magic in 1:35.3.
Slow early pace. It does not matter. Sweet Rebecca now undefeated, 2 for 2.
I mean, she broke sharper, settled into that coveted pocket position, did get a little bit keen, but there was absolutely no pace on whatsoever. On this course, they were going glacially slow. And when you saw her sliding up in behind the leader, Faith Understood, who ran extremely well, Maggie called that one out, you knew as long as she found room, it was over. And look at the lovely stride on this daughter of American Pharaoh. She drops her head and reaches out and just levels off. I mean, that's as beautiful a mechanics of stride that you're ever going to see. This is some future for this filly. This was a big effort.
Got a lot of talent. You might be hearing a lot more of her name. Sweet Rebecca for Resolute Racing. Moving to the Chad Brown barn. Tyler Gaffleone aboard for both these victories. She wins at 1-2. Even easier than the margin is going to show in the end.
Absolutely. Again, hands and heels. He's going to flag her with the crop a little bit late here just to keep her mind on her business. She came home the last furlong in 11 1/5. That's racehorse time.
Sweet Rebecca impresses in the Memories of Silver. Tyler, of course, will be riding for this barn in the Kentucky Derby, Sierra Leone.
Yeah, your morning line second choice. and a horse that has got the right style for the 1.25 miles and for what appears to be ample pace.
1-2 favorite here, and a filly with a bright future. It looks like 2 for 2 on the grass. 18-1 shot, trying to go gate to wire, comes up short. Face one that maybe just a little too good here. 2-3-1-5. Sweet Rebecca, daughter of the Triple Crown winner, American Pharoah. When she got that opening, it was all over as she takes the memories of silver to remain perfect. Back with you on America's Day of the Races, and Sweet Rebecca looks like she could be a star in the making. Our Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale after the Preakness on May 20th and 21st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be? Much more professional from a filly who already flashed all that ability and talent in the debut.
Yeah, I mean, she broke sharper, set herself up in a good spot. Again, was a bit keen into the first turn, but they were going very slow, and then she settled. And once she settled into Tyler Gaffleone's hands, who I think did just an outstanding job, you know, fine, he was on the best horse, but he made every right move, never panicked when she got keen, got her to settle in there beautifully, slid up into that pocket. And this was just a big effort for a filly that's got an incredibly beautiful stride on her.
And just so much different a trip than she had in that debut. Worked out a lot better this time.
Well, and you can't make those same mistakes as you get in with better and better company. But when a horse has this kind of turn of foot, you know, a young horse, and go the last eighth of a mile in 11 seconds, 11 and a fifth basically, it's a special talent. She's got a big future.
1:35 and 3, too, for the mile in just the second start of her career. I know this turf course might be playing a little quick.
Yeah, but the reason that final time is impressive is because they went the half in 49 and 1 on a course that they've been playing much faster than that. So she had to go every subsequent furlong faster than the last to get it done. And you could see how her head lowers, her body lowers, and her stride lengthens. It is really mechanically as perfect a turf stride as I've seen.
Impressive here. Sweet Rebecca, they got major options now going forward. And obviously, this barn loaded with turf talent. Now it looks like he has another star. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, here with winning rider Tyler Gaffleone. And Tyler, talk about the difference. First start, green, but got it done so easily. Today, more professional, but still got it done easily.
Most definitely. You know, she's got a world of talent. She does everything so easy. It comes to her so easily. Just try and get along with her right now. She's really full of herself. She wants to do a lot of running, so just keeping her controlled and happy.
I don't mean to jump ship immediately, but the big dance is on Saturday, and you're on the second favorite in Sierra Leone, and 2 wins with him leading into this Kentucky Derby. Tyler, talk us through riding a horse like him, because he definitely drops himself out of it, but what happens when you ask him for his run?
You know, he's just a horse that gives you so much confidence. You can see in his replays, he knows when it's time to run. You just leave him alone early. You don't really panic and just let him get into his stride, but he knows when it's time to pick it up, and he responds really well.
Post 2, you get to save ground. Is that the game plan?
Most definitely. It's actually a really good post for us. We were planning on being a little further back and getting over saving ground, so now we don't have to worry about crossing over so much.
Well, Tyler, well done. Always a pleasure to see you in New York, and of course you came up here for a special one in Sweet Rebecca. Congrats.
Thank you so much. So happy for the connections.
Absolutely. Tyler Gaffalione taking down this Memories of Silver. Sweet Rebecca making good on that talent she showed first time out for her connections, guys.
Exciting filly, and looking forward to seeing what she does next time out. But she is certainly not just what she overcome in the debut, how much more professional she looked this time out, and as you mentioned, how she quickened late in the race.
Yeah, I mean, I just, you know, your best turf horses have a turn of foot, an acceleration to them. And she showed that in her first start, showed it even more today. And when you have a horse that's brave, sitting there in the pocket, not, you know, worried about horses around her or leaning on her, that helps a rider, because turf racing's won by the horses that work out those ground-saving trips.
Take a time out. We will be back. She just keeps racking up meet title after meet title. 5 of them in a row. That streak tied with Chad Brown after she won that 5th at Saratoga, and she has wrapped up another one, at least a tie. Linda Rice continues to roll in New York.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Mid-Atlantic made 2-year-olds in training. With a catalog of top juveniles by the nation's top sires, this sale has consistently produced graded stakes winners from around the world and on all surfaces, including Kentucky Derby winner Mage, plus 2024 graded stakes winners Kinza, Linda's Gift, Mendelssohn Bay, and Olivia Darling. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic made 2-year-olds in training sale, May 20th and 21st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Into second, Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the Naira circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit naira.com/nybreds for more info.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our Sunday Fox Sports 2 coverage. And a look at downtown Hot Springs, all the sights they have. It's become an incredible tourist destination. Get signed up, started, play along, get that free $25 Derby play with that code right there, Derby25 for new members. Also that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus right there at NairaBets.com. All right, coming up next in Hot Springs, pick 4. And a 6-furlong sprint starter optional claiming race. And the 7 right now favored, Bourbon Aficionado. It was coming off a win on a wet track, sloppy sealed track last time out. Took a huge move forward in that effort. We'll see if it can repeat it today. Here's Landlord Keith Asmussen for Ron McQuett.
Yeah, beating a nose last time in the Rainbow that for Arkansas breds, but 2 nice efforts for this horse.
Norm Cassie claims off of Steve Asmussen and off a win last time out, Copper Echo.
Yeah, a horse that showed improved speed last time, dropping in for that maiden 50.
Another horse taken off of Steve Asmussen, Fastened.
Yeah, for far less money, and this is a horse that after breaking his maiden actually was very game.
8-1, Sweet Soddy J.
I thought this horse was a little interesting. I think, he's versatile. Sometimes he can close. Sometimes he can be a part of it. I think there's enough speed to set up a close.
Way tougher company. I don't understand the 8-1. Andy's Candy, blinkers coming off.
Yeah, taking the blinkers off, looking to find a bit more here. Does have races that would make this horse competitive.
Here's the horse with that big win and the big step up. 82 buyer on a wet track last out.
Yeah, this was a really nice effort. Was it the wet track? Gets the similar conditions today.
That was Bourbon Aficionado. The 8, Kontiki.
Yeah, dropped in for maiden 30. Got it done. This is much tougher.
Power Slam, missed by a half length and a stake at Will Rogers Downs.
Yeah, nice effort there. And this is another one that could maybe get the right kind of trip.
And Brad Cox, Patton's Tizzy coming up back-to-back wins on the outside.
Yeah, another one that's Arkansas bred. First time stepping out of restricted Arkansas bred company was winner by a nose over Landlord, the horse on the rail last time.
Yeah, gets open company today, but has been competitive against some good ones. 2 minutes to post coming up here in the 6th start of the Pick 4. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. The start is of the Pick 4 here, and if you're alive in these Pick 5s, you were able to beat the 1-2 shot for Norm Cassie, and I think he's got another big charge in here. But we'll start with the 7 Bourbon Aficionado.
Apologies there. We lost Paulie. Hopefully we'll get him back here in a moment. But he was starting with the 7 horse, Bourbon Aficionado, who is the 9-5 favorite right now, and started on the grass. 3 starts later on the dirt, just produces this monster effort on this sloppy sealed track, and a horse who maybe is just starting to come around.
Yeah, horses, I equate them to people all the time, and especially young horses to children. Some of them, have to figure things out and learn and develop. I mean, this horse obviously put it all together. I will tell you this, I could see why he loved the off-going, because he's just running over the top of the ground there. He's got one of those kind of strides that definitely lends itself to that off-going, and he gets that similar kind of condition today.
Let's go back. I think we got Paulie back now.
Yeah, sorry, guys. The battery's here with the water's just not cooperating. But, yeah, we're back to the 7 of Bourbon Aficionado. And I thought he was very impressive last time. And I think Mig made a good point there, just what he was saying about his stride. And I think the other part about this is I think one of the most underrated things when it comes to trainers is the stat that says 1 last start, because it's really hard to keep a horse going. And this is the trainer in Mac Robertson that's 25%. So usually when these horses get into form, they stay into form. So, off that last number, I think he's the one to beat. Now, his issues have been the gait a little bit. It's kind of like he doesn't get left. He just breaks a little flat-footed, but he's very athletic, and he gets into stride. As you can see, he's broken 6th in every one of his starts, actually last in one of them and 6 out of 8 in the other 3. So he needs to maybe get out of there a little bit better, especially if you're going to back him at even money. The outside horse, Patton's Tizzy, is a horse that last time out wired a field. And I'll never forget, I went upstairs and was talking to one of the guys that knew one of the Cox assistants and said, you know what, this Patton's Tizzy's not doing well. I wouldn't use the horse. Meanwhile, the horse wired the field from the rail, now gets Lasix back aboard and now gets the outside post. Obviously a major player, because that tells me that somebody in the now is telling me that the horse is maybe not a great work horse in the morning, but likes to run in the afternoon. So I love horses like that. But I'm going to land on the 3 Copper Echo. I'm not landing on the Norm Cassie horse, but I think this is the horse that is the speed of the speed. And at 6-1, maybe can get away from this group. I'm hoping that the 7 can break a little bit flat-footish. I know that, he's going to be coming late, Bourbon Aficionado. But, Copper Echo off the claim. It seems like a lot of people have been taking horses off Asmussen and been doing okay. And the way this horse is getting bet at the window, I think this horse is going to be in front. I just got to hope the wire gets there in time.
You Basil Hayden guy?
No.
Blanton's?
I don't know enough about it.
Okay. Those are my go-to bourbons.
Okay.
6-5 favorite, Bourbon Aficionado. 6-5, and we'll see if that style works again today. As you said, was gliding over that racetrack, that wet track last time out.
I mean, he was just skimming over the top of the ground. You think one of those airboats, right, in the Everglades. And so you're telling me that they named this horse for you because you obviously are a bourbon aficionado.
I'm one of hundreds of thousands out there.
But there's only one you.
I wish I could take credit. Bourbon Aficionado for Nova Gratz Racing, Mac Robertson. See if this 3-year-old son of Bourbon Courage could go back to back. Matt Dinnerman, the call.
Outside, we wait on Patton's Tizzy. Here's Patton's Tizzy coming up. Go again. We're ready to go. And they're off. Andy's Candy leapt in the air at the start, and Bourbon Aficionado, the favorite, was a little sluggish out of there. Those two trail together in the early stages. Sweet Saudi J has a narrow lead. Landlord on the inside moves forward to come and challenge the issue. Copper Echo between that pair. Patton's Tizzy 4 deep on the course within a length of the top 3. A contentious pace up top with a half-mile to go. Power Slam joining Patton's Tizzy. A joint 4th approaching the 4-turn run. Then Kontiki 5 behind. A space of 7 back to 3 at the rear. Fastens there with Andy's Candy and Bourbon Aficionado coming out of that pack. He's got a lot of ground to make up on the leaders as they round the far turn. Copper Echo, the first one to blink. He's done. Sweet Saudi J finds himself in front. Landlord trying to match him. Power Slam gets a reminder. 3 wide at the top of the lane to get going. And then behind them is the favorite Bourbon Aficionado, still well out of it, but he's mounting a rally now. Bourbon Aficionado, furlong to go. Landlord has the lead. Landlord opening up a length and a half on Sweet Saudi J. Power Slam in third. Bourbon Aficionado coming on, but it might be too late. Landlord in front, close to the line, and Landlord gets it. Second home, Sweet Saudi J. Bourbon Aficionado in the photo for third with Power Slam and Kontiki.
Sweet Saudi J, one of the Arkansas breds in here, facing Open Company at one at first asking. Beating the Rainbow to Patton's Tizzy last start. Keith Asmussen for Ron Moquette.
Yeah, Landlord showed good speed from the inside. What do I say often? That when you have an inside draw, it makes it simple. You got to go forward. And how about Keith Asmussen, excuse me, just how he's continued to improve and the meet he's put together there. This is closing in on 60 wins at the Oakland Park stand. Great run from Sweet Saudi J to get up for second. Horse that you and I were both interested in, Joey Belmere, 7-pound apprentice who has really impressed me. I think this kid's got a big future.
Back to New York, 7th race coming up, and here is Noda from the inside, inherits the rail with a scratch of the 1 here. John Terranova, Jose Gomez.
Yeah, once again, we talk about inside position and you have speed. Makes things simple.
Yeah,
Go
this
forward.
horse is quick early. Charlie 5-0, Flavian Pratt.
Well, you could have some company from Charlie 5-0 who also has speed.
Another one who has speed did not show at last start, though, Pascal Moon.
Yeah, really didn't show up, but they did go extremely fast. He needs to be forward to show his best.
18-1 on a horse who actually has some back races that make him tough. G-Money.
Yeah, G-Money does have some races that would put him competitive in here, and he did show good speed last time.
Clubhouse tried to go gate to wire 2 back. He got caught late.
I think his style is more of a stalking style. How about Romero Mirage? His emergence this past few months, really riding well.
The 7 was interesting, cutting back in distance slightly.
I thought he was kind of interesting on the cutback as well. And, he had those race set Laurel, gives horse a lot of foundation.
Golden Rain, more damage really done on synthetic.
Yeah, he's going to have to, replicate that synthetic in turf form on dirt.
And David Jacobson owned and trained, Can't Beat the Rock on the outside.
Yeah, it was beaten just under 2 lengths by Noda last time as your favorite. And, well, he's taking money as well. Good outside post going 7 furlongs.
Well, don't feel bad for Linda Rice. Leonid's here, the 1 scratch. She wrapped up the meet title much earlier in the card. So congratulations to Linda, notching another meet title.
incredible to be able to string together those meet titles like that, because at some point you've got to think there has to be a lull. Your horses get tired or run out of conditions. Linda runs her outfit like a well-oiled machine and just consistently is replenishing her stock, places them well. Not only do you have to be a good horse person, you have to be a good manager. Linda is both of those things. Her organization is incredible. Closing in on 2,500 career wins, over $1.6 million in earnings. She's trained Grade 1 winners, Palace, Voodoo Song, Tensky, City Zip. And if that's not putting together a Hall of Fame resume, I don't know what is. You think it wasn't that long ago, Greg, women were not allowed on the backstretch after dark. I mean, I'm talking in the 80s, right? And how far that's come. I mean, you have to go back to 1937 when Mary Hirsch was the first woman to ever saddle a horse in the Kentucky Derby. A horse named No Sir. Her dad, Max Hirsch, trained Assault to win the Triple Crown. Women have come so far in this game, and rightfully so, because they're good at what they do. They're hardworking and dedicated.
Brittany Russell, Jenna Antonucci, we've talked about them. Linda Rice just continuing to win meet titles on the toughest circuit, certainly one of them in this game. It's been amazing. This race, though, coming up. Maggie, it's the 6 right now. Clubhouse, the favorite at 2-1.
Yeah, we've seen him and Noda kind of sharing favoritism throughout the wagering. We'll start, though, with Noda, who will ultimately be my pick in here, as he was the beaten favorite last time, but he broke through the gate that day. And you can see that when he broke, when he was supposed to with the rest of the field, he had to be hard ridden by Jose Gomez to get to the lead. And I just think he kind of emptied out a bit of his tank, having broken out of the gate prior to the start. And I think he looks best between the two. I get people wanting to take Clubhouse, but for me, I'll take Noda in here. As Clubhouse, he looks fine. He looks great, really healthy overall. But it took a little while to warm up for me. And furthermore, he's been the beaten favorite in his last 2. Yes, he was wired by Upside Potential last time out. And he was kind of taken back, and maybe in hindsight, that wasn't the right thing to do. And he was just never able to regain any ground on Upside Potential that day. If he can get back to his race 2 back, okay, yes, that makes him a winner. And he was flattered by MB's Munning coming back and winning for 50 today. But again, I just wish he was a little bit more into the bridle in the beginning of that warm-up. The horse that's intriguing here, that's a generous price at 9-1. As you guys were talking about, liking the turn back for Storming Chrome, I like it with him physically. He's a bit of a more stockier, shorter, coupled type of runner. As Mig has said, those hard spuns, he kind of stamps them. He definitely left his mark on Storming Chrome. And he's healthy. He's happy. I think he's very intriguing, getting a furlong less to work with today, guys.
See what happens with him. Yeah, nice price. 9-1. Trevor McCarthy, Horacio to pause. We've talked about a lot of speed in this race, and there is a lot of it. I'd even throw Golden Rain into the mix. I don't think he's a dirt horse, but I think he's a horse that wants to be forward, even cutting back a bit.
Yeah, I mean, he did show speed 2 and 3 starts back sprinting on synthetic, so you know that speed is there. He does possess that kind of sprint speed. Although yesterday there was a race loaded with speed. Print Track wound up going wire to wire. So isn't it kind of interesting, races that we handicap? Sometimes it's just who's fastest is the last one standing.
Pretty good horse, too, in that field.
Yeah, no doubt,
yeah,
no doubt.
No, you're right. I mean, it can play out that way. I mean, how much of that, too, is you've said so many times it's changed a lot from when you rode. Now, if someone just takes command early, you see a lot of guys relenting and saying, oh, well, I'm going to take back.
It's really like this elaborate game of chicken. Who comes out of the gate with the most intention and basically imposes their will on their rivals? They basically throw down the gauntlet. I'm going. What do you want to do? And then other people blink, take a hold, and then they seize control of the race. Every once in a while, you almost have to sacrifice a race to make that point. You want to come with me, we'll do each other in.
And on the big stage, the biggest stage, we've seen John Velasquez very recently have a lot of success doing that.
Well, and, obviously with fierceness, Johnny's going to come out running. He's not going to
be Medina Spirit. I know horse eventually we get DQ'd.
Authentic, right? Mm-hmm. He beat Tiz the Law by going gate to wire. Johnny understands how to use speed. and how to dole out speed. And the fact that once you get a horse in a good rhythm, they can carry their speed better. It's when they're not using themselves efficiently that they tire. So
his Preakness winner for Baffert?
His Preakness winner for Baffert, right? National Treasure.
Mm-hmm.
But again, that's what I mean when I say it's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. If you're doing it with the proper kind of stride, you will carry further.
Well, a lot of speed signed up here. Who is going to take command and be the aggressor in this race coming up? 2-1 favorite. It's still the 6. Clubhouse seems like a wide open race. Noda, the 2 with speed. Charlie 5-0, the 3 with speed. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the 7th from Aqueduct.
Is it? All set. And they're off. Pascal Moon's got early speed. It's Pascal Moon right out towards the front. Also trying to join from the far outside. There is going to be Golden Rain, and in between them, that's Clubhouse. And now Golden Rain will assert its Golden Rain, who is now up by 1.5 lengths. Noda moves through at the rail, is now taken second. Back to third there is Clubhouse. Losing some ground after the start was Pascal Moon. Is switching towards the outside here. Might not like the kick back. Has moved towards that outside path. Is in the 3 path there in 4th. And inside of that rival comes Charlie 5-0. Can't Beat the Rock with a 3-wide run. 22-1 for the opening quarter mile. Second to last, Storming Chrome. The trailer is G Munning. They're chasing Golden Rain, and Golden Rain is well clear, still 2 in front. Now in pursuit is Clubhouse, who's about to be a clear second. Noda is shoved along. Charlie 5-0 is in pursuit here from 4th, is within 3 of the lead. Can't Beat the Rock. Also there is Storming Chrome. Losing ground, Pascal Moon, the trailer. G Munning, they reach the top of the stretch. Golden Rain is still there. Golden Rain, now Noda switches outside, and here's Noda is ready to challenge in between horses. Clubhouse still wide as well, and Charlie 5-0 is trying to pick them all up, and inside the final furlong, the new leader is Charlie 5-0. It's Charlie 5-0 who's opening up by 1.5 lengths, call it 2. Charlie 5-0 gets the victory. Charlie 5-0 wins it over Noda, then a 3-way photo. That was Storming Chrome with Clubhouse and Can't Beat the Rock in 1:22 and 3.
Charlie 5-0 under Flavien Prat. Rudy Rodriguez picks up the 5th win of his career.
Yeah, nice ride by Flavien Prat. Patient. There was plenty of pace on. You actually really called that shot with the 8 Golden Rain, having that synthetic track speed, and he flashed it. Lane Luzzy gave him every opportunity. It looked like Noda worked out a good trip. He didn't break very sharp from the inside again, was climbing a bit from the kickback. But when Jose Gomez got him out from behind horse, he looked like, well, that was the winning move. He's going to get it done. And then you scan to the outside, and you see Charlie 5-0 hitting his best stride, and very nice effort by this horse and a really good ride from Flavien Prat. Rudy Rodriguez having a terrific spring meet here. Horses are really running well.
And a day that's been very formful. Finally get an upset here, 9-1. Charlie 5-0 on, one of the horses who, his best running he's done in the past has been 4. This time able to sit off and get this victory, his first win this year, and just the second time he's hit the board in 6 starts this year.
Yeah, and how often do you get Flavien Prat at 9-1?
Very rarely.
Very rarely. There's so many good riders here. I mean, it's a room full of good riders. One thing about Flavien, he does everything well. There's no weakness in his game whatsoever. There may be riders that do certain things a little bit better, but he does it all well.
Would you say, and maybe he's even higher than this, but he's one of the top 3 riders in the game?
Oh, absolutely. To me, he is within the top 3, undoubtedly.
Flavien Prat, Charlie 5-0, 9-1 here in this 7th at Aqueduct. Riding for Rudy Rodriguez, Red Storm Stable, Flower Power Stables. Prices when we come back. We'll talk Wood Memorial winner gearing up for a run for the Roses. Resilience for Bill Mott. Can he improve off that victory in the Wood? Back on America's Day of the Races on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. 7th in the books on this Sunday card, the final day of this meet before we turn the page to Belmont at the Big A. Charlie 5-0. Rudy Rodriguez, Flavian Pratt 9-1. Get an upset finally in this pick 6 on the final day of the meet.
Yeah, it's been a lot of favorites winning today, and Charlie 5-0 got the right trip, the right setup. I like the way he saved as much ground as he could. You could see how covered and dirty he is before he started to tip him out in the clear. And sometimes those horses that have been taking that kickback get out in the clear, and it's almost like a burst of fresh air, right? All of a sudden they don't have that dirt thrown at them. They have clear track in front of them, and he just finished up nicely here. This was a big effort by the horse and another really nice ride by Flavian.
How this horse runs.
Well, if you go back to his past performance, he has races where he has closed well in the past. Maybe he didn't win.
Not of late.
But not of late. He's been much more involved lately, but it worked out a good trip. Note a nice effort from him because he did get out-footed for the lead, had to take the kickback, came out, and Storming Chrome on the turn back finished well to be third, but Charlie 5-0 at $21 under Flavian.
All right, move on to race 8. 6 furlongs sprinting on the outer turf. First allowance condition race. And 7-5 favoritism. Outside, Mischievous Angel. Blinkers going on. Was with Chad Brown. Moves to Jorge Abreu. And the debut, he won last summer sprinting on the grass. The only time he's done it.
Yeah, and then he stretched out in the Hall of Fame stakes and gets Blinkers on today on the turn back. But he's already proficient at turf sprinting.
Well, the man who just won the last race delivered a Kentucky Derby win that was missing on the resume for the trainer we're about to talk about here coming up. It was via disqualification when we started all this madness the last few years in the Derby on Country House. Spotlight on Resilience, the Wood winner for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott. It won't be Flavian this time around. Junior Alvarado will get them out. There was an opening because John Velasquez, who rode this horse to victory in the Wood, was already booked somewhere.
Yeah, on your Kentucky Derby favorite and 2-year-old champion, Fierceness. I liked Resilience's Wood Memorial a great deal. Now, he's going to have to improve, get a little bit faster. But this time of year, these 3-year-olds are constantly changing, and a race like this can really move a horse forward. They added Blinkers to Resilience last time, and it had the perfect desired effect. It didn't make him rank, but it made him very focused, and Johnny was always traveling with horse underneath him. And when a rider has a horse in the bit like that, it makes their job so much easier because they can always judge how much horse they have underneath them.
Impressive performance from him, no question. You would think he'd need to make a move forward, but from this barn, you would expect that is going to be the case. And he wasn't that far off Sierra Leone, on a wet track in the Risen Star.
He was beaten less than 3 lengths, and he was attending the pace that day. And, chasing a quality horse in Track Phantom. And then when he added the Blinkers, he stayed so much more focused. And that was the second or the third time Johnny rode him. And Johnny, I'm sure, suggested that change. And it, again, had the desired effect.
Here's Bill Mott's recent Derby results that win via disqualification with Country House. Got one of the big ones missing on the resume, Tacitus, third back in 2019. And what do you think about this horse and being a true contender against this group on a week? Well, not even a week from yesterday.
Well, admittedly, he's going to have to take a step forward, but I've seen these young horses change and develop over a month's time, week's time. This time of year, they're constantly changing. So, obviously the Derby's a different race, right? Usually it's too fast a pace for the distance. There's usually some unlucky runners in the race where they didn't break well when a big field gets shuffled back or they encounter traffic. If he works out the right trip, he's not out of the realm of possibility. He does have to improve, though.
Could be wrong. I need to look it up. But wasn't Country House post-19?
I think you're right. That's kind of interesting. And listen, it's great they won the Kentucky Derby, but it was via disqualification. I'm sure that they would love to just win it outright, finish first, and then have all the hoopla and not have to sweat out an inquiry and all the anxiety that goes with that.
Going to be fun. We're going to talk plenty more about it in the days coming up. Hard to believe we are here. That draw happening just last night in Resilience. Yeah, post-19. for Bill Mott, going to Junior Alvarado as we get set for the 7th out at Oakland. Look at the current odds in this allowance optional claiming race coming up. 6 furlong sprint. Connie Kay, we've gotten to know pretty well on this show. 6-time winner, over $500,000 in earnings for this Arkansas-bred 6-year-old mare. We'll have more on this field when we come back. And Steve Asmussen, not a matter of if, but when. He's going to break that single-season record for victories in an Oakland meet. Just a few wins away from passing Cole Norman's record. We'll be back.
Gunrunner is the sire of 9 millionaires and 8 Grade 1 winners, including Kentucky Derby favorite Sierra Leone, along with champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, track record setter Society, Claiborne Breeders Futurity winner Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and classic winner Early Voting. Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Twirling Candy, proving lane's ends, stallion making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride, Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Back with you on America's Day at the races. Good to have you with us on our Sunday Fox Sports 2 coverage as we get set for the 7th race coming up at Oakland. Allowance optional claiming field of fillies and mares 3 and up. Sprinting 6 furlongs, and here's Lover Girl.
Lover Girl inside draw for a closing sprinter. We'll have to work out some sort of a trip.
Rider change on the 2. It's Kelsey Haar on Ronnie's deal. Speedster in this 2 slot.
Yeah, last 2 races flashed big speed and just stopped.
Connie Kay, she's had a lot of big moments in Hot Springs. She's won over $500,000.
And she's quick, and she makes her own trip, and she shows up. She's Hickory.
Fashion Rage, 4-time winner Steve Asmussen with son Keith.
Yeah, Keith has just become such an integral part of Steve's outfit and riding so many winners for his dad.
Off-ramp coming out of a race against pretty tough company.
Very tough company. This horse has races when gets the right setup. She really finishes. I am a little interested in her.
Let's Care Peace went by. Here's Marisalis first.
Yeah, last couple races leave a lot to be desired.
Promises to Dance taking action at 4-1. Certainly should be close early.
Yeah, making the first start off that Norm McKnight claim, and another one that wants to come from just off the pace.
Big price on a mare who's actually beat Connie Kay, the favorite, a couple of times, but doesn't seem to be the same horse.
No, her last 3 races, she's got to find the races previous to that.
Tom Van Bergbarn, Sylvia, off since April of last year.
Yeah, long layoff. Another one that, though, has run some decent races, especially 3-back. Ricardo Santana always seemed to get the best out of her. Gets Carlos Barbosa, another apprentice rider there that I like.
Yeah, she's got ability, but it's a long time away, the question mark, as we're looking at the 10, I believe.
Yeah, HT Xena. Feels like she's going to have to get a little faster.
No, that was Summer Shoes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Here's Sylvia. 7, we got a little ahead of ourselves. Carlos Barbosa, this is the one coming off that really long layoff. 6-year-old mare. And here's the 12 on the outside. HT Xena. Kim Poole. got another win. Yes, it's been a rough meet for him, but he started to get a couple of wins here late.
Yeah, characteristic, tough meet for Kim Poole, but this horse just would have to improve, it looks like on paper.
So Connie K, Paulie, 9-5 favorite here. She's been very good. She's in sharp form right now.
Yeah, it's like a love affair that you have with these Arkansas breds, Greg. It was Garhold first, now it's Connie K. And I know you like those ones, the Arkansas breds, that go right to the front end, and that's what Connie K does. Listen, her speed is her weapon. I was just talking to Randy Morrison. He said, listen, when she gets to the front, and Mig always talks about it, like, listen, she's got to get to the front end at all costs. She's never really passed a horse, and that's basically what he said. He has that one race there at Indiana, but that's 5.5 furlongs, and Randy basically told me that's 6 furlongs. She needs to be pushed to the lead. The faster sometimes she goes, the better she can be. Now, can she clear this field? I believe she does here at 9-5. The 2 in here, Ronnie's Deal, maybe the other horse in here. It was 53-1 last time. But I will say this, though. Kelsey Haar is an aggressive rider. And I would think Kelsey might push. So I don't know if she's fast as Connie K, but she could be a little bit of a hindrance in the beginning of this race, maybe if Connie K doesn't break as well. But if you look at the 3, besides that mile race, look at her. If you have your PPs in front of you, look at her 10 races. Throughout the mile race, she's booked first or second in every one of those races. And so she's just a bullet out of the gate. And that's the horse that they're all going to have to catch and beat. Now, when you look at some of the other horses in here, I kind of look towards the 11 Sylvia in here for Tommy Vanberg, horse that is taking money. And the reason why is the 2 races over Sloppy Racetrack have been very good. And this horse has shown speed before in the past. And it's not a secret that this horse does like the mud, being a daughter of Exaggerator. You guys talked about the layoff. You do get the weight off, and Tommy Vanberg's pretty good at layoff. I just can't ignore the Churchill Downs training track work in 47-3 is blistering. And, to bring this horse back up here to maybe get some purse money off the layoff, and then they get the wet track to boot. I just think that horse is a player in here. And then Promises to Dance is taking a ton of money here off the claim from Brad Cox, and Norm McKnight comes in with a couple bullet drills in Norm's barn. And Norm's having a good meet. Sometimes a lot of people are scared to claim off Brad Cox, but this horse is getting bet a little bit. So it's not my kind of horse in here. And then the last horse is, like, you guys were talking about it. My choice in here will be the 11 Sylvia. I think the 1's got to look in here as well. The thing about the 1 is, I think bad post draw for the 1 because the 1 has problems breaking. The 10, I would just give one more shot, because if you look back at Summer Shoes, I just think that maybe Tom Swearington hit the reset button on her. At age 6, she might have gotten disinterested in racing, but at age 5, she would have been the favorite in this race. And I'm just wondering, maybe with a sloppy racetrack might wake her up. Chelsea Bailey's had a couple winners in the last few days. She's riding a hot hand. So maybe the 10 and 15-1 you want to throw in, but they're all going to have to be Connie K. But I'll go with the 11 Sylvia. I'm thinking Tommy Vanberg, and I thought she looked well on the racetrack, has this horse ready to go.
Paulie, thanks. We really covered that race good. And, back to Summer Shoes, this long shot for a minute. As we said, she beat Connie K on a couple of occasions. That was last year. Both times she did it, she got the lead from her. She was quick again last time out, and I know she was not. She was just off the pace of Connie K. But Paul's right. Maybe with this wet track, maybe that wakes her up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you could see that. Her wet track race, she does have a win over wet tracks. Maybe it just took her, as she's gotten older, a little longer to start rounding into form. I thought that was a step forward last time, at least from the speed she showed. There's also a point, too, where horses, whether it's a colt gelding, or a mare, that they just decided they would prefer to do other things. I think today is kind of an integral moment for Summer Shoes. Does she still want to be a racehorse, or is, Father Time catches up with us all?
Meanwhile, and that's why it's so remarkable with Connie K, because as Paul said, throw out that mile race on the resume and look back at all those races she's run. She's just ultra quick every time out. She doesn't win every time, but 10 times she's been first or second in 21 starts. She just shows up every time.
Well, Paul made a great point. Not only does she have speed, she has gate speed, meaning her first step is a good step. Now, you've got a horse like the 2 Ronnie's Deal, who has shown speed against different kind of company. If I break really sharp on the 3 Connie K and I can get the drop, I'm taking her out of the race as quickly as possible within the boundaries of the rules.
Meanwhile, Steve Asmussen 4 back of equaling the meet record for wins. Stands at 67. He'll send out Fashion Rage the 4 in here with his son Keith aboard. But Connie K, the 3, the one to beat and the one to catch early on. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
HT Xena. We're ready to go. And they're off. Lover Girl off tardily from the inside. Connie K gets the first call of the race, is out on the lead with Ronnie's Deal, the long shot. These two hook up. Promises to Dance right off of them in third. The gray Sylvia in the 4th position. Then Fashion Rage. Lover Girl, the slow starter out of the gate, has rushed up to claim 4th with Fashion Rage. They're pretty much together. Off ramp and the yellow cap off of them. 1.5 lengths to Summer Shoes. Let's declare peace. Marisol's first is second to last. And HT Xena brings up the rear as they go into the far turn. Connie K, the leader by a neck. Promises to Dance on the outside, takes the second spot. Ronnie's Deal has retreated. She's done. Sylvia moves forward 3 wide. 3 runners pretty much across the track on the lead, and Connie K has the head advantage at the top of the lane. A gap of 2 to off ramp, getting into the 4-path, swinging for home, and then comes Fashion Rage. Summer Shoes caught deep in the swing off the corner. Connie K promises to Dance. They're side by side. Sylvia third, not picking up the pace. Summer Shoes trying to rally on. It's Promises to Dance, and the White Blaze with the lead and starts to shake away under Rafael Bejarano. Promises to Dance, first off the claim for Norm McKnight. Wins it by 4, wrapped up late. Summer Shoes gets second. Connie K was third, and Lover Girl was 4th.
Back-to-back wins. A lot of handicappers, would look at this and say, I don't want to take a horse claiming off of Brad Cox. Does not matter here. Norm McKnight takes over right back in the winner's circle at 5-1.
A real nice ride by Rafael Bejarano. Set off that contested pace. Connie K having to deal with the 2 Ronnie's Deal on her inside, and then pressure from the outside. I think the story out of the race beside the winner is, how about the 10, Summer Shoes? I guess she still does want to be a race horse. She came running and put in a nice effort.
Back to New York, 6 furlongs sprinting on the grass. Here's Alexis Zorba, speed from the rail with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, I like this horse turning back to the 6 furlongs.
Famous Gent has Javier Castellano.
Yeah, more of a closing turf sprinting type. Like to see a big pace up front here with the Hall of Famer Javier Castellano.
Acoustic Ave wants to come off the pace. Ran a good one before going to the bench last August.
Yeah, and comes back with the makeover, right? First time gelding.
Stablemate. Next door, Yarrow ran a huge effort in a win Saratoga last summer.
Yeah, been off since then. Been training on the Belmont training track all through the winter.
Repeat of that race. No one probably has a chance in here. Defusky Island getting on turf for the first time.
Yeah, not a tremendous amount of turf pedigree. It's screaming turf, at least from a pedigree standpoint.
7 for the Tom Morley barn went by at 16-1. Here's King Moonracer.
Does have races that would make this horse competitive, but it seems like better races come when there's a little give in the ground.
Yeah, Mischievous Angel 3-2 fair. That's a short price here on the new barn here. Moving to Jorge Abreu, one first time out sprinting at Belmont.
I love when you look at the workouts, right? The workouts on dirt are, slow and easy, and then all of a sudden, wow, a minute on the turf at Keeneland. Obviously, this horse woke up when he saw the green.
Lot of attention, Maggie, being given to this favorite from the outside, Mischievous Angel.
Yeah, exactly. On a limited amount of starts, but both of them, as far as figures, at least buyers, they were fast as Mischievous Angel comes back for his 4-year-old debut and will make his first start for the Jorge Abreu barn, and putting blinkers on for a horse that, looking at my notes from him last year for the Hall of Fame, I thought, a mile was within his wheelhouse, but ultimately he hasn't really changed much from 3 to 4. He hasn't grown, so he's a little bit smaller and typier, and for me, that physical makeup lends itself well to 6 furlongs on the turf, as he does add a shortcut cheater blinker. And Jorge's so good with bringing horses back off layoffs. This guy looks so fit with that layoff in mind. So no problems with your 8-5 favorite, though I'm going to try to take a little stab against him with number 1, Alexis Zorba, who I think also is definitely a turf sprinter. You know, last time going the 7.5, I know we got the win going the mile, but a lot of times that Gulfstream Park turf course plays well to early speed, but he kind of got away, maybe not the cleanest, and then got a little bit rank once he found the front end. And for me, looking at him, again, he's a smaller, shorter couple type, really rounded out hindquarters. That, to me, says shorter is better. And I suppose that 5 is just a little bit too sharp for him. Furthermore, 3 back, it was a tough trip for him too. So I think 6 is really his optimal distance. We'll see how sharp he is from the start here for Mike Maker. His number 2, Famous Gent, he's hoping he's part of a lot of them going forward. But Famous Gent, if you go back and look at his NYRA turf races, they were against some nice horses. Obviously, Bold Journey's more of a dirt sprinter, but his stablemate, Sosua Summer, certainly had a great campaign. And this guy, you know, a lot of times he doesn't get out of the gate well, which is, you know, probably his undoing in a lot of his races. But again, I think he has the credentials to be a serious player. And at 10-1, he looks fabulous for Jorge's brother, Fernando. Number 3, Acoustic Ave. I think this is a real pivotal point for a horse that was your New York bred 2-year-old champion of 2022. He'll come back as a gelding for his second try on the turf. Now, it was a yielding, chewed up course back in late August at Saratoga. And I think he was kind of second almost by default, as Super Quest just ran away and hid from that field. I had my reservations about him being a turf horse, so I want to see him do it on a pristine and firm turf course today. I will say this, he looks really ready for this comeback effort, and I just, despite the form being more accomplished on his stablemate Yarrow on the turf, looking at them both from a physical standpoint with layoffs in mind, Acoustic Ave, he looks much more ready for this comeback effort, Greg.
All right, good information there to keep in mind with both these two from the same barn coming off the bench. They're similar prices, 5-1 on the 3 Acoustic Ave, 4-1 on the 4 Yarrow.
Yeah, you know, Christoph does good work, especially with these turf types. I find it interesting, though, these horses did not spend the winter down in Christoph's winter base at Payson Park. They were up here training.
Well, let's take a look at Yarrow, one of those two for Clement. And this is how he ended last year. This was just a magnificent effort. 92 buyer. That is quick. Going 5.5 on the turf at Saratoga.
Yeah, this was a departure. I mean, this horse had run good races, but this was a whole nother level, a departure from the races that he had run previously. And he always got himself in good position. He was in that good stalking spot throughout. Let's see how he does off the bench. I love that last effort, but it was also back in July of last year.
Yeah, not really a chance to build on it, of course, with coming off the bench. Now a 6-year-old. 9-5 favoritism, though. Betting this horse really off, yes, was in a graded stake against the very talented Carl Spackler, but seems like off that sprint debut.
Yeah, I think this was the race that, and interesting enough, I remember I was in the paddock this day, and I looked at him, and I said, I think this horse is going to need a race to get to his best. You know, maybe just a horse that carries a little bit of weight. And then, of course, he just, you know, swoops the field and runs by them sprinting. So he gets back to what he did successfully in his debut. And that's a huge jump. To go from a maiden race to any race against winners is a big step, but to go right from a maiden race sprinting to 2 turns in a grade 2 stake, that's a real huge jump. That's a quantum leap.
Yeah. So not seen since early August at Saratoga in that grade 2. 9-5 favorite here for the comeback effort now in the 4-year-old debut, and the equipment change. Blinkers will go on. So we'll see if this horse is at least a little more forward than he was in that debut sprinting.
Yeah, I mean, you think just naturally horses with experience are going to be a little bit more focused and leave the gate. I think Maggie and I landed on the same horse, if I'm not mistaken, the one, Alexis Zorba. And I think just what Maggie was saying, 5 furlongs maybe a little too sharp. You know, turning back to the 6 could be that Goldilocks effect, just right.
Quick horse with the rail, Kender Carmouche. It's send from that inside post, 2-1. On Alexis Zorba's second choice on the board. It's the 8th, 6 furlong sprint on the grass from Aqueduct. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Mischievous Angel. Last to load to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Famous Gent, but here towards the outside, also there is Acoustic Ave. Maybe off a step slow. Broke inward is Alexis Zorba, but now rushing through at the rail, and Alexis Zorba has put a neck in front. Now going to stalk from second, Acoustic Ave, and they're about to be joined by Yarrow, who's going to be 3 wide. 4 wide is the big long shot in Defuskia Island. It's now making it tightly bunched on the front end, but Alexis Zorba still in front is the favorite there at 2-1. Second favorite there, Alexis Zorba, as they work into the far turn, 21-4. Further back, there's Famous Gent. As mid-pack, nowhere to go. Just got passed by Mischievous Angel. Second to last is Summer and Adrienne, and the trailer, King Moonracer. They're still chasing Alexis Zorba. Alexis Zorba's got the lead. Continue to chase there is Yarrow, is trying to catch this leader who reaches the top of the lane. Alexis Zorba's got more. It's Alexis Zorba who now kicks away. Yarrow is still in pursuit. Summer and Adrienne is in full pursuit, and Mischievous Angel's trying to get out of there, and here comes Mischievous Angel after Alexis Zorba. Alexis Zorba's got the lead. All the momentum with Mischievous Angel towards the outside, running out of time. Mischievous Angel trying to time it up. It's Alexis Zorba looking for the line. It's a photo finish. 2 noses on the line. Alexis Zorba to the inside. Mischievous Angel to the outside. Yarrow finished third. Final running time, 1:07-1. It's a tight photo between the 2 favorites in race 8.
Photo finish in the 8th, and that time just a couple of ticks off the track record. This is playing fast this afternoon, and if Alexis Zorba did not win this race, the beginning really cost this horse.
Yes, he just didn't break particularly well. There's a lot of empty space between the one stall and the rail. And you even see the official starter standing on the course. And it looked to me like he took a step into that space. It sure does look like your favorite, Mischievous Angel, got his nose down on front over Alexis Zorba. But I'm in agreement with you. Keep an eye on this.
Yeah, and we just off screen got a look at the head on and did duck in a little bit.
Yeah, I think instead of going forward, he was going a little bit sideways to the left, and it forced Kendrick to have to kind of chase him and get him up in there, and instead of being able to kind of get to the lead the right way, he had to be used to get to the lead. And listen, a really nice effort from Mischievous Angel off the bench. This, he went and ran him down. And Flavian was so disciplined around the far turn. He refused to tip out. Even when Alexis Zorba and Yarrow started to get away from him, he still sat in there and waited before he produced his horse.
2 for Pratt today. It is the 10 horse at 9-5 is your favorite with a win. Keep your eyes on the 1. And what are we looking at here?
Yeah, see that empty space? Look at the space between him and the second horse, the horse in post 2. He was going sideways to the left as the break came. And you're never going to be as fast when you're going laterally when you need to be going forward.
And just those few steps, that's the difference in this race.
That's all the difference. You're talking about a 1,000-pound animal going from 0 to 35 miles an hour in a matter of a stride. And when you're not going perfectly straight, you're not going to gain that stride as quickly as you need to.
How about this final time, too? 1:07-1. Course records 1:06-4.
Listen, this track is playing fast, but this was a really big effort, actually, from all 3, the first 3 finishers.
Jeez. Flavian Pratt, couple of wins on this Sunday card. 9-5 favorite, comes and gets the speedster for the victory. Mischievous Angel, now 2 for 3. Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. One of the best in the sport right now. Flavien Prat adds another one on this Sunday card as Mischievous Angel comes and gets the lone speed.
And keep an eye on him. He was determined to stay in the pocket. He did not want to tip out too soon. He allowed the other horses, when Dafuski Island spread the track a little bit. Now he finds his hole, sets his horse down, counting on Mischievous Angel's turn of foot. Just lost our monitor.
We had a little power issue here. But credit Flavien.
He does everything well. It doesn't matter if it's turf, dirt, long, short, front runners, or closers. He does it consistently.
So Mischievous Angel, $5.70 for the victory. Again, 2 wins Sunday afternoon for Flavien Prat. And we move into the finale, mile and a 16th over the inner turf, New York Breds, first allowance condition race. And the favorite right now, the paddock passer, Christophe Clement, overcame a troubled trip in that debut to win. Probably going to need, you would think, to improve and get faster to win here, but has every right to do that off that troubled debut as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, returns now and has Lasix. And you get Irad Ortiz Jr. Never a bad thing to have.
We're going to take a timeout. Plenty more in the nightcap when we return. The coach, he'll be represented in the Derby this year with a horse he said, he won sprinting. He's not a sprinter anymore. He's gotten a lot bigger, stronger, and more physical since he won that Ed Brown Society. Can Just Steal make an impact in the run for the Roses?
Club American Oaks.
4K to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 11th with a 12:50 first pose. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Win Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
First is Just Steal. Just Steal under the wire to win it by 2.5.
He is really a gorgeous horse. He's from top to bottom, whether he is good enough to be in the Derby or any Derby, it doesn't matter. If you look at him, you're going to love him.
What I like about this colt is he's a massive horse. He's growing into himself. He's still a bit of a kid. He's definitely a contender. He's definitely got the ability to do it. He looks a lot like Justify. I mean, he certainly hadn't won 6 races in a row.
Just Steal storms to the front. Just Steal and Ramon Vasquez have 3/16 to go. Here comes Mystic Dan right up the rail, though, with a rail skimming ride.
He needs to move forward, and I expect him to.
If we can be in the top 3 in each of these 3 races, he's still going to be a great contender for the Derby.
Jess Steele going to be deep at the top of the lane. He's 5 wide off the turn. And Timberlake and Christian Torres win the Rebel by 2.
Did you see what happened? No. They were 6 wide and they kicked him in the ass to get him out. Those horses can't overcome that. And now he's 7th, 8th, 9th. He's trying to make it up on the turn. Stay on the 11 hole. We just got to draw a line to him and go right back at him.
And we're off in the Arkansas Derby. It's Muth, Jess Steele running huge in 2nd, Timberlake 3rd, and it's Muth coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
D. Wayne Lucas, always a better Derby when the coach is represented, and he'll have Jess Steele, runner-up in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, in the race. A horse that did win sprinting earlier in his career, back as a 2-year-old, but the coach has said he's a lot bigger, stronger, more physical now, and he thinks the longer they go, the better he is going to be. Let's go to Paul LaDuca. Paul, you've got a few chances now to see him up close and personal. What are your thoughts going into the Run for the Roses for him?
Well, Greg, I've always told you he's talented. You and I are guys that look at sheet numbers and different kind of metrics and this and that. He's fast, and he's been fast on sheets going short. And the thing is everybody's always wondered whether he could go the distance of ground. And I think the key part about it was that he was always pushed forward out of the gate in almost all of his races. But last time in the Arkansas Derby, Keith Asmussen and Mr. Lucas, they hatch out a plan. Let's take back a little bit and see if we can finish. Now, I know Muth at the end of the race is kind of pulling up a little bit, and obviously not pulling up, but just jogging home. But he's well clear of the 3rd place finisher. Now, you could take whatever you want out of that race. I will say this, though. When you look at the draw in the Derby, I'm in agreement with you guys both, where Fierceness gets the best draw, okay? You have Dornoch in the 1 hole. You have a lot of horses that are going to be going towards the front end. I think just FYI will show a little speed. Track Phantom. I think the key is going to be, I think, Just Steele or Mystic Dan. One of those 2 horses could get the same trip that Two Phils got last year. If they can somehow get to that rail without any trouble, because Sierra Leone and Catching Freedom are going to drop back. And if Just Steele can get to that rail and maybe beat Mystic Dan to that rail, they can get that Two Phils trip. I don't know if both of those horses can win or Just Steele can win the race, but I think he could be a factor there at the top of the lane.
I like Jess Steele a bit. I liked him a bit in the Arkansas Derby. I liked the change to Keith Asmussen because he has such nice hands, and I feel like this horse was getting keen and pulling a little too much to stay the distances. I like the works. A mile and 140 before the Arkansas Derby, a mile and 140 heading to the Kentucky Derby. Those are stamina building, old school kind of workouts by the Hall of Famer Wayne Lucas. I think there's a lot to like. And if you look at Just Steele from a physical perspective, being by Justify, he is a mountain of a horse. And if other horses want to make body contact with him, I think they'll be bouncing off them, Greg. I think he's definitely a horse that can get a piece of this at a big price.
Interesting horse, interesting long shot. You've been high on him for a long time. You've been out there and you've seen him up close and personal. Yeah. We will see what happens in the Run for the Roses. But a horse, too, keep in mind, he was just 2nd in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby behind a horse. Muth, who's not eligible to compete, would have been your top choices in the race. He not the favorite. Fierceness would have been, but maybe 2nd or 3rd choice.
He would have been 2nd or 3rd choice for sure. And he would have also added, I think, a bit more speed to the affair, wouldn't he? Because he's a horse that wants to be forward. And, it's interesting watching horses trained by different trainers. Bob Baffert's a trainer that hones his horses, works them hard in the mornings, and they show speed, but they're able to carry that speed because of the intense training that they go through to get to that point. Him not being in the Derby eliminates some of that pace factor.
Don't you? And I know connection. We got this 8th race coming up here at Oakland. Mile and an 8th, by the way. Allowance non-winners of 2. 6 horses, the 9-5 favorite, King Russell. Doesn't it seem? Dornoch said they want to go to the front. Fierceness, we know, is quick, but Track Phantom, he is so quick. The fact they're putting blinkers on him as well, that quick work they just had April 20th, they are almost signaling, saying, we're going to be in front.
I think the blinkers on is very telling in that direction, just what you're saying. And Steve's not a guy that works horses fast, and he comes in off that bullet drill. Again, I really don't believe, and we saw this with Fierceness when he won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He sat second, just off the pace. I can see him laying second or third in the clear and getting a similar trip that he did in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile last year.
Let's go back to Paul.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you guys when it comes to the Derby. I'll just give you one denotation that I like when it comes to that. You know, you guys mentioned Muth. If Muth was in the Kentucky Derby, Fierceness would be a bet against. That's my opinion. You guys give me your take after I give you this take here. And I like Resilience, by the way, in the Kentucky Derby. Mr. Mott's going to get his W. When you get to this race, you know, Nyquick, probably the quickest, no pun intended, got to the front end last time, going in and made in 55,000, but I get it. You know, you're facing some horses that are 1 for 15, 1 for 14 here, but I just hate playing horses facing winners for the first time. So I get where Nyquick's going. Maybe he can go to the front end, the one in here. You know, the 6 King Russell, he's noted for the greatest fist pump of all time when Rafael Bejarano in the Arkansas Derby got the fist pump home to get him into the Kentucky Derby. And he's a horse that just comes from so far out of it. And at the end of the day, he's got almost 400,000 in bank count, but only one win because he just leaves so much to do at 8-5. I actually really like a horse in this race. It's the horse on your screen, Gamekeeper. You know, since they put blinkers on this horse, different horse, to 3 starts back on the mud, powerful performance. Lasix off, no good. Lasix back on the 1.5 mile race, cut back. I thought the horse ran really well. Alexander Helios was a heavy favorite that day. My only concern is the coach ships his horse to Churchill Downs, puts a bullet into the horse, bullet work into the horse, then brings him back up here. I was thinking maybe, well, he's probably thinking, I got 140,000 to run for at Oakland instead of running maybe for a mere like 70,000 at Churchill. I don't know. But I think the 2's going to fire a giant shot today, Greg.
Yeah, that work really kind of catches your attention. Quickest of 32 in the morning, 59-1 at Churchill. 9-2 right now on the 2 Gamekeeper.
Yeah, I think he's very interesting. We saw him trying to bite the pony lady there, and she had to kind of use that strap to get Gamekeeper off of her. I was a little bit interested in the 5 as well, Media Mogul. I thought this horse made a bold middle move last time into a hot pace, and then he just paid the price for that. He felt the effects of that middle move. I think if he just a little more patiently handled today, he could be very tough.
And yeah, Paul brought up a race we remember pretty well from being on this show, that fist pump from Rafael Bejarano on a runner-up finish. You don't see it a lot in the Arkansas Derby, but he knew that runner-up finish got the horse into the Kentucky Derby, so he celebrated a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get points. And plus, you know, the purse of the Arkansas Derby being as big as it is, finishing second, you're getting 20% of $1.5 million purse. So you're taking home $300,000, $30,000 to the rider. That's worth fist bumping about.
There he looks great.
Does look
strutting
good.
His stuff on the track here is a 9-5 favorite.
He does look good. No doubt about that. But like Paul said, he doesn't do himself any favors because he tends to leave himself a lot to do.
And back to Paul's point, he asked us the question, and we may get to see it, you know, probably in the Preakness. If all goes well and Fierceness runs a big race and he shows up in that middle jewel, and we'll get to see those 2 battle. I don't know. Even if Muth was in the race, for me, if Fierceness can get that clean trip and run his A race, well, everyone else, I think, is running for second.
I think we're all in agreement that up to this point, Fierceness has shown the most natural ability. The hole in Fierceness, or the concern, maybe is a better way to frame it, is that he hasn't shown the ability to overcome any kind of adversity. Now, I think there's a big difference between a horse that absolutely needs the lead and a horse that needs a clean trip. I really don't believe he needs the lead. Just go back and watch his Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Yeah. That post position aids the trip he needs because any of the speed, including Track Phantom, are all drawn inside of him. Reminds you of that movie, Is It Safe? The lights just came on. We're under interrogation.
Wow. Don't know the movie, but yeah, it feels like we are being interrogated. We just got our power back. Wow. I need some shades. 9-5 here, King Russell. He comes from way out of it. We'll see if he can get it done here today. He's had a few chances at short prices to get through this condition. Has not been able to do it so far. Former Kentucky Derby contestant for Ron Moquette. He's the 6th horse and the favorite here in the 8th at Oakland. Let's go to Matt Ditterman.
Andy Pope to round out the field. Silver Heist is it. We're ready to go. And they're off. Unload, blasts out of the gate, takes advantage of the good getaway and strides in front. Night Quick on the inside. Moving up to come and challenge, takes a head lead on Unload, who takes a hold. He's second. King Russell and a good gallop third with Gamekeeper. Macman, Silver Heister next. Media Mogul and Impeccability are side by side. Shattuck at the back of the pack as they go into the turn. Night Quick, first start against winners for him, finds himself in front on the rail and leads a length and a tail from Unload, who's running in second. Gamekeeper makes his way into third inside of King Russell and a 3-deep Macman. Silver Heist 5 behind, racing alone and length in front of a pair, Media Mogul and Impeccability. And then there's a space of 5 to Shattuck, who can see them all as they swing up the backstretch. Night Quick went 23 and 1/5 seconds. Decent tempo, going 1 mile and 1/8 over the slop today here at Oakland. It's Night Quick the leader, 3/4 of a length. Unload second to the outside. Then Gamekeeper, King Russell, Macman, they're all together still. Silver Heist, Media Mogul, Impeccability. They race as a trio as they start to pack up. The first 8 separated here by about 5 or 6 as they go into the turn. Impeccability now losing position as I say that, and coming back to Shattuck. Getting underway, takes the second last spot, but at a big number. He's got a lot of runners to pass and a lot of work to do on the outside. Coming to the top of the lane, Night Quick in front. Night Quick turning for home with Unload, who's right up alongside to come and challenge him. Unload and Night Quick swing into the stretch together. Media Mogul, Shattuck on the far outside is running huge at a big price. Night Quick, though, finds more for the final furlong and kicks away to a 3-length lead. Media Mogul, Shattuck second. King Russell coming on for a minor award. So is Silver Heist up the rail. But Night Quick's going to do it. Night Quick, 2 for 2. 2 wins in a row for him. Second home in the race, it was a photo. Media Mogul and also Shattuck. Silver Heist was next, and then King Russell.
Night Quick, yeah, back-to-back wins after it took him 5 starts to break that maiden, but on a roll here, taking a step up in class.
Just took control of the race at the start. Christian Torres, a runaway winner of this jockey standings at Oakland Park. Just got very comfortable. You could see midway down the backstretch, Greg, as comfortably he was traveling, he was going to be tough to run down. Another nice effort from King Russell to eke out. It appeared that he got second by a nose.
Back to New York in our nightcap, mile and a 16th on the turf. New York bred first allowance condition. Rad Ortiz Jr. on the paddock pasture for Clement.
Yeah, got it done first time out from well off the pace with a tough trip.
Gem Mint 10, one of a couple for Ray Handel.
Yeah, returns as a gelding here, and this horse has some good races. I always liked him a little bit shorter, maybe.
October Bliss getting back to grass.
Getting back to probably his preferred surface, and he has recency, so you know he has a fitness level.
I think some people believe this is the horse to beat, Bee of Courage.
I've always been a fan of this horse since he broke his maiden under Javier Castellano, going 6. How far does he really want to go, though?
And he already got through this condition. He got DQ'd, though. He won by 2 lengths. Zapruder, 31-1.
Would be a bit of a surprise.
King Freud for Rudy Rodriguez.
Another one also getting back to turf. One start going long on turf was okay.
Here's Provision, Lolita Ship Mangle trains.
Yeah, 1 for 9 on the turf. Going to have to get back to his best races.
Had a couple of okay efforts, though, on the grass. Back last summer. The 9 just went through Noble Huntsman. We'll get back to the 8 as well as a major player. Here's the 10, Easy Roll.
Yeah, big effort last fall to win. Drew off powerfully under Trevor McCarthy. Tough post, though. He's going to have to figure out a trip.
And a nice appearance, I thought, here. The 11 American Grant. Lane Luzzy.
Another one. Got some turf races that are okay, although he's never broken through and actually won on turf.
And Skellig Island, 44-1.
Really tough post off the layoff. Did win at first asking. Going to have to improve.
And there's the 8, Indian Mischief. Manny Franco, Mike Maker, and the 4-year-old debut coming up.
Horse that's got speed should be forward on a course that's been playing on the quick side.
So a slow start, wide trip, overcame that in the debut. We'll see. Is there going to be natural progression? Will that be enough to get the win here? Maggie, the Paddock Pastor, 7-5 favorite.
Yeah, this board is kind of funny looking. There's a bunch of horses that are short price that I don't know if they should, especially the Paddock Passer, should be this short of a price. And then there's some bombs. Well, we're going to look at most of the shorter priced horses, and I'm actually just going to jump off the ledge here. It's the last race. Who cares? On a horse that I've always had interest in, saving him for last. But talking about the Paddock Pastures, you mentioned, Greg, did virtually everything wrong in that race, but still was able to get the job done. And I didn't particularly like him that day because he did everything wrong pre-race, too. He didn't look like the fittest. Christophe Clement, first-time starter. He was fairly unprofessional for a Christophe first-time starter. And today, it's the same. So I suppose it's just him. The problem, though, is at a short price, I wish he looked a bit fitter. Also considering now he gets Lasix, and a lot of times that will make a horse look and appear more tucked up. And it really hasn't with the Paddock Pasture. I think there's talent there, obviously. But at a short price, taking on some older company, first off the bench for only a second start, I found reason to look elsewhere. And I would have gone to number 4, Be of Courage, but boy, this guy is giving me every sign that he'll need a race. He is definitely, at least on form, in my opinion, the horse to beat. Unjustifiably DQ'd 2 back. That's one of the most mind-boggling DQs I saw last year. And his turf form, beyond that, is good, is consistent, and it makes him a very legitimate player. But he just looks a bit heavy, he got a bit washy, and for me, those are usually signs of a horse that needs a start for fitness. Moving on to number 8, Indian Mischief. He's taking money. First start for Mike Maker off the claim. He could be loose in here. He could wire this field, theoretically speaking. But, man, he looked better last summer. A horse that would kind of, was really balked up and got on his toes, was quiet as a church mouse in the paddock, has woken up a little bit since getting onto the racetrack. But again, one that gives the appearance that he's going to need to strengthen up off of the bench. Now, here's my bomb. At 61-1 shot, American Grant. Richie said it. This guy, his turf form isn't that bad, and it's not far off many of these that are much shorter prices than he. He got the tightener under his belt back on April 5th. He looks incredibly fit. He's dappled head to toe, and I've always thought that these conditions are ideal for this horse. Now, working out a trip from the outside with a rider that doesn't love to save ground, that might be his undoing here. But I'm going to take a chance here with American Grant. Greg?
Not often two people agree on a 62-1 shot. Maggie, I like this horse too. This horse has numbers that absolutely fit with this group, gets back to turf, and 8-5 on the Paddock Pastor, who I know overcame a lot, but ran a pretty slow figure.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you guys. Too big a price on the one. Too short a price on the one. Too big a price on the 11.
Wow. Minute to post coming up on a race that's going to close out this card here in South Ozone Park and the meet. We start Belmont at the Big A next week. We got a new audience joining us right now just in time for the finale on the Sunday card. Welcome to those just joining us on SNY, those already with us on FS2 and other networks across the country. You're watching America's Day at the Races Sunday card, closing day at this Aqueduct meet. Next week it'll be Belmont at the Big A here in South Ozone Park, New York. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, Maggie Wolfendale downstairs. We got Paula Duca out at Oakland and Hot Springs. And this race to close out this meet, mile and a 16th on the turf in this New York bred, a other than, Mig.
Yeah, we're not changing venues, but we reset the standings and everybody begins all over again. I wound up going with the Tom Morley trainee, the 10 easy roll. I thought both of his turf races were outstanding. Now he is coming off the bench. Getting back to the horse that you guys like at a huge number, the 11 American Gent. His turf races are good. He's got a race under his belt, so he's got more recency for fitness. And I used to write the Great Grand Dam Manor Queen for the same owner. She was a really good filly around here, trained by Richie O'Connell. Hickory showed up every single time. Got a couple of triple-digit buyer figures on her, but she was a dirt sprinter.
Little history there for you. Okay, we'll see what happens. By the way, our prices evaporated quickly. On the 11, 62 to 1 down to 25 to 1 on the 11.
You guys moved the board.
See what should never have been that price. Way too big a price. So maybe coming back to reality here a little bit. 3 to 2 seems awfully short. And for those that are just tuning in, this horse here, the 4. Probably on form, deserves to be the favorite. Maggie did not love the way the horse looked here for the comeback, but this horse, it was a bad DQ. Probably should have graduated this condition back in November. Win got taken away, so we'll see if this horse is able to do it off the bench. There's the big long shot. American Grant, that's getting some love here on the show. Lane Luzzy for Bruce Brown. As we get set to close out this meet and the card here on this Sunday afternoon here at Aqueduct. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
King Freud. Be 2 out. American Grant. American Grant moving forward to the outside. Skellig Island. Is in. All set. 9th and final. And they're off. Good speed from in between horses. Provision is right up there with the early leaders. King Freud is in the early mix, and down to the inside there is Gem Mint 10 as they come out of the chute. Also there 3 wide is going to be Indian Mischief to join these early leaders as they back off the pace. The Paddock Pastor is tucked right in behind them in 4th. A wide journey here for Skellig Island, who's going to be 4 wide here as they work towards that turn, but now Indian Mischief is going to take back. Didn't want to be with the leaders, is now taken back to 5th. Down at the inside here, saving ground is October Bliss, who's going to be in the 7th position. Losing ground was Provision, who did break with the leaders. Gets passed by American Grant towards the outside, 3 wide in that tail end group. Be of Courage just had to check briefly. The 2 at the back, Noble Huntsman and Zapruder. Can see them all as they work up the back stretch there. It's Gem Mint 10. Gem Mint 10 is now in front. Went 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. 48.51 for a half-mile time. King Freud is ready to challenge towards the outside from 2nd. Also moving forward again, here's Indian Mischief is now re-engaged from 3rd. Skellig Island's lost ground. The Paddock Pastor at 8 to 5 is saving ground at the inside. A ground-saving journey. Here comes an early move from Be of Courage. Javier Castellano wanted to join the leaders. It makes it 4 across the course here. They start to pick it up. The Paddock Pastor's in 5th, just waiting for the room right in behind now. A battling Quartet is going to swing to the outside. Gem Mint 10's going to hug the rail, and Gem Mint 10 has kicked on. Here comes that run from Be of Courage, who made that big move on the turn. Is it a winning move? Be of Courage to the outside of Gem Mint 10, who's very game down towards the inside. The Paddock Pastor has taken 3rd. A final 16. Gem Mint 10 to the inside. Be of Courage to the outside. Gem Mint 10 coming back. Be of Courage. Gem Mint 10. Photo finish. Photo finish in the finale. Gem Mint 10 to the inside. Be of Courage to the outside. It's a tight photo further back to Easy Roll. Also, there was the Paddock Pastor, but a tight photo to close out the Aqueduct meet in 1 minute 41 and 4.
Photo finish to finish the meet. I believe it was Be of Courage, but it was very close, the 4.
Very close. It looked at one point Gem Mint 10 was going to battle him off, but it was a relentless run from Be of Courage, who kind of had to start his run early around the far turn, was caught a bit wide, but was able to sustain it. Let's see how they link up as they get to the wire. Right here, looks like Gem Mint 10's going to hold him off. Its nose is up and down, and its whose nose hits that line first. Inside, outside, inside, outside. Got the bob.
5 to 2, Be of Courage. 10 to 1 inside with the 2 Gem Mint 10. But there is Javi for John Pregman Jr., horse who probably should not have been DQ'd when he won against this level back in November. Gets it done this time around, it looks like.
Yeah, nice effort by him, and particularly having to make that longer sustained run because of the position, getting caught a bit wide in the far turn. Gem Mint 10 was ultra game, and this is a horse that I've always thought might be a little more effective going shorter. He may have changed because the race he showed today, showing speed from that, being towards the inside, post 2, and fighting as hard as he did, there didn't seem to be any distance limitations as far as getting the mile on the 16th today.
5 to 2 and just inches Separating your top two. Be of Courage did not go off your favorite, went off second choice here to close things out. The Paddock Pastor went off as your 8-5 favorite here, 4-2, 10-1. And Javier Castellano with the victory with all these big names back in town.
Migration from warmer climes have started.
Little preview of what we're going to be seeing on a daily basis in upstate New York, and of course Belmont Stakes Week at Saratoga. Be of Courage with the win in a thriller to close things out in the final race of the meet. We're going to look back to earlier today as well in the Woodhaven. Stay with us. Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our Sunday coverage. Fox Sports 2, regional networks across the country. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Get signed up started just in time for that first Saturday in May. Derby 25, that promo code to use for new members to sign up at NairaBets.com. Javier Castellano, last year won the first ever Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes of his career, takes the nightcap and the meat ender here at Aqueduct on Be of Courage.
Yeah, really nice effort by Be of Courage. A horse that, wound up caught wide into the second turn, and that forced Javier's hand to have to continue to make that long, sustained run, usually not the winning move in turf racing. So this was a big effort for Be of Courage. Gem Mint 10, ultra game, fought it out all the way to the wire. And if you want to watch a race that'll get no notice from a rider, that gave his horse every opportunity, easy roll the 10 and finished third. Trevor McCarthy from post 10 was able to find the rail and save all the ground. And a lot of rides go unnoticed when a horse doesn't win. That's a ride that shouldn't go unnoticed because he gave his horse every opportunity.
Well, Be of Courage, a wrong-righted after that DQ back in November, gets the victory, finally gets through this state-bred first allowance condition.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm in agreement with you and Maggie. That was kind of a baffling DQ, but at least he still had the condition and he was able to get it done now. But what a way to start the season for him, particularly with that trip, because that is not a turf-winning trip.
Yesterday, Woodhaven on the card on our Saturday coverage, and this was an 8-month layoff, stretching out around 2 turns. It's the second start of his career, and good Lord Laurie able to overcome it all and get the win.
Yeah, but he got a great trip under Flavien, and your favorite Carson's Run got shuffled back at a critical juncture, and then he's going to bolt here. When he tried to come out over heels, he just maybe picked up too much momentum at the wrong moment and cost himself several lengths there. He wound up beating roughly 5 lengths, but great effort by the winner, good Lord Laurie. And also from Torpedo, the big Torpedo, right? He was
big on the turf.
Man, what a nice effort from him. But this was a horse that I thought, from a physical perspective, maybe didn't want to stretch out. Couldn't have been more wrong about that. Son of Hardspun really got it done. And once again, Flavien Prat's immense skills all on display.
You're a fan of the Turnpike Troubadours?
Sorry to say, I've never heard of them.
That's who I assume this horse is named after. Able to get this win stretching out for George Weaver.
So it's from a song?
Yes.
You want to sing us a few bars?
I don't know it. I wish I could. First of all, I can't sing. Secondly, I don't know the song. Belmont at the Big A, opening week next week, so we turn the page to a new meet. Opening day on Thursday with the Affirmed Success, Sheepshead Bay, Westchester on Friday. Some big wins this weekend, too. Let's forget, it's not just the Kentucky Derby. And, the interesting thing, too, when a lot of eyes are elsewhere with the premier race that we run in the country, offers opportunities that, sometimes horses get overlooked on these other cards.
Well, absolutely. And, for riders that don't have a Derby mount, instead of going to ride maybe a horse with no chance, you could stay home and ride horses with opportunities, with chances to win big purses and get off at a new meeting the right way. If you of course you want to be in the Kentucky Derby, but after you've been there a few times, you don't want to just be there. You want to be there with a chance to win it. And if you can't be, well, you're in business to win races, so stay home and...
But, Sonny Leon didn't say that. Look what happened.
Granted. But, like for me, on a personal note, it didn't matter if I was riding 100-to-1 shot in a big race, let alone the Kentucky Derby. By the time I got to the starting gate, I had figured out in my mind 100 scenarios on how I could win it. And then inevitably, if I didn't win it, I was depressed for weeks. I mean, literally, I would go into depression because I had built it up so much in my mind that I could get it done. And at the end of the day, you got to have the right horse underneath you to do it.
But, too, as an athlete, too, you got to be able to, and you were very good at this, I'm sure, having that mind frame of just putting that behind you. I thought you always had that mindset. I'm surprised to hear that.
Well, no, just because I got depressed didn't mean I wasn't going to just go on and do my job. I mean, I was two people. The person that I was before I went in the jockey's room, and then I shed that skin, and I was a different person when I walked through that threshold into the room, and your focus becomes different. Any professional athlete has to have the ability to shake off the losses.
Short memory.
And you want to learn from mistakes and things that happen, but you got to be able to put it behind you because everything's in front of you. Your future is in front of you.
We're going to take a time out. We'll be back. Card in the books here in New York. We got more coming up from Oakland. We're 10 minutes away from their 9th on the card. We've talked a lot of Derby. What about the Oaks? Phillies, first Friday in May. And it seems like a wide open group competing for the Kentucky Oaks. We'll have a preview ahead.
Zandon's poetry in motion. Big horse, but light on his feet. And he's always showed up and been consistent and been right there with some of the top horses in training. In the Bluegrass Stakes, he showed his determination and his raw ability.
It's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
I feel breeders will be really blown away by what a striking, outstanding looking horse he is.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hey race fans, I'm Fox Weather's Ian Oliver, and this is your Risk of Weather Impact Report, produced for America's Day at the Races. Let's check out that forecast. We can see it. It's long range, but it's out there for the Kentucky Derby. This is coming up next weekend. Now, May 2nd, in the lead up, fantastic conditions. The bluegrass were in the low and mid 70s. The Derby City in Louisville, where Churchill Downs is, we've got temperatures a touch closer to 80 degrees. Then for Oaks Day on Friday, it looks gorgeous. It feels like Oaks Day is almost always gorgeous. The averages tell us, though, that it rains on roughly half of all Derby days. There's your forecast for May the 4th. And you notice back to the west, we've got a system approaching, one that could bring some rain. We'll be watching the timing of this as it gets a bit closer. Should it stay back to the west, slower trend is our friend. That's more sunshine across the Commonwealth of Kentucky with temperatures in the middle and upper 70s. That would be fabulous for the big day. Anytime that you need a forecast before you head out to the track, check us out at foxweather.tv. Always on, always free.
Yeah, thank you, Ian, for that report. That's good news. We want to see sun on these two big days ahead. And not just these two big races, the undercard stacked with so much talent Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, and tremendous cards. It's something for everybody. And you don't want people to come away with the feeling that the track cost them their best opportunity. Fillies only have one chance to run the Kentucky Oaks as a 3-year-old. Colts only have one chance to run the Kentucky Derby as a 3-year-old.
Well, the fillies, it seems like a very wide open group going 1 mile and an eighth. And I guess that's unless you talk to, in particular, Kenny McPeak. He is very high on Torpedo Anna. She was sensational coming back in the Grade 2 Fantasy. It was her 3-year-old return. She got the best speed figure of her career, 91 buyer in that win. And McPeak says, you better have a bear coming to the race because I got a grizzly ready to roll that first Friday in May, Paulie.
Well, I'll tell you what, she is a grizzly. And I was talking to Ray Briner before she won her last race here, the assistant trainer at Kenny McPeak, and he said, I got one fast animal here. And I said, wait a second, you're in the 12 hole. His exact words to me were, I don't care if she's in the 15 hole, she's going to win this race. Now, she got a little bit worked up in the post parade. They loaded her up. She was a tiny bit washy a little bit. I was getting a tiny bit worried. But she broke like a shot, Greg, was able to stay, right on the outside, stalking, and just drew off like a good thing. And this is a horse that had been out working or staying heads up with Mystic Dan in the morning. Now, Mike Welsh reported in the DRF Racing Forum that she came out and she worked an unbelievable half mile in 59. Now, her main competition, you can go to Tarifa, but I think it's Ways and Means. Chad Brown, obviously, we saw her run, and she was the most impressive filly we saw at Saratoga. She worked 46 and change this morning. So I think it's going to take a lot to beat Torpedo Anna. To be honest with you, the Oaks fields are usually wide open, and we do get some long shots here and there. I think Torpedo Anna is the real deal. And by the way, just real quick here, number 7 in here, Texas Sequoia, here in the last, dropped his rider, ran off. Rider is okay, but I think the 7's going to be a late scratch here in the last at Oakland.
All right, Paulie, thanks. Yeah, I mean, you know how high these connections are on Torpedo Anna. Ways and Means, meanwhile, for Chad Brown, one of a couple of fillies he's going to have in the race. Off that debut last summer at Saratoga, looked like she was going to be the best of her division. She ran injured when she got beaten that spin away, and now she's had a start back. She might be very tough.
Yeah, I mean, and the way she's trained at Churchill Downs, too, probably too fast to work on top of it, but good horses work fast. I know Chad Brown was a little upset, and understandably so. That being said, this is why I always get so upset and I get mad at riders when horses clip heels or there's an incident, riders ride a little too rough, because that's when horses get hurt. She clipped heels down the backstretch. This happened to be no fault of anybody's, but it happened. And I'm of the belief that's when horses get injured. You're taking a 1,000-pound animal that has to catch themselves on one leg to recover their balance, and it lends itself to injury. So that's why I have a little patience with rough riding when I watch it. That being said, it looks like the race she had off the bench tightened her up enough, and she is trained sensationally. I think this is one of the deepest, most wide-open Kentucky Oaks in many years.
Got your 2-year-old champ as well, who was beat by the one we're going to talk about right now, the winner of the Ashland for Todd Pletcher. She gets the outside post, Leslie's Rose, and she's won 3 of 4 career starts. Her only beat in the Devona Dale.
Yeah, and listen, she was coming off the bench, there as well. So, again, it's just a really, well, not Leslie's Rose, excuse me, I'm talking about the last race, just FYI. Leslie's Rose, that big run at Keeneland, Irad Ortiz stays put here, just FYI, was reported she had a bit of an illness, missed some training, comes back with this good effort in the Ashland. She's trained sensationally at Churchill Downs. I think any one of 5 or 6 fillies can win this race. I think it's a very deep, contentious field.
Yeah, and it's great storylines, too, to have the 2-year-old champ come back and, not dominate, but run a very credible enough race and improve speed figure-wise, too, that she's going to be in the mix. Adds extra intrigue. Ways and Means, who everyone thought was probably going to be potentially a champion. She ran so good first time out. There's some real potential stars in the race.
Absolutely, and it feels like all of these fillies are coming into the Oaks in good order. So you might, you're potentially seeing the best of them on the most important day early in the season.
We're going to say goodbye to some regional networks across the country. Our FS2 coverage continues. We're going to bring you this nightcap coming up from Oakland. For everyone leaving us, thank you for being with us on this Sunday afternoon coverage. Were those still with us? Well, we got the nightcap ahead here in Hot Springs at Oakland. 6-furlong sprint. Arkansas bred runners, as you look at the current odds here for this $25,000 maiden claiming race. So all for sale for that price in the race. It is the 9 who's favored right now, Snow Flurry. For a man who's trying to win this owner's title, Staten Flurry's in the pole position right now. Brad Cox training for him. Let's go to Paulie for more.
Yeah, you're right. He is in the pole position. He's pulled about 4 or 5 clear of Steve Aston when it comes to the owner's title here, and he's got a main charge in here for Brad Cox, Snow Flurry, who was really good last time out, if you think about it, because she broke from the 11 hole and just got run down that day with Florent Giroux aboard. She kind of went to the inside and just got popped at the wire. And listen, she is the one to beat in here. I mean, when she dropped for 45. And again, I want to re-emphasize this because this is the last day of this day, and we have 3 more racing days. When you see these Arkansas breds drop in class, they got nowhere else to go for another 6 months. So don't be discouraged when they get dropped in class, okay? So you're looking at a horse like the 9 here, drop in class. The 11 Street Painter, drop in class, and has good numbers. The 11 right now, actually, if Al Cates was not 1 for 51, the 11 should be the favorite in here, and that's just the bottom line, because the 9 in here, Brad Cox, is getting the money because it's Brad Cox. But I really, when I looked at this race, it looked like it was 9 and 11. Now, the 1 in here is the other one. I'm not giving you any special. It just looked like a race that was kind of formful. Moen Chenton's best number was a couple back, but he's cutting back in distance, or she's cutting back in distance, and she's dropping in class 2 as well. So, at the end of the day, guys, I know we're trying to get out with a big price here on this penultimate Sunday to the closing of this meet, but I figured out the riddle. I like 11-9, 9-11.
All right, we'll see how it plays out here. Those are the top 2 choices on the board. Snow Flurry and Street Painter.
Yeah, and what Paul said is so right, though, right? The Arkansas breds will not have an opportunity to compete against restricted Arkansas bred company at the end of this meeting until the new Oakland Park meeting starts again in December. So a lot of them will go to the farm, get rest, and gear towards that. So drops in class aren't as significant at this stage as far as it's not a negative.
Let's go to Matt Dinnerman, the call for the finale in the Sunday card from Oakland.
Sky Raven goes into the outside first class girl. We're ready to go in the finale. And they're off in the finale. Melania T broke sharply. Zong's Irish Frost quick away from the blocks as well. She has a head lead. Mo Enchanted moving up from the inside to come and challenge. Melania T right off of them. A packed up group of a first 7 or so here. Zong's Irish Frost in front by 3/4 of a length. Mo Enchanted second. Street Painter parked outside of the leader takes second. Mo Enchanted taken back to third. Then Snow Flurry, the favorite, takes the 4th position with Can't I Run. Sky Raven is next on the rail into the turn. Melania T, who broke well, has been shuffled back, racing in midfield. She's 6 or 7 behind, under a ride, a gap of 3 to Sophie Star, third last. Hot Shot Shopper and First Class Girl, they trail together as they round the far turn and approach the top of the lane. Zong's Irish Frost has company from Street Painter, and they're right together coming off the turn. Street Painter goes a little wide off that turn, has a narrow advantage now. Zong's Irish Frost behind in second. Snow Flurry is third at 9 to 5, and she's beaten at this point. Street Painter approaching the 16th pole, opening up the lead now, and Street Painter is much, much the best. Street Painter by 5, by 6. Street Painter, a dominant winner of the nightcap. Melania T rallies on for second. The show goes to Zong's Irish Frost, and Snow Flurry was 4th.
Street Painter Al Cates gets another win, been a tough meet, but able to rack up the victory here with his Street Strategy Phillies. Career start number 8, the maiden breaking win.
Yeah, and comes off of 2 good efforts and dropped back down to the lowest level, slightly lowest level, and just set the right trip and powered home.
Appreciating this wet track. Outside post, not an issue for Street Painter. You can find prices from this race. Probably won't sneak them in before we sign off air here. You can go to NYRABets.com to catch them. We are back next week, Thursday. Belmont at the Big A. Meet begins right here in South Ozone Park. Our coverage starts at 1 Eastern, Fox Sports 2. And, of course, we're going to dig in big time to the Run for the Roses and the Oaks. It is Derby week when we come back.
Look forward to it. A lot of excitement.
Hope you enjoyed our program on this Sunday afternoon. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Sweet Rebecca, this may be an emerging star for Chad Brown, taking the memories of silver. Now perfect 2 for 2 on the turf. The Derby favorite. It will be fierceness. Post 17 for the Todd Pletcher 2-year-old champion with John Velasquez. Sierra Leone, the second choice. 1 of 2 in the race for Chad Brown. Draws post 2. Who will take home the Kentucky Derby Trophy? We will know on Saturday. We'll see you next week.